delicate.
Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Streamlaments. Welcome to my channel.
Really beautiful, lush arrangement. We're suddenly in 4/4. Beautiful, beautiful. Ooh, here we go again. Cello. It's gorgeous. Very theatrical. That's a really sad theme. I really enjoyed this song. A lot of emotions and a lot of character. Really love the drama between that like A section and the B section. Where in this A section we have like a 6/8 kind of time signature, and then we have that more dramatic B part, like the chorus kind of thing. So I can definitely understand that this is suitable for the menu of the game. Really beautiful. Now I really love the melody here throughout this Alicia theme. And
welcome to my channel.
Really enjoy it. I think it's C minor. And then the theme continues in, I think it's F minor chord.
Clouds.
To a B.
Welcome to my channel. Hello King Snake, the snake of kings, the deep whisperer of the snaking snakes of the deep end of snaking caves.
Goes into C dominant.
Hello, young Padawan. Hello. Welcome. I started my career as a ninja again. A fucking ninja. So, what do I want? I'm learning the way of the blade. Dual blade. Yes. This was a mistake. There will be blood shed, man a mirror, Nazis and loss. Only I don't know. Memories broken.
Memories broken, the truth goes unspoken. I've even forgotten my name. I don't know the season or what is the reason I'm standing here holding my blade. A desolate place without any trace.
Out in the cold in the field, it's me that aspires to stand up and fight. The only thing I know for real. Man a mirror, Nazis and the only one that up on the dragon's back because the mountain don't give back what they take. Oh no, there will be blood. It's the only thing I've ever known.
The snake is in the mirror.
Could be. Could be.
We are playing Hunt Come.
Sometimes I feel like a third wheel. I mean, it is kind of fun to listen to you try harding.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, whatever. Glory to God. Glory to Artotska.
I saw Joseph liked a video where English people are protesting for terrorists to go out.
You mean in Serbia? Is that it?
No, in UK.
Okay.
I like a lot of those videos. I'm surprised you found them.
Yeah, and then I get them in my feed.
Good. Everyone should get them.
It's funny how the people that are not from Europe understand the Balkan country policy is completely wrong. It's kind of funny.
What policies? We don't have policy.
I don't watch like news or politicians or anything related to it. I watch gamers or game reviewers, and I watched the bald guy, with the teeth falling out. Yeah, the Goblin King millionaire.
I don't know who's that.
He drinks soda instead of water.
Oh, Asmongold.
See, you know it.
Oh, that disgusts me.
Yeah. He watched the fucking. Yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling how the what's it called the Emiru hangs around him.
I don't know how she can do it.
I don't know. Prince Charming, I guess.
He sounds like a guy that would touch me. He sounds he looks disgusting. He sounds disgusting.
He doesn't drink water. He drinks water and then uses soda to wash away the water taste.
It's not the water taste, it's his fucking mouth. His mouth is so disgusting that he tastes his mouth and then he throws up because he's drinking water.
Yeah, he explained that his mouth hygiene is really bad. Because of, bad food, I guess. And that's why I said Goblin King. Anyway, he watched like a documentary about Serbia and the Vucic and bullshit. And it's kind of mind-boggling how they misunderstood like politics in Balkan generally. People that are not, from EU.
What was the room talking about?
I mean,
what did you not understand?
They're kind of a whoever made the video is like trying to serve up like a thing that is like there is the big fucking riots in Serbia, people are like shooting, running around the streets, everything is blocked, blah blah blah. No, it's only the fucking capital. It's like a politics.
It's only the capital.
Yeah, it's like in no other city than Belgrade, as if like in Zagreb, you have like you know, big protests, and that's it. Whole country is fine. Everybody works.
Everyone else is fine.
Yeah, everything is fine. They're like protesting in a capital. What the fuck? Fuck yourself. And it's the stuff in media is like made up as like, oh, like there is a big revolution, like fucking tanks and riots and whatnot. So stupid. Yeah, that's kind of boggling. Like the way that represent like anything happen in any region in Balkan is gonna be represented that way. It's so stupid. So I actually turn it off. It's because it's done.
What is this new feature you can request to stream? How's that work? I requested to stream. Did you get the request? No, don't stream. I just test it.
I clicked it.
You click it? Oh, we're not matching.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna use the shit I bought.
You bought some shit?
Yeah.
Wait.
No. Woman. Okay, don't match it.
What?
I'm gonna be rushing my own. Fuck.
No, even if I went shotgun, I would be rushing alone because I don't know how to play this game.
It's easy.
Simple.
Stand in a corner with a shotgun.
Yeah, or just run into them.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that. I miss everything.
You just need patience and Instagram, I guess.
I like
Snake
sniping
blade.
more.
Snake played like 10 prestiges on the Romero.
50.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 50. And I would start with the
What
Winfield.
tier are you, Snake?
100.
She
No,
needs
what-
MMR.
Ah,
Yeah.
MMR. I hang around 5. And then I guess I play with the team. And then I either like stay at 5 or I go to 6. Or they die.
Snake used to take this game very seriously before, now he doesn't even play it.
I don't care. Because it took them a year to bring back the stuff they took out from game. Do I have to explain like anymore?
It's the same shit with the UI. They removed the UI, now they're bringing it back.
Yeah, they removed the maps, all the maps, except like a new one, and they now, like in the August of 2025, now we got all the maps back, and the rain, and the only thing left to reintroduce back is the fog maps, you know, the ash fog,
Yeah, the Ash mode.
and Inferno, but people keep like, oh, Inferno is bullshit. Fuck off.
You know what they should also do? What the fuck? Wait,
Yeah.
they should bring back the fact that you can get a free reroll on hunters every time. There's no more free reroll. There's no more tier 2, tier 1, tier 3 hunters. None of them exist.
What do you mean? There is no.
They don't exist. They don't have loadouts. You only have free hunters, and that's it.
They don't have any guns.
There's
No,
one
you only have
thing
free
about
hunters. The other hunters do not exist.
Necromancer for 1 pledge mark.
Wait,
And
Snake,
what
you
is
didn't know
this?
that?
FMJ ammo.
Snake,
Yes.
you didn't know that?
About the hunters and loadouts, I haven't paid attention, you know. I usually play
What's
with.
the difference between Springfield Marksman and the Maynard Sniper?
Nothing. The Springfield is shittier.
Wait, Maynard deals 145 damage, was it? It's like a heavy bullet that travels really slow, but it's really strong. That
What was I gonna say? So yeah, they removed the option to recruit like actual hunters. So you can't buy hunters. You can only recruit free ones. And the hunters that you do recruit, they just cost 100 and you just give them perks and shit. But they don't come with, you know, gear. So they basically completely removed tier 2 and 3 hunters and they just put them as skins in the game. That's what they did basically.
I mean,
I'm not even kidding. That's what they did.
You do not understand what are they trying to do. They want to.
Why would they do that?
They want to give you customization for every hunter. You start.
I doubt they're gonna do that. They're probably gonna do that in like 5 years.
Yes, they are. I don't know the time frame, but they are gonna do that.
5 years.
I mean, did you expect them to do like the fucking animations?
I mean, this game's gonna be dead. No, I did not expect.
You know the Fortnite dance animation?
No, that shit is stupid. I don't know.
I mean, why? In this game. Why? Did you want that?
No, nobody wanted that.
Nobody wanted that. Not even the streamers wanted that.
The only people I actually seen use this fucking emotes is the streamers. They look like shit. I heard of that. They look like shit, they feel like shit, they don't make sense. And the only people that actually use them is streamers.
Who else?
They have to use them though because they're paid by Hunt Showdown, so. There's no way they're not paying them. I highly doubt that. Bro, who the fuck can play Hunt Showdown every single day, all day? You would go insane. I would lose my mind. There's no way you can play this game all day. Like League, I can understand because League of Legends is highly addictive and you just play. You don't even have to think in that game. You could just autopilot. In this game, you actually have to play the game. I don't know, man.
Look at the cheater with the eyeglasses.
You mean Rafta?
Whatever, that guy. That's the only game that he streams, right? The only game. I've seen him playing, what's it called, the Billions. You know, that little strategy where you control like a village and the zombies attack you from all sides. He played it for about, he played for about half an hour.
Yeah, it's sponsored.
And he just gave up because he doesn't possess like, you know, the micromanagement brain.
Sponsors him, man.
Probably. Who would sponsor him? Would you give money to him?
Well, I wouldn't, but sponsorship because he actually has like a normal viewership, kind of.
Yeah, but
and who would play garbage games like that? You know, it's kind of self-explanatory.
Me, I played it.
Yeah, you.
Campaign, only campaign.
Like, who would sponsor it? You know, like.
Yeah, nobody. It's like.
They need someone that actually is gonna do it. You know.
It's like, how do they call it? Like a niche, you know, like a certain people play it, and other than them, nobody. And that's it.
Then why do you need sponsorships?
To make it
show the game,
stand out.
Yeah, but it's only for niche players.
Well, maybe someone new comes. You know, that's the whole point of a sponsorship.
You have two pledge marks for the cash register.
I don't have it either.
Oh, how are you standing with money, if I may ask? Cloud probably has like a couple of thousands.
I have 9k.
Just 9k.
He has 1 HP. Isaac, you fucking walked in front of me.
Hope so.
I killed one.
He's...
Isaac walked in front of me and I shot him.
By the way, why is he super quiet today? He was super loud yesterday.
I'm too tired.
They're here though, by the way. Hold another one.
I heard them, but I don't know where they are.
I pinged. There. He's there. We can see him.
I don't see anything.
Isaac, can you tell her where to look?
I saw.
What the? What is this?
I have sniper.
Your pistol.
Yeah, but Tani.
Don't come down here, no.
What do you want from me?
Then stay down. Then stay
Why?
down. No, then stay down there. Don't follow me. We need more angles.
Following you, I'm getting away because I don't know where he is. What do you want me to do? I'm gonna die.
I'm dead. The guy outside. Just don't die. Just hide. Go back. Go back to me. Go back towards me. Yeah. Go towards the left.
I don't know
Hello?
where they are.
Yeah. Go towards the left. You're fine. You can maybe try resing eyes. Do you have necro? You don't. Never mind. Reload your pistol. You have a choke? Oh, there's a guy to the left. Yeah, he's there somewhere.
What am I supposed to do?
You can try choking me and then trying to find him, I guess. Behind you. He's pushing up.
Where?
Yeah, he should be here to the left. I don't know, but he's hiding in somewhere. Oh, he's yeah. Yeah, nice. Now, you can either try resing me or Isaac.
No. So please don't die.
There's a guy right in front, so be careful. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead, I can't.
There's still people.
Well,
Is he laughing?
I was shooting, and Isaac fucking jumped in front of me, and I shot Isaac. I got 2 kills. I'm playing this shit out.
Fruit Punch Summary. Welcome to my channel.
It's like, why they remove tier 200?
So you can ask why they remove it, I guess.
Why did they remove the random loadouts? I want a random loadout. That was actually fun. They just give me a guy with a bomb lance and double dodge. Fuck it, I'll take it. Why not? It's funny. Adele, we couldn't match like this. Look, I'm dog and you are a cat or a fucking fox dog, you know? No?
Yes.
Isaac is the homeless person.
I am gonna be a pedophile. I'm sick of this game.
Isaac, when are you gonna start buying Kane again, man?
They broke him, man. He was actually a good skin before.
He still is, bro. He looks exactly the same. He's just slightly brighter.
Who, Kane?
Yeah.
He was broken before.
You mean the Met user from a swamp?
Yeah, the Asmongold lookalike.
Yeah, the Asmongold cosplay.
He actually looks better than him.
Oh, actually, yes.
Okay, where is my... Oh fuck, I can't take both. I'm lucky. I wanted to take Fanning and Leveling to be pedophile, but I don't have enough points.
No, you have to use the silencer also. For
I
maximum
don't have
gain.
silencers, nor money.
Well, the Winfield silencer is cheap fighting.
I love that gun. I love the Winfield.
It's super cheap. Like,
it's
like
very
Why nobody
cheap.
told me to get it? I don't understand. What is wrong with you people? I asked 5,000 times.
Well, you probably don't have
He
it.
tells me, oh, just pick what you... I have it. There you go.
But it has a
I tell
different
him
side, just so you know.
5,000 times
it's okay.
what to play. He says, play what you want. Play Romero. Play something. Proceeds to hide all the good guns.
It's the same gun. It just has a suppressor on it. What do you mean?
Yeah, you never told me that I should use it, that it's fun.
It is fun. You can shoot everything.
Isaac.
No, we beat.
Yeah, she can push with you, man. There you go.
I don't wanna push with him, but I don't know how to push. He's gonna die. No, Isaac doesn't work like you do. Dude, you walk up to them and you kill 3 people. If I'll do the same, they will headshot me. It's not the same.
But don't stand still.
You know why you die? Because you're too scared. That's why. Listen, where are you?
Yeah, they shoot me in the head every single
The guy
time.
last round. I killed none.
Because
Yeah,
I
you-
missed. I killed them by luck. I don't know where they are, but I can't hear them. I only know because Joseph told me. I can't hear them. No, I'm just
That's
dead.
it. Yeah, no, you need to phone.
No, I can't. I'm deaf in the ears. I can't hear it very far.
That's that Chinese virus.
The only way this game is playable is if Joseph tells me.
That's nice.
No, he was a liar. That's the problem.
Yeah, I tried to, but that's the thing. I tried to rely.
Just buy safe and powerful. Try that game. Never play a game with that guy.
I heard him above. He says it's below. I heard him on my right. He says it's on the left.
Yeah, the one you heard was another dude in the room. You can hear what things they're running on. Like you hear now,
Yeah.
they're running on this
But I
outside.
can't distinguish it.
Yeah, but you hear now how we're running, right?
Yeah, I
Enemy
can.
sounds the same. So if you're
Yeah, I
running
know.
on concrete, you sound different. If you're running
Yeah,
on
but-
wood, you sound different.
But sometimes
Oh,
this game makes it sound like it's next to me, and it's actually
up.
100 meters away.
Fuck up!
Correct.
Сука, бля, иди нахуй!
Where are they?
They're like over there.
Why is your role playing?
Because it's fun. They're still
Oh
there.
my god! Joseph! Not Joseph, Isaac! You were next to me. They told me to push with him and he doesn't... Whatever. I'm so done with this game. I don't want to play this game. I hate this game.
They baited you to play it.
Yeah, see? Exactly what I mean when I play with him. Whatever.
What is happening?
worry about it. He's burning himself.
Bro,
He's gonna rest. He's gonna rest.
man
No,
can't
he's
do
gonna
shit. I'm not doing
This
that.
is why I hate your team.
Bro, you are trolling. You ran inside like a degenerate and died in 2 seconds. And so what?
It doesn't
That's
matter.
so what?
It doesn't matter that you kill one. It doesn't matter.
I
You died.
got put on fire, man. And I got Beatles behind me. And I had one HP.
Exactly.
He plays like a madman with a saber and a shotgun. He kills 3 of them, 2 of them, and the third guy kills him. He reses 2 guys.
Holder.
He did nothing.
Holder for entire game.
It's same gameplay.
My body.
Just hold that body for the whole game. That's the third time she died. The second time.
I can tell the two
BBWW. Welcome to my channel.
Why? Let's see. Oh, he's trying to res.
Hide here. Hide. Sit down.
I missed! Okay.
Oh.
He headshot me.
You know what killed me? A hive bomb.
I know a high bomb killed you because you're retarded. Man, I don't know. You played like a degenerate. Adele, just don't follow him. He's fucking stupid. He entered that game as well.
No? Bro, she
How
ran
did
into
she
the-
die?
She ran,
She
into
just-
the, she ran into the church, man. Met
Oh.
by a fucking shotgun dude.
I mean, why would you go into the church? It doesn't make sense.
Supposed to know what I'm supposed to do. Whatever. I'm just gonna play solo. I'm so done with this shit.
Why would you play solo?
Cause I don't wanna play in your tier 6 nigger shit. I'm so done with it.
Smurfit.
But Isaac left.
Smurfit. Do you hear me? Smurf.
I'm playing it first time. I don't know half of these guns.
It's
and I
not the
have to
first
play-
time. You have like 30 hours.
Oh,
Yeah, and I still don't know half of the things this game does. I don't even know the bombs, half of them. I know nothing about this game.
How many hours? You have 50 hours,
know-
not 30.
Yeah, and I know 3 guns.
That's too little.
And
Yeah.
3 pistols.
You gotta have 1,000 hours to actually know how to play the game. I'm not even joking.
I learned that like at 100 hours, I know how the perks work.
Yeah. After like 1,000 hours, you know like where the branch snapped,
Adele,
right?
come back.
No, I'm playing alone.
Adele, stop. Don't be like that. Come on, join back. For fuck's
I'm
sake.
playing alone.
Adele, stop it.
Do you want me to like buy you a Smurf account, Cloud?
No, man, don't. Adele, come
So-
back for fuck's sake.
Smurf.
No, I'm tired of it. I can't do
Adele,
anything.
stop it.
What you want from me? I can't
Just
do
come back.
anything.
No,
No, it's
but
not
because
fun for me. I'm
Because
playing a
you're-
target dummy. I don't
But-
like to play a target
but don't
dummy.
play like that then.
How? They all shoot
Let's
me in
see.
the head.
Well,
Every
lucky, you
single-
shot me in the head as well. What's your complaint? I don't get it.
You killed 5 people. It's not the same.
Cloud, there is no MMR, man. You know it.
What do you mean, remember?
There is no MMR like.
It is.
you get stuck at...
No, I ranked yesterday and ranked up again. Ask Joseph.
Yeah.
From what? From 3 to 6?
From 4, no, from 4 to 5, 5 to 4.
That doesn't matter. You just bounce back and forth. And that's it. That proves nothing.
Oh my fucking god. I wanna play with Spitzer. Where is it?
Spritzer? You should join Helldivers. Oh, they introduced a new boss.
Yeah, I know, the big fucking word.
150,000 health.
If you throw a nuke at him, does it even kill him? How much is a nuke?
It needs the nuke does maybe, I don't know, like a
wait.
2,000 damage.
What I had in my mind is like, if you shoot the giant fucking laser, how much does the laser do to him? Because it should do a lot, no?
It depends. It depends on the hitboxes and armor penetration. If it's like under armor pen 7, I think it deals either non-damage or just it deals maybe laser does the fire damage.
Yeah, I meant the orbital laser.
Yeah, that one. It deals mostly the fire damage and the AP, you know, armor piercing 4 or 5. But the fucking big worm has like a armor value of 7, so it's super resistant to like bullshit.
Well, there's no point at killing it at all.
If you have like 20 minutes time to spare, yes, you can kill it. There is no reward.
But you gain nothing.
Personal satisfaction. The Tripwire said same thing about the Leviathans, you know, the big thing on the alien side, the blue alien side. Like,
yeah, but those are easy to kill.
They don't have like 150,000 health. They have maybe 6,000, 7,000 health. That's not much. That's actually small.
You can kill them with like 3 shots from the fucking recoil on and on.
Depending where you hit, but yeah, you can kill them. Like one man can kill them probably.
Yeah, you just shoot them in the fucking breast.
It takes a whole team to shoot like 15 to 25 minutes on a worm and not to die to kill it.
So what if everyone takes the tank in placement and just shoots it?
Yeah, the tank in placement, if you don't miss, deals about 40,000 damage. So you would need like 4 full charges of AP.
That's crazy.
And with that thing you can shoot like 20, you know, warships of the robots or the aliens. All that to kill one bug.
Solomon Yabez? Who the fuck is that?
Some famous stream?
No, it says it's more. No more than 100 that exists, by the way. Remember the 3 books that used to be in the game? Where are they now? Oh wait, they don't fucking exist.
You mean the lore books?
Yeah, they're gone.
What do you mean? There was never a lore book. It's a lie.
You are a shame to the profession, sir.
It's a lie.
You know this? You remember the 3 fucking books? You had the
book
lore
of
book,
weapons, book of monsters,
book of weapons, and yeah.
Oops.
What's this? What's this? It's a penny shot.
It's a shotgun. So if you look, I'll explain it. If you see where Isaac is, that's the distance where you have to shoot someone.
And if you shoot the immolator with that, the immolator dies immediately.
Do not shoot an immolator with that.
Yeah, you do.
Don't do it.
But it's on my 6th slot. I don't think I'll take it out fast enough.
You can scroll.
Yeah, but I won't scroll that fast if a person comes up right next to me. I just use all contraband items so I wouldn't lose money.
You want advice to not lose any money?
What?
You buy Winchester for $50, machete for $20.
Right, it's red, people. people
There's
here.
Bertier report there.
You can take that, that's a good gun. What do you have?
Expensive gun.
Frontier.
Do you have levering?
Yes.
Okay, then don't take it. Isaac, people here. You're listening
Where?
to? I don't know, behind this house somewhere. They're here somewhere. They're definitely just behind this, like in the corner or something. I don't see anyone. Who's Isaac? Is he okay? They're like here somewhere.
Just take a step back.
But they can't be inside the boss arena because it's assassins who are attacking. I still don't see anyone. I found slugs. FMJ. Dragons, bro. I found 3 types of bullets. Isaac, don't worry, I'm gonna get them. Snake, do you like the new map?
Which one?
The new one.
The new gun.
The new map.
Mammoth Gulch. It's fine, but I can understand
I
when
think it's dog shit.
people say it's running simulator. So if you spawn on the north, on the, let's say, a train yard, and the boss is all the way down there to the, you know, oil fields, there is no way you can get there in normal time and not die. There is no way. It's
You
too far.
constantly get sandwiched there.
Yeah, it's you have to go slow. I play like a 99% of the time that map solo, and it's hard. And I can understand how is it like when you play as a team, you have to move fast and you can't. Because you get, I've seen people getting ambushed in the middle of the Mammoth Gulch map. In the middle of the map, who would like make an ambush there?
Is it still red? Are they fighting him? Where the fuck are they? In the basement? Is it a different team? Yeah, it's a different team, bro. But the people here are in the basement. They have to, bro. There's no other place to hide. Like, I've checked everywhere. It has to be a different team.
I don't like this game. I'm scared. I feel like I'm playing horror game.
It is supposed to be horror game.
It is fun.
It is. People play it like a Call of Duty, but it is a horror game.
One down, one man on me.
I see a guy. I see 2 people over there in the forest. Three, right here.
I killed one of them.
I hit one in the river. What the fuck is this game, man?
I shot at him. One of that too. Isaac who shot at. I shot at.
Guys,
One-
we're killing each other.
One died.
As they should.
And more down. ocean. Where? That's a dude there. Woohoo! Come here, come woman. Let's go. Let's go.
Woman.
One more down.
Sure.
He's in the river here. Behind that carriage.
Y'all ready?
I killed one.
I'm dead. He's in the river.
Let's see them handle this turn. I'm so proud.
You missed everything?
Professional handle this.
It's good. No, she's hit. She's hit. She's gonna.
I hit one. I hit one.
Push her, bro. She's low.
Where is she?
Down here. She'll probably revive.
Don't die. I hit him. I can't.
I know.
Bro, but my team is trolling. I can't. It's literally way too difficult to fight all the time alone. It's impossible.
That's why it's interesting, right?
I can't. Like, I killed 2 people, but I can't fight 3 alone. I cannot. You all die, and then I have to fight 3 alone. It's impossible.
Bro, I shut down.
You have to fight alone.
But it's impossible. I shoot 2 people. Isaac dies randomly to some random nigger. Adele missed everything, so she died, but it's fine.
I didn't. I shot him twice and I still didn't kill him.
But you used like what, 15 bullets?
Okay, how's it fair? I shot him next to me. I deal 76 damage. No, what is this?
You hit him in the arm.
And I hit him in the chest also like 70 or 90. That's nothing. I'm never gonna kill this people. Such damage.
But you missed.
I hit him in the chest. What is it?
Yeah, you missed hit twice. You hit only twice.
Yeah, how much I need to shoot for to kill him? 5 times?
Well, twice in the chest. But you hit him once in the arm and once in the chest, the leg, whatever. You missed.
What am I supposed to play? What gun
Shotgun. Play a shotgun. There you go.
I don't want to play shotgun because you all play
lose.
long range.
No, you
kill
lose.
myself
You lose if you don't play shotgun.
Every round.
Yeah, okay,
Exactly.
I'm tier 5, I'm tier 2. What the fuck are you talking about?
It doesn't really matter. If you play shotgun, you'll win probably every game.
I don't wanna play shotgun because everyone's playing long range. By the time I'll get to them, they will kill me.
Then you have to not move. That's the thing. You make an ambush.
X-Collector. Welcome to my channel. TNE Itar Proof now Discord is Goldar in Light.
Wait a second. My friend XP collector. Well, Adele, good luck. Don't let them make you down.
Yes.
I'll be back, folks. Kakve poruke?
DM Prug Konju.
Nema ja DM poruke. Šta da bacimo? Monkey. dođi u Discord. Ne znam, isključio sam notifikacije. Najlakši način da... Aha. Pa ne raditi na deku. Ste li vi gevi? Jebeni. Jo, Miško dođi! Uš! Don't know the season, or what is the reason I'm standing here holding my place. Only the cold wind uphill, it's me that aspires to stand up and fight. The only thing I know for real. Shed man a mirror, now this and the only one. Right up on the dragon's breath, because the mountain don't give back what they take. Oh no, there will be blood. Shed is the only thing I've ever known. Standing here holding my place, a desolate place. Only the cold wind up here, it's me that inspires to stand up and fight. The only thing I know for you. Stand the man a mirror, now they said the only one. Right up on the dragon's breath, because the mountain don't give back what they take. losing my identity, wondering how I've gone insane. To find the truth in front of me, I must climb this mountain range, looking down upon this. Memory broken, truth goes unspoken. I've even forgotten my name. I don't know the season, no, what is the reason I'm standing here holding my place? A desolate place. Only the cold wind up here. It's me that aspires to stand up and fight. The only thing I know for real. Mad up on the dragon's back because the mountains don't give back what they take. The only thing I've ever known.
Tackling. Welcome to my channel.
Truth goes unspoken, I've even forgotten my name. I don't know the season, what is the reason I'm standing here holding my place? It's me that aspires to stand up and fight, the only thing I know for real.
Hank Dadong. Welcome to my channel.
I'm losing my identity, wondering have I gone insane. Find the truth in front of me, must climb this mountain range. Let's do that. Welcome, welcome folks.
Pod is closed for
get your 6. Nice. Thank you. Thanks. Knock yourself out, medic.
Ooh, thank you.
You're welcome. It's free healthcare. By the way, Scrake opened up a shortcut right here.
Right here.
So this is not something you see every match.
Pods closed. Back to the mission.
Yeah, that's like whole new pet. We can also flip the switch right there. Look at that. There. There is a hole. They come out the hole. This guy. Got him. Nós por acaso. This guy. Yeah. Thanks. But that's instant heal. They're shit. Try rapid release. They heal more for longer duration. Insta heal is bullcrap. Trust me.
Maybe grab a few grenades for the pod. Who knows what's in the next wave?
Oh look, they busted even more here. Ooh.
Armor, anyone? This way, follow the king.
It could become a clusterfuck, but we'll see.
That's all, folks.
We got him.
Keep pushing.
The other guy is also behind me. Nice. Thanks.
You maybe want to grab some ammo.
By the way, guys, do you have a lock, like a key? You can unlock the door. There is armor behind.
I got no key for you, man. Sorry.
Yeah. We could have unlocked this, but it's kind of interesting. Like they can bust up this wall and that wall.
It has been pinged.
it's also like a option. If you stay here, the big Z will come and bust up the wall with the chainsaw, and you have more room to run around from the boss, I guess.
That's it. Pod's closed.
Thanks. Hey, everybody here. Yeah, stuck up here, trust me. What's your 6? Guy. Yeah, they busted that wall. We got it. This guy. Thanks.
Milk and honey, anyone? I need some cash.
Rep. There you go, buddy. Yeah, sure.
Time's over, everybody.
Nice. Not impaled, thank you. Right here. Shit! Run! Behind you, behind you, behind you. Wow. Nice teleport asshole. Nice. GG team.
Dead by Daylight, sometimes winning or losing can come down to just luck. When it's on your side, it feels... Hello friends, this is Odds, and as every single time there's a new killer, lots of people are asking me, Odds, how strong is the Crashway? How strong is this killer? Where would you place it on the tier list? I'm gonna say it right now, with a few buffs that she'll most likely get for release, this could be a strong killer. In the PTB, I do think she's a little average. I think mechanically her power has some rough spots that I had a really hard time getting around and learning. But after a few hours, I feel like I finally understand a little bit how to play this killer. I'm going to share with you 3 matches today. In the first one, this is pretty much my first time playing her, and I'm still figuring out where to use each of my powers and the flow, when to use one, when to use the other. Really, really important to figure that out. You're going to see how I figure it out live. In the second one, I had a better idea of how to use my power, and I finally had a cohesive build that worked a little bit better with it, and I got a much better result. But in the third game, you're going to learn something that might be the most important thing of it all, which is to remove the resources from survivors. Infect them a lot and make it really hard to remove the infection. That seems to be the one thing that finally made it feel like I was winning my matches, which, by the way, is really hard to do with some of the nerfs for killer that are coming in this update. At least in the B2B, it felt really, really hard. Hopefully, you have a great time watching this and seeing how I get better at this killer little by little. Okay. Right, so at the start of the game, you probably want to switch immediately to head form. And then go in like this. Oh, you see a burn. Okay. That seems really... If I hit her like this, unfortunately I need to hit her like twice. Well, I've just determined that this kind of... That doesn't work. Oh, wait, it's like a projectile. This is weird. Let's injure her anyway. I want to full infect, right? Oh, wow. Is it just that small projectile? That didn't hit. This projectile is very free, though. Oh, wow, but it's very small. She didn't dodge, so I missed. Right, so now, theoretically, I should be able to damage her with head form, right? Okay. Okay, this might work out. The acceleration was a bit slow. Oh, I'm blocking it. That's good. And she's dead. Why did that block? Because I think that was... No, it wasn't me blocking. It was her blocking it. Bro, you are joking, right? You are absolutely joking. Okay, this is good though. We learned something. We learned that we can play her a little bit like Blight. Sorry, like Wraith. And body block ahead of a survivor. That might be really important in situations like this. Okay, well, we have to break pallet. Wait, what the hell is that? What's up with... Is that just a new animation? Interesting. Can you damage chance in this form? You can. Oh, well, I'm playing with my mods. I should have known. Unfortunately, like, it's just gonna take a long time to put everyone to... They unhooked. Like, my head is useless right now, right? I need to get him infected first. Oh, this is no good. Nice hit, actually. Now my head is useful again. At least switching head modes is really... That was good. At least switching head modes is not super slow and cumbersome. Okay, in this mode, I think I want to switch. Or I could have hit her once and then moved on. That was kind of good of her. I'll do it again. She doesn't get a speed boost from this, so I can kind of follow it up. And now I can switch to head mode. And I'm so sorry, guys. It's probably a bit annoying seeing me figure this out as I go, but I feel like I'm finally understanding the loop of this killer. In a situation like this, where I don't need to hug anything, her power works pretty well. I need to go for that same hook if I want to get Pinterest, don't I? When I get Pinterest, I need to look at which gen turns yellow and maybe go and harass it a bit. Okay. Well, not much to do here, I think. What do we do? It does tell you when survivors are removing their infection, I think. Which I guess is nice. I should have had barbecue, right? But it only works... Yeah. Only works so much. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think I know why that gen is flaming. I think it's flaming to let me know that my next kick is gonna damage it. Yes, that's gonna be it, right? I knew it was there. That's gonna be it. Oh, that's good. Wait, what? That's good. Alright, let's see. She seems fairly weak. It's a lot of setup, chat. I'm gonna be honest. It's a lot of setup, but look at this. That's not weak. That is something, man. That is something. It's just... Oh, it feels a bit like unknown, right? Or something else. It feels like a killer that has a strong power, but it's quite a lot of prep. Oh my god. That was pretty evil. I almost don't see you. Right. Unfortunately. We don't know which gen's getting down, but I mean, we could guess it's that one over there, right? The mobility is actually pretty good. Like, it does less quite a bit. We do have a 40-meter terror radius, by the way, while we're doing this. I'm gonna try to hit her with power. That is actually really hard to hit, but okay. What? That's such a small projectile! Did that hit? Yeah, it did. That hit her as well. Good. Let's get this pop. Or mini pop. Nice. So, we're actually doing alright. Like, the base kit thing has been pretty good. Wait, did she remove it? She removed it. Oh my god, that's actually embarrassing. So you're telling me that if I, why am I so slow? I'm just gonna switch modes. Yeah, you can't M1 normally. I'm just gonna M1. That's the point. That is just... I mean, you don't lose a lot of distance for doing this, but... Man, just keep in mind the time it takes me to infect them is not that big of a deal. Like, might as well just play him one killer at this point. So far, I've had 3 unique hooks, right? And that's really good. Oh, wonderful. And yeah, even if I got this hook, like, okay, like, I've been getting slowdown, but I'm 4 hooks, well, less, I guess. I'm 4 hooks, and they are 4 gens, and I don't think I'm winning, man. I don't think I'm winning. By the way, this doesn't down if I hit her with this, because her infection's gone. This is so bad. This is not good enough, man. It's actually really bad. Wait, Cosmo is on the ground somewhere. It's within 60 meters, maybe. Oh, where's Cosmo? That's so sad. He used Blood Twist, which, by the way, is 25% faster now. Oh, he's on top of the hill, I see. He's gonna be picked up by the time I'm there, so... Yeah. Well, he wasn't, but he probably has Soul Guard, so... Okay, let's try this. I'm definitely not using my... Oh, body block? That's good, I think. That's good, okay. You want to, I guess, be pretty dynamic about switching to this mode. That's not bad. It's just, man, like... Man. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is rough. I feel like this killer... It's a bit like Singularity, right? But just imagine that you need to, like, switch forms before a survivor can be slipstream. Singularity can slipstream you, depending on where you are, he can slipstream you, like 3 seconds, sometimes, right? And then immediate like unbalance in the sense that I'm so sorry. Like he immediately begins to get an advantage on you, right? And you can't hold forward over him anymore. I think I can vault this, but oh, that vault feels awful. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Like my power, my head is only for catching up. Obviously. I love how she extends her pinky fingers doing that. Okay. I mean, this does feel pretty nice. But it's just keeping them infected is so difficult. She used life. Okay. Keep in mind, if I am understanding this correctly, this is not gonna infect her. Yeah. No, that did a third of infection. That did a third of damage. This does a third of damage. What? And this doesn't down her. Now the 4th hit will down her. You're joking, right? You're joking. What? How is this so difficult? Okay. And I needed to be a little careful because sometimes you can kind of accidentally go past her. Now there's a way to make this a lot faster, which is to do this. And I missed, unfortunately. Right? If you do this, now the next one will immediately injure. So switching between modes, I feel is a complete necessity, right? And the fact that it's so telegraphed also means you're gonna eat some dead hearts that are gonna be like so easy time for Suave. Oh. I missed on that boyo. Unfortunately, this puking will not get him into tier 2, I think. This could be good. Hold up. I know I could kill the other girl, but you see, I can't. Like, I would love to do a lunge, but I can't. Doing lunges around corners, like, gets you stuck. So there. Oh my god, his eyebrows. There, my power is just not helpful. It's just really not helpful. I'm afraid. Oh my lord. Okay. This killer is very difficult, man. It's very difficult. Okay. Best thing I could do here, unironically, is stab him. Now he will be infected passively, but he's just gonna get rid of it with the plants so quickly that I generally don't know if it's a good idea. Wait, it bounces like an unknown. Alright, so that hits her. Here, I want to injure. Yeah, you don't want to do both damages with the head, I think, if you don't need to. Honestly, I have to say, in the 1v1, I actually think this kill is fairly good. Like, in the sense that that is a pretty quick down, and you have a bit of mobility and everything, right? Like, this kill is really not bad. It's really not bad, and she's probably not far from being quite oppressive, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know what it's like for the survivors to collect the little fungus, but at least from what I saw in the HUD, they were getting rid of it fairly quickly, so. And they can hold on to it as well. Yeah. Okay, one thing I'm definitely not using right is the splash of my power. Yeah, okay, I'm starting to understand this a little better. You guys understood what had just happened? It's only one projectile, but if you make it splash, it breaks into multiple. Right? And that is kind of important because you can actually make this a little easier to hit. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Oh, I don't see him at all. I think he's here still. Nice, I made a mistake. He's dead here. Watch out, don't... Yeah, don't get juked, I guess. Alright, this is the game that the developers want you to have in this update, I guess. Just hook a lot of people, but don't actually kill anyone. Okay. Right, so knowing that this splinters, could I aim at the ground and splinter it in front of me? Kind of like old Trickster with his add-on. Let me test. That did not hit Yoichi though. Let's test it, let's test that. Maybe it doesn't work off the ground. I missed, okay. Ooh, cool animation. He's too quick, he's too quick. Like I don't even have time. Hold up. It's hard to test this. Like it bounced back into me instead of into him. Where exactly does the bounce go after I look at the... It doesn't bounce off the ground. Yes, it bounces off walls, but not off the ground. I think that's the conclusion, right? That was a mistake. I should have M1 him, by the way. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? This is not too different than M1, but I should have M1, and then I would be catching up a little bit sooner. Yeah. This is a place where I think my power is just not very good, by the way, because I don't think you can hit around corners. Like, you see that? Like, you have such a limited angle, and if you try to hug it tighter, you simply do not actually benefit from it. All right, so let's pretend that he's healthy. Okay, I know he's not, but... Nice. Wait, that didn't hit him, actually. Oh, not nice, then. I could have... That hit her. Okay, so making things bounce is really important. See? You really don't get to use it in small round loops. Oh, man. And that was very unlucky. I don't know exactly why I missed there, but... Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, going in the open like this, then the hits are fine. Pretend to go elsewhere. Vault, maybe? And I think she's ours. You see, I cannot begin to charge my power on the corner. This is my second game playing her for real. In my first game, literally, I could not play her because I kept making this mistake, right? I kept trying to hit people around the corner, and when you try to hit around the corner, you just hit the corner. The game, I don't know, has a hitbox that makes it think that your attack should be coming out. I'm trying different combinations of like holding back. So this is super weird. My first impressions, I feel like in this one match, I have learned so much. I've learned so much about the limitations and also about the strengths. And there are some strengths here. Don't be fooled. There are some really nice strengths here. All right, we've played so many games set with this killer. This is our 10th game or so, more or less. Different maps. All of the maps have been a bit difficult, but you know, that's what you're gonna deal with. I haven't played Larry's or something where maybe survivors win by just a little bit of luck. It's hard to tell where they spawn. But I don't think I've been close to winning any of my matches so far. And that is concerning, man. I know these survivors that we're playing against are good, but like you'd expect me to, after a little while, be, I don't know, at least be a little bit oppressive in some of my matches. Right? That's not a hit somehow. That's good. Like my first chase can go okay. Like this is gonna be a first sword chase, for example. Right? And that's good. But man, the moment I get one bad chase is really hard. This has to be light, right? No, it's not. So she might be dead here. Nice job trying to switch it up. Honestly, here, if I was Blake, I'd be in the mindset of like, oh, infect someone else quickly. But I think infecting needs to be, like, you cannot infect multiple people unless it's unbelievably free. And it's super free. Oh, you see what happens then? I wouldn't do it. Okay, here, I'm just gonna... Actually kind of a smart idea to do what Saiv is doing, because you kind of want to like make it a little difficult for the M2, but probably not super necessary. That's my bad. Alright, switch to head. One nice thing about switching to head is that body blocking becomes really difficult. Okay, these are the kind of loops where this killer should be strong. Brother. I was like, how did that not get blocked? Yeah, these are the kind of loops where this killer should be strong. Oh yeah. So we put Loon and Saiv. And remember, we have Devour. So we need to be smart about using it. Yeah, because no one's infected, I think I'm switching to normal. This is rough, man. This is rough. What a choke. This 20% does not make up for everything I'm losing. I don't know if you guys realize, but like they must have unhooked this person so quickly that I didn't even get my devour. I'm so disappointed, man. Like, if I am encouraged to switch to multiple survivors, why is it so difficult to do it, man? Why is it so difficult? We're booning. I cannot damage, so I need to switch. And oh, I think that's just a normal M1. Not quite. That's a shame. It's so smart that she left, actually. Because if she didn't leave, that probably was gonna... Oh. That's a mistake, I think, but... She did do well. Wait, mind game? Mind game? That's a mind game. That's a mind game. That heart would have destroyed me here. And so would Decisive if it was up, but I don't think it's up. Oh, this is Loon anyway. Yeah, we're good. We're looking... Oh, to be fair, man, to be fair, I'm so close. Like, if they go on hook right now, what the hell do I do, you know? Please don't unhook right now. No, that's my bad. Cosmo does something really well, which is to, like, drop pallets immediately, which I honestly think kind of works against this killer. This loop, I think, is okay for her, though. Because of this shape. Yeah, exactly. She can't stay on the pallet either. But I'm gonna leave him, I think, chat. I'm gonna leave him because I don't want to go for 0 hook Andy. I need to go for Scythe. I think that makes sense. Oh, this is good. I mean, this sucks, but... Oh, well, there goes Undying. That wasn't a hit. They don't bounce twice, these projectiles. Okay. There we go. Finally, I can use power. I'm gonna try to mind game with third person a bit.
Earth.
Oh, it worked, actually.
Our home. Prosperity.
That's so difficult to do, man.
Liberty.
Alright, chat. I'm gonna tell you already.
Democracy.
Nice. They would have dropped that, but they didn't expect it.
Our way of life.
Oh, hello.
Yes, I want. Wants to live forever. Oh. Okay.
Initiating FTL jump to the Osha Une system. Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission preparation aborted.
It's not about that, it's more about...
FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Requesting sentry. Liberty! Heavy, northeast, close. Heavy. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a support weapon. Calling down supplies. Reinforcing.
Nice. Nice.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Reinforcing!
They abandoned our mission and our cause. The execution was our only choice.
Kill him!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Joining the fray.
You got it, you got it.
As for they, now head to the extraction point. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Heavy.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Northeast standing.
Never mind. Reinforcing. Marking extraction point. Requesting orbital. Calling down a sample collected. Sending in an eagle. Heavy, on my position. To the sky.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Marking
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Budget depleted.
Marking extraction point.
step towards total eradication.
Take care, people. Good luck.
I'm gonna tell you already, by the time I finish this chase, I am gonna have the last totem of my build gone, and it's gonna be so difficult. This pallet, I think, is hard. My puke there does nothing. She should have dropped it. Oh, okay.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Oof, this is too difficult, man. This is too difficult. Alright, this should be a legal.
Welcome, welcome.
Choose where to join your fellows in righteous liberation.
Where was I? Yeah, I was at Oshona, I think.
Choose where to join your fellows in righteous liberation.
Initiating
Oh yeah,
FTL
this thing.
jump to
This thing.
the Osha Une system. Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked.
No. No, man. Probably. Uh-huh.
Oh.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life. Oh, hello. But freedom doesn't come free. No! Sweet liberty! No! Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
Join the Helldivers. Become part of an elite peacekeeping force. See exotic new life forms. And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
Wait a minute. Right.
Greetings, Helldiver. The Galactic War awaits.
Initiating FTL jump to the Osha Une system. Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Okay. Oh my god.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. Hellpod launch initiated.
Rout these fascists from their caves. Deploying equipment package.
Sending out an SOS!
Deploying equipment package. Sending down support weapon.
Mag's empty!
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray.
Watch for the dragon, guys. Stalker cave. Watch it. I think I blew it up, don't worry. Yeah, I got it. Stalker, next to you, dude. Watch it. Yeah, unless you run out, you cannot reinforce me. You can't try.
Reinforcing.
Oh. Thanks.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. Thank you.
Thanks!
Reporting. Bug tunnel breach. Bug hive. Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting tac pack. Got a sample. Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Requesting advanced weaponry. New man. Bug hole on my position. You have been a stalwart line of Thank you.
Nice.
Extract when ready.
Easy job.
Calling down a sentry. Bug tunnel breach. New mag. 5 minutes left. Liberty speed your step, Helldiver. Sending in an eagle. Flood light for Super Earth. Tagging location. Southwest. Calling in reinforcements.
this shit came from.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry.
Request approved.
There is a free grenade launcher and a drone if you want it.
Democracy has landed. We've got equipment.
This and this. Help yourself.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a support weapon. Reinforcing. Heavy east, 50 meters.
Fucking dragon, watch it.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Throwing supply beacon. Heavy, south, close. Mag's empty. Heavy, northeast, 50 meters.
T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy.
Nice.
Tech pack inbound.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Box, northeast. Mag's empty. Box, east.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Cancel that. I'm out. Going down. Supplies. Heavy east. Close.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Mag's empty. Mag's empty. Have a taste of democracy. Bug tunnel breach. Requesting walker.
Anybody wants to get inside the cave with the walker and try to kill it?
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Heavy east, 50 meters. Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 20
Guys,
seconds.
take my sample. Take my sample and go.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Nice, son of a bitch.
Pelican 1 prepare to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
This vile glue has met its doom.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Well done down there. Wound will be done in no time.
Thank you for the service.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
The Terminids proliferate out of control on this planet. Get down there and eradicate them. The
Allied
galactic war
destroyer
waits for no one.
coordinates received.
Are you ready, Helldiver?
Ready as ever.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
You want
Orbit
cancer
synchronized.
You want grenades, mech suit, and I guess you want probably this.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
If you would be so kind to set ready. There you go. Kick me. Host has left the game.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Allied
Yes.
destroyer coordinates received.
Well, do we care about the host?
The Super Destroyer is fully upgraded. This is the happiest day of my entire life. Nothing beats spreading democracy in a fully upgraded Super Destroyer.
Thanks.
The hour of our next victory rapidly approaches. Let us cleanse.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Oh no. My brother in arms. What
Orbit
the fuck
synchronized.
are you doing?
Engaging orbital thrusters. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has left squadron. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Helipod launch initiated.
Rocket stone, fellas.
I'll drive and I can drop that level 16 by Walker.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
drive if that's the
Will
case.
surrender its claim to independence.
Okay.
And its E710.
Requesting tech pack. Calling down supplies. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a walker.
Do you need a gunner?
Yeah, I dropped the Walker to that level 16.
Calling down a support weapon. Tech pack inbound.
You get the Walker?
South, 200 meters. Walker.
This one?
Yeah, for the level 16 guy.
Objective completed. Calling down a walker.
I'll drop another one.
Oh shit, I forgot my backpack. Hold on. Whose backpack is that? Oh, that's not my.
That's a spare one.
Calling down a sentry.
Yeah.
There we go, thank you.
Affirmative. Heavy, southeast, on my
Fucking
position.
dragon. It actually moves faster than the mech. Interesting.
Heavy, on my position.
Can't call it under here, man. That's crazy. That's wild. Get back up.
Really? Because we need to close the post. Right here. Right here. I think this. Close.
Objective located, south, 300 meters.
that walking?
Wait a minute. Did you forgot one?
Yeah, it's one in the back where spawn is.
And that would be mine, I think.
Dropping a pin, northwest, 100 meters.
I'll grab it. He died.
Get him out.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy, northwest. New man. Calling down a sentry. Found something. Tagging map, south, far.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Okay, nice.
Dropping a pin, east, far.
We're a bit spread out. I think I'm gonna rendezvous with the Echo 3.
Yeah, bro.
Objective complete.
Requesting sentry.
This piece of shit. I need to get this motherfucker. Dude, it's two dragon roaches.
Yeah, it's super slow. I drove it yesterday.
They lucky I didn't have enough cage. I'd have been.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh my god.
Heavy, east.
Might be harassed by the dragon.
Outpost destroyed.
Marking location, never mind. Heavy, south, close.
I'm smoking.
Found something.
On me. Oh man.
Heavy, northeast, close. Have a taste of democracy.
Oh. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Have to get out.
Reinforcing.
Oh shit.
Heavy, northeast, 100 meters.
Objective complete.
Cancel that. Heavy, northeast, 50 meters. Heavy, west, close. Heavy, southwest, close.
Nice. They melted me. Jesus Christ. You cannot even see the ground on fire.
Thank you.
Body's nowhere near the
Joining the fray.
Leave.
What? We have to run all over that.
Calling down a support.
Deploying support weapon. Deploying equipment package.
Run. East. Mag's empty. We've got equipment.
This is not gonna work. Guys, we gotta rendezvous with T1.
The entire time.
Bug tunnel breach.
Rigged. I see you.
New mag. Requesting orbital.
This armor hard for these acid shit taking as much effect.
I got a walker if you wanna go with the walker down the cave.
Need to get to that rig first.
Yeah, agree.
Affirmative. Supplies. Calling in wait. Requesting tac pack. Tagging location.
Is the new gun any good?
There's
Yeah.
no ammo in the gun. No ammo in the gun. Get inside though. Get inside. Get inside.
Calling down a sentry.
I see. Yeah. We have to go all the way back. I'm gonna try to do something stupid. Go, 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 go. Don't wait for me. Go. Go, go.
Heavy.
Stupid dragon.
Heavy.
This shit is chasing you.
Reinforcing.
Right. Yeah.
Heavy southeast.
Fucking
50 meters.
Is it like any use if you killed it? Like it just spawns another one.
I got an ultimatum, but I gotta be dead on spot with that guy. If anything, we really just gotta really shoot them down together.
Hmm.
A lot of these animals, these whatever they put on here, they take a lot of damage. So it's a lot of team-based damage.
Yeah.
Once we get this last oil raid, we can take care of them. Like, yeah, they did.
Agree.
This rig take a lot of damage. You just can't drop bombs and shit on there. Take care of them real quick.
Wait.
Calling in
I got
reinforcements.
you.
Affirmative.
What's that?
Reinforcing.
Need to reinforce both now. Okay.
Requesting sentry. Going down a sentry. Pack inbound.
Look at this. 2 pieces of shit.
Yep.
Amazing.
I'm coming back.
Nice, fine. I just start drill.
Pack inbound. Ready to liberate. Heavy. Northeast.
Good shit now.
Bag's empty.
Shit now, boy.
Throwing supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy, east, close.
Nice.
Supplies.
It's gonna explode. Everybody move away from the rig. Move away from the rig. It's gonna explode.
Yup.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far. Requesting sentry.
Oh!
Już nic tam dobry, dobra.
Come on, bro. Running fire. Turn.
Heavy. On my position.
It's one.
Marking location. Northeast.
Uh-oh. Fuck. Fuck! Throw another one. Right there, if you can. stop spawning. Directly underneath me.
Heavy, on my position. Last reload. New mag.
Let me see.
Heavy, north, 300 meters.
I think I dropped a couple of nukes along the map. We can nuke their nest if you want.
Dropping item. Tagging location.
If
Got equipment.
anybody needs a backpack, try that. Might help you.
Affirmative.
No problem.
Requesting
I'm gonna
tac
take a nuke
Oh,
and try to
this shit.
walk into their underground. No, K4, K4. You don't have ammo. K4. Here we go. Thanks.
Thank you. Tagging map, northeast, far.
Oh, what? Yo, why am I getting stuck right there? That doesn't make
Heavy, southeast, on my position. Aiming at an eagle.
Okay, where is the entrance in this shit? You can use a mech suit even if it doesn't have ammo, just to tank the damage.
Requesting sentry. Marking location, heavy, northwest, west.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Supplies. Mag's empty.
Watch out, watch out.
Hellbomb arm. Mag's empty. New mag. Package acquired. Sample
I
collected.
got the package. I need to escape. See you later. better, bitches.
You want paper coming after me, bro.
Dropping a pin.
I mean,
Southwest.
paper coming
Far.
after me.
Oh, you got a dragon on your tail. Ooh, bro.
Huh?
Calling in
Fire your ass
reinforcements.
back around here.
Dropping package.
Oh, you ass can stop.
Calling down a support weapon. Tech pack inbound. Package acquired.
Oh, another one?
Requesting longer.
Extraction is available.
Get your ass out the sky, boy.
I got one more suit. We can probably destroy the last hive. Probably. Need backup.
Requesting sentry.
Need stem. Anybody near me?
I got nothing.
Sentry gun.
Thank you.
You can drop supplies. With your...
Okay.
Yeah, drop.
Dropping package.
Oh! My goodness, bro.
I dropped a suitcase at the exit, so it says that.
Calling.
That's an ultimatum, right? Dragon!
7 charges just standing on top of him.
Fuck.
What the fuck is happening?
Piece of shit, Dragon.
Requesting walker. Heavy on my position. Calling in reinforcements.
Alright, yo, what the fuck?
Tunnel break. Requesting air support.
Oh no, 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 not that, not that.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far. Heavy. On my position. Calling down a sentry.
Yo, get up! Oh my god, yo, I'm about to fucking leave this game. This is bullshit.
Reinforcing.
It is. Difficulty.
Being some bullshit like.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
The spawns are kind of out. Wait, super samples. Anybody needs this? bullshit. They unbarreled below me and destroy my arm without even shooting a single bullet. Ultra. Do you want to extract? We got a suitcase and I got super samples. Just call the exfil. Yeah, call it.
Heavy, southwest, 80 meters.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Bugs, southeast. Marking location, east.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Southeast, 100 meters. Calling in reinforcements.
Okay.
Heavy, east, 100 meters. Heavy, on my position.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes in this kill.
Tagging location. South. Bugs.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting cactus. Heavy.
Calling down a
Southeast.
support
Close.
weapon.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Reinforcing.
Reinforcement budget depleted. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Heavy.
Another
Northeast.
one.
Close.
This is great. Absolute great.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Just fucking suitcase.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Yep. Too much.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Heavy. East. Close. Following climbing.
This is
You have to be
Pelican 1.
alive.
Got visual on the extraction zone.
Ow. What charger? What fucking charger?
Fucking nuts.
What charger?
Fucking nuts.
Yeah, grab the
Man, get the fuck out
grab
of
the
here.
suitcase if you can see it. No, it's right there. Or you know. Oh my god.
The Ministry of Expansion Exploitation Committee will carry on their legacy.
Eh. Bullshit.
Many heroes.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
They will be remembered.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
I don't know. Or we could go from south. And
Here? What about here? What about here?
okay. It's good. Maybe this. Oh.
I don't know yet. I'm about to try to see right now. That's why I chose it. I want to look. I want to try to see for myself. No.
So it doesn't have backpack, I'm guessing.
No, it's basically an anti-tank, a regular anti-tank
With a
missile, but just with
napalm.
napalm.
Yeah, got it. Oh, he's gonna have a good time in the light armor. Good luck. That's a light. You're gonna get killed one shot with the first borrower that pops out.
Come on.
I'm gonna want that you from
Bombs. Okay. Oh, you talking about him? Old boy right here?
Yeah, he's gonna have a good time. It's fine. No. Just play it. It's fine. It's fine. Get ready to be reinforced.
That's so fucking funny.
But doesn't he explode when they kill him? You can just jump in the hole and destroy the spawner. Try to gather as many enemy as you can. In that harbor you are the strategen, trust me.
Expeditioners, may liberty guide you.
Calling down a sentry.
Nice.
Requesting sentry.
Firepower.
Calling down supplies.
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh, there's another one right here if anybody wants
Calling
it.
down a walker.
To give you 2.
Oh. Is the cooldown low?
120 seconds.
Too much.
Alright.
Say hello to democracy. Reloading. Objective located. Northeast. 200 meters. Marking location. Never mind. Objective located. North. 100 meters.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Tagging location.
Is this super sample, by the way?
Get close, don't get close. Get close, don't get close.
Nice. I noticed that you can probably just walk into that with the suit and just shoot everything up and restart it. It's kinda easy.
Walking with the suit?
Yeah, you just use a mech to walk into there, kill everything on the side, restart pump easy. I mean, they cannot stop you unless they have like a dragon or super sample.
Found something. Rare sample acquired.
It's not rare, super.
Calling down support weapon.
Cool. I gave you. Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. I was slow. I was slow. I should have go. I don't know why I didn't die.
Fine. We all did that at one point.
Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
You wanna drop in a cluster here?
Calling down walker. Requesting tac pack.
Calling down supply.
Oh shit.
Calling down a sentry.
guy.
100 meters.
He needs that cock.
Heavy, southwest, close. Say hello to
Stop
democracy.
moving, son of a bitch. That's super good.
Yeah. Big boy. Oh, it's my gun.
Dropping a pin, west, on my position.
Fuck, when the target die. Bitch. Bitch.
For prosperity. Get some, get some.
I blasted this. Done, done.
Sample collected. Rare sample collected.
Restart.
I'm on it.
One step closer to mission completion. Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
I'll throw two more if you got it.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling in
Is that the guy in the
reinforcements.
light armor? No, no. It's not.
Sending in an eagle. Tagging map, northeast, 200 meters.
I'm gonna go for the last pump if I can.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Found something. Heavy, on my position.
Hold on.
Heavy, northeast,
Goodness.
close.
It's positive.
Supply, tagging map, northeast, 300 meters. Bugs, northeast.
Calling down.
Deploying sentry.
Heavy. On my position.
Calling down a sentry.
Heavy. On my position. position. Tagging location. Heavy.
Heavy, on my position.
Heavy, on my position.
Heavy, on my position.
It's kind of a cancer, the guy with the impaler and the other guy.
Requesting sentry.
Point
Heavy, on my position.
This is awkward.
Requesting
Oh!
Reinforcing.
I didn't even know he was behind.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Right.
Calling. Dog tunnel breach.
Aiming at an eagle.
I don't understand why they always want to bomb bug breaches on my equipment. I don't understand. I just don't get it. Really don't understand that part.
It doesn't really work.
Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a support. Ready to liberate.
This shit is so fucking big. All on my equipment. All on my equipment. I can't even get my shit back because, like, this shit is so fucking stupid, bro.
They keep bombarding.
West.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Heavy. Southwest.
Old stinky,
50
old
meters.
stinky.
Reloading.
100 meters.
Heavy. Southeast. On my position. Calling in reinforcements. Heavy. West. Close. Reloading. Heavy. On my position.
How many chargers do you want?
Turn it on.
How many chargers do you want?
Not today.
All of them.
Turn.
Calling down a sentry.
I don't understand. I thought that they were y'all. As long as y'all was over here, y'all see.
Dropping a pin.
Turn
West.
that on.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Heavy. On my position. Reloading.
Again.
Heavy. On my position. Reloading. Requesting walker.
Did they stop spawning at one point?
Tagging map. South, 300 meters.
I'm gonna kill myself with this shit. I'm gonna kill myself. That's gonna be. Hey, Blue, can you call me right there?
Roger. No, don't call him. Fuck.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
You guys, bro.
I mean, if you kill yourself, I can call you and you can take the suit if you want.
These guys. That expandable. Yeah, this thing you gotta be at a distance. You can't be up close at all. This gonna kick your ass.
Napalm launcher.
Yeah, that's gonna kick your ass. That's gonna send you through. That's gonna send you through the ringer. Talking about ragdoll. Really gonna feel.
T1, do you want a suit to go inside the hive?
Is this what this is?
Yeah, we gotta go under. No. That's above the ground, I think.
Nah, I'm fine. I'm with it. What you want me to do? You want me hell bombing?
Yeah, I'll give you the suit. We go underground and you need to kill them like a certain amount.
Heavy, south, close.
Yeah, we can do it. I'll take him off his super earth.
Heavy, northwest, 50 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Yeah, take this and let's go. Oh no!
Heavy, on my position.
Oh, no, did he get the guns? He broke the guns off this bitch.
Both. I mean, you can use it as a walker. Walk inside.
Hold on, bro. Back up. He went underground.
Okay. What the hell?
Heavy, east, on my position.
You cooked him.
Alright, I got him.
Reinforcing! Requesting walker! Requesting sentry!
That bug, this suit can fit down there?
Yeah, it can.
Alright, let's get it rocking. Come on.
We'll do it.
Get some! Get some!
Try to stay away from the system guns.
There are certain caves you're like prohibited to enter, but like 99% of caves you can just enter.
Cool.
It won't really count any progress on surface, you need to go down.
Heavy,
you can use ammo to shoot it, but you're gonna waste a lot of autocannon rounds, so you better save it to get inside.
Oh, shit.
Liberty, save me!
Is it here?
Marking location.
Hey, straight down here, bro.
Calling down supplies.
Well, let's see. Walk around. Let me see.
Oh, I don't know.
No.
Get it there.
No. That's no good. Let's see.
Calling down a support weapon.
Yeah.
Might be the other way. Try one right. I'm about to say one.
Infantry cannot enter it also, so let me see.
I mean, good. We got plenty of time. Ain't no rush.
Yep.
Find the main entrance.
Affirmative.
Feel like we're going the right way. Anyway. just don't want to step on you. Is that machete good? Cause I got it. I just
it's,
didn't. I just.
it's a medium pen, kind of slow, but.
Oh yeah, I seen that. I was iffy about using it.
It has a slower. Is it here? I don't know. Can you squeeze like sideways? Yeah, like that. Try. Is that like they're like multiple entrances? Yeah, here.
Tagging location. Follow me. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Right there. I'm coming right up. Sometimes they'll unburrow and just destroy your cannon for no reason. I don't know.
Fog outpost.
Yeah, what
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
Outpost cleared.
Nice.
Marking location. Thank you. Sample collected.
Did they change the sound? When I'm in a cave, it sounds like you got echo when using mic.
Extraction is available.
I'm sorry, my bad. That's because I don't have my actual head.
Dropping a pin. Northwest.
I
200
got you. I'm
meters.
gonna switch it up.
Affirmative. Calling in reinforcement. Reinforcing. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting sentry.
Requesting air support.
Calling in reinforcements.
Suicide? Is that it?
Calling down a sentry.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Calling down a sentry.
Technically we can leave. I just want to find I dropped super samples somewhere.
Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters. Tagging map. North. 100 meters. Heavy. Northwest. 200 meters.
Flying Escol.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Extraction is available.
They keep
Calling in reinforcements.
going from below.
Calling in reinforcements.
You found it? Nice. Let's get the fuck out.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Reporting to the front.
Nice.
Dropping a pin. North. 100 meters. Heavy. Requesting sentry. Calling down a walker.
I recommend going to the exit, calling for birds.
Reinforcing. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting jetpack. Heavy south, close. Proceed to extraction when ready. Heavy east, on my position.
That's nice. Yeah, start. 100%.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcements.
T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Anybody think about a system with this nest back here?
Yeah.
Are we leaving?
I think we should leave. We got super samples. It's like a bit of experience more. Let's try to leave while we have time.
Okay.
T-minus 2 minutes.
You know the bird doesn't
We
leave.
should start this nest back here.
Well, here is the thing. I suggest defending exfil. Yeah, that's why I said it.
Oh, this really is starting this nest.
Yeah.
T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Don't back and plus
I
that.
hate those things, bro. I really hate those things.
Heavy
I
west.
think you got heavy.
Heavy, on my position.
Or maybe you should go back. K4.
If anybody want to grab one of those missiles, they can.
Can you shoot the bird with that?
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Heavy. Southwest. 100 meters. Calling down a sentry.
Did I got him? I mean, I think we did good. You know, all in all, being that we don't have any more lights.
Calling down a support weapon. Heavy, southwest. 50 meters.
Soldier 1 arriving at coordinates. Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Heavy, west. close.
That guy. Run, bitch, run!
I'm out. Marking extraction point. Last reload.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
I'm kind of wondering why they're not like spamming us with
Extraction
units.
complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Swarm intelligence. Ha! They stood no chance against your tactical excellence.
Hold on. There you go. Like 20 objectives left on the map. Where? Where exactly? Yeah, it's stupid. Like those missions in the town where it shows like you have like 5 more objectives and they don't exist actually. We do what we can. Yep. Northward.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. We can never have too many heroes fighting for peace. Another victory over the Terminid Scourge.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Take care. Democracy protects. Was pretty intense, I gotta say. Pretty intense. Czytałem ja to. Pineapple. the fuck wants this? Yeah. That's it. Oh la la. My ding ding dong. It's broken, truth goes unspoken. I've even forgotten my name. Don't know the season, what is the reason I'm standing here, holding my place. Deserted place, kind of mystery. Only the cold wind of fear.
Go hook.
Sweet and inspire, stand up and fight. Jotun. Slayer.
So the only problem is that if Loon is doing this totem, because she has the same or less, I think I would see her, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try a mind game. I don't know if it's gonna work. It did. It didn't. Instant down, that's good. I would have loved to hit her with power before instant on, but whatever. It would have been 3 seconds anyway, right? This is a really good hook, by the way. Oh, that's it. Alright, I'm gonna try to hit the person on the totem. Even if it doesn't do damage, it might interrupt still. Oh, nice, it did. Nice, that hit him. At least got him infected, so that's good. Let's break this. Not much we could do there, I'm afraid. Alright. Okay. Nice trick, nice trick. That was nice. Unfortunately, I'm gonna eat dirt here, chat. Is this window blocked now? Do I make it with Bloodlust? I don't make it with Bloodlust. I do! I do. I do. I do. I do. Oh, let's break it. Right, guys, so I'm now at the point where the game thinks, yeah, no, you're doing good. Now you can kill people. Just look at the amount of gens left, man. I've generally tried my absolute best, man. I've generally tried my absolute best. They don't even give a fuck about the Devour. This is to the final gen, man. Grim Embrace would have been really nice if we were a second earlier, but oh well. Okay, just hit her, might as well. Four hooks instead of 6? Yeah, that's probably what they'll end up doing now. Alright, chat. I heard someone by the gate. I can't slug for long, but I can slug for a bit for sure. Wait a minute. You can't vault it. Nice. Go kill the other girl, then get purple. And the other two maybe break free somehow, but... Oh, Christ.
Wait a minute.
Nice. Nice. Hook and then Mori. And then this gate, the other gate, we figure out how to do this. Look where they're going before mooring. Okay. Okay, good. Not that it's gonna matter too much, because this Mori is so long, right? By the time I'm done, I don't know if I catch other people. Like, make no mistake, guys, make no mistakes. Even though I'm saying that this is so hard and so frustrating and so difficult, like, this killer is not dead on concept. Like, this killer is just a few cooldown adjustments away from actually being pretty strong. I'm pretty sure that during this time they could have already opened that gate, so I don't know if Cosmo is here just to be nice. But yeah, he should be completely fine. Wait, why does it say that he's the last survivor that I've hooked? He's obviously not. I guess it's the only survivor left that I've hooked. Okay. Switch to head now. Really slow vault here, but that's okay. Alright, we got him. I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm gonna be honest. This is technically a win. But this doesn't feel like one. It feels like this was a tie at best. And it's the best I've done in 10 games. Why do you think they put her in the category of killers who get nerfed? I don't know, because maybe they think that she has mobility. Maybe they wanted to be cautious, right? This killer is nowhere near Nurse, nowhere near Blight, nowhere near Billy. You know? So, I don't know why. That being said, if I had a slightly better pop or a slightly better speed boost or a slightly better barbecue or whatever, like, it wouldn't help. Like, all of my complaints about this killer are not necessarily based on that. Alright. We are now starting to toy with the maybe unreasonable idea that perhaps I can make survivors run out of their mushrooms. Because mushrooms respawn, but it seems like at some point they kind of start running out. Not entirely, but you know what I mean. That was dance with me? Damn. Okay. That actually destroyed me. That was a hit. Nice. Let's go for the gens that are not blocked. Corrupt is important for this. Oh. Corrupt is important for this strategy. That's honestly really good. She stunned me and it makes no difference. It literally makes no difference whatsoever. How will I know if they're fully infected, by the way? That just... It's just so sad that I can't control when the lunge ends. Nice play by her. I'm already giving up on my idea, though. Hold up, hold up. That's good. Bit of a mind game there. Oh, nice. Oh, not so nice, but we just don't slug for long. I just wanted to make sure I got the infection. The idea is I want them to cleanse it so many times that by the end they run out of it, but I don't even know if it's possible. This person should be careful because they are infected, and thus I can damage them. This person isn't, so... Wait, they are. They just cure themselves. Nice, we infected them again. M1, oh, they're cornered. This is good. I'm actually gonna go for the last non-infected survivor, make them run out quickly. Yeah. Nice, everyone infected. I think the person is still on the hook. It's hard to tell, but yeah, they are. I'm giving them a bit of anti-gun, but only a bit, so. Okay, hit on Cosmo if we can. I couldn't tell if they are hooked or not. Okay. You know what? Commit to him. I couldn't do that. I simply couldn't do that. Notice that I'm not gonna transition a lot between forms, because anytime I do, I don't care if they get a pallet save. Because if they do, I mean, I get the other girl. Should be difficult for them. Okay. I'm using the Queen Scepter because I've been told that it can, like, hit other people a little bit and make the infection go to 2 higher, which would make them slow down more frequently, I guess. That was... It looked close, but it really wasn't. Here, obviously, Cosmo wants to take a hit because he has 30 seconds of... Nice. Wait. Oh, she's not infected! Oh my god. Leave her. I didn't realize. So, unfortunately, whenever I switch, they will see that I have That was actually pretty good. They will see that I leave a mushroom, but if it's right here, guess what? Maybe I don't need to keep everyone infected. Maybe it's only the people I care about. I'm already thinking way too hard for this. Wow, that was a mess up. Hold up. I still have the kick from last time. I'm gonna use it. Wait, what? Wait, what? That person's up already? Oh, Christ. Conviction. Did that on purpose. Okay. That's alright. And they're not infected. That part sucks. That part sucks. Everyone else is gonna be clean off infection. I have a feeling this game is going better than anything else we've done so far. But I don't know if this is why. I like the M1 feeling so quick. It feels very fast for some reason. Oh. What the hell? What the hell? I'm sorry, is this just like Lucky Break or... I'm so confused. He might be dead here, unironically. Okay, I actually thought my power had good reach, but... Anytime you chase for a little longer than this, you probably should do this. I've seen this killer get stunned, like, from outside of, like, what seems reasonable. Like, it's just, I can't him one! I can't him two! Oh, guy, thank God he made a little bit of a blunder there. This is so difficult, man. It's actually so difficult. I do enjoy the fact that the mini pop is like with you for a long time, but keep in mind on this killer it's only 10%. On other killers it's 20%. This killer counts as an S tier. And I don't understand why. Okay. Alright. It seems like the idea of... Did I get them both or just one? Oh wait, you can body block it. You can body like you. It doesn't go through both. Unlucky. So I now have 4 hooks on almost everyone, not in Scythe. Right, we're doing good. We're doing good. We have a person that's gonna be their own hook, and if I go for them because I'm at 5 hooks now, I should be fine. I'm gonna try to hit him if I can. Oh my god. He leaves no scratch marks. Oh my god, I have no idea where he is. It's not... No. I don't know where he is. Sorry, I know it seems weird to mind game Shaq, but I actually think it might be possible. It kind of was possible? Alright, good thing about this, it's my final Grim Embrace. So that's good. And he will show me my obsession, which is Kali. Not my best target, I should still go for Cosmo. If I gone. If I hit him right now, by the way, that would remove. However, because Cosmo has more hooks, my base kit barbecue doesn't work. My base kit barbecue only works on Kali, because she's the same amount of hooks. Or sorry, they are the same amount of hooks. So you understand the problem? Like right now, I would love to look for Cosmo, and I think I've earned barbecue on Cosmo or purple, but I can't. It just doesn't work. This base kit barbecue is good for like your first like it's not reliable. You cannot think that it shows you everyone because it really doesn't. It really doesn't. The unhook happened, we just don't know it yet. Right, we hit her. I'm gonna try. I didn't. This or Cosmo is both good. Big fast volt speed, you've seen that. I don't think this is good.
A? Grožđe, dobro, hvala. Hvala.
Ću doći malo ovo da... Omete mi oči s tim želiti.
Good shot. Don't think this is good. Nah, it's really not. I don't think it's doable. Yeah. Wait! Wait! They might have messed it up. Oh my god. It took me so long to hit them that they actually cleaned. Yeah. Were they infected in the first place? Or what happened? I'm not sure. Maybe they removed it passively. I'm not too sure. I thought I was gonna down them. Okay, so I'm gonna see the hooks of no one, I think. That's good. That's good. Not ideal though. I want to go for someone else. Oh, they have last stand. Good to know. You know, I'm gonna keep. I don't know how we're 3 gens. I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know how we're 3 gens. Maybe we're gonna ask them if this match was super difficult to get rid of the. That's nice. Yeah, in loops like this, if you don't drop the pallet, you're kind of dead. Maybe we're gonna ask them if it was actually hard to find the mushrooms. We did something right this match, clearly. Okay, that's Scythe, which I care about, but not as much as Cosmo. Yeah, basically the base game barbecue is making me just hook everyone a bunch of times. It's kind of like the 2v8 effect, where they only show you people that are not close to dying. And I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, why? Like, I don't want to go for you now, man. Like, I'm just giving you chances that you shouldn't be getting. Like, Cosmo should be dying now. Oh, and they unhook and I didn't know. I didn't finish the gen! Okay, at least I have deadlock on that one. Like, why? Oh my god, dude. That's actually insulting. Okay, so this person was gonna heal passively, but luckily, because it takes a few seconds, we managed to kill them before they finish the gen and before the heal passively happened. If you hit them, the heal passive disappears. But now the gens are blocked! Okay, man. Okay. Let them finish the last gen or the gens are blocked forever. All they need to do now is just hide. And they're gonna stall me out. This is so awful, dude. This is so awful. This is so... I did so good! I tried so hard not to eat the passive. Like, the penalty. In medium looks like this, you kind of have to use your power. And look, that would have been a hit. Unfortunately, because she's not infected, it doesn't do damage, but... yeah. Nice, we sprayed it on her, unknown style. So don't get me wrong, if I play this well, it should still be 3 kills, but if she had a Dren or something, I don't know, man, this could have been so bad. I'm afraid of turning into a hit, unironically. Oh my god. Okay, come on, we got this. Oh my god, there's a chance she might get hatch. My power, it doesn't have that much range. We need to stop thinking it does. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Chad. I tried to body block, which is something you should be doing with this killer. She's gonna get the hatch at this rate. Okay. The fact that I had to work this hard with such a good early game, dude, is absolutely insane, man. Like, I have had 6 hooks, no kills, At that point, I am not tunneling. I am not. It doesn't matter what I do from that point, man. It doesn't matter if I go for a survivor that is dead on hook after I get dead on hook. There's only 3 survivors left. There's only 3 survivors. Why did I get the punishment, man? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. This still feels so difficult, man. Bro. Well, if this update went like this, I think this is what your kill games might look like. But luckily, I have a feeling 3 things are gonna happen. Number 1, I think this killer's not gonna be considered S tier, and they're gonna give her the same speed boost and the same damage on gens that everyone gets, say for Nurse, Blight, Billy, Dracula, right? So that's gonna be a buff. I also think that her cooldowns are gonna be better, and then she'll be stronger even. And then on top of that, I also think they're gonna reduce the numbers of the penalties. So when that happens, this will be fine. But oh my god, so difficult right now, man. So difficult right now.
Hey, so today I'll be covering all of the Dust Devils rewards, including the AR2 Coyote, S11 Spear, Eat 700 Expendable, MS11 Solo Silo, and the G7 Pineapple. I'll also briefly discuss the new CQC 42 Machete and share my thoughts on whether you should buy the newest Warbond. But that's not all, there's a lot more to cover. If you enjoyed the content, please consider supporting the channel by hitting the like button below. It'd mean a lot. With that said, let's jump right in. Alrighty, we're starting the video by discussing the AR2 Coyote, which offers 2 firing modes, semi-auto or full auto. The first faction on the list is the Illuminate, and their flesh mob is very easy to take down with this weapon. The strategy here is to fire slowly to conserve ammo, letting the incendiary rounds deplete the enemy's health. This is what I suggest, but of course, you can go all out and unload an entire magazine. However, doing so will require another magazine to eliminate a flesh mob. By taking it slow, as you can see, it only takes 1 magazine. The second enemy is the Overseer. Since the AR2 Coyote has medium armor penetration, you'll want to aim for the head, firing 2 to 3 rounds for faster eliminations, though you can aim for the chest if preferred. In this clip, you'll see how quickly headshots take them down compared to chest shots. The same strategy from before applies here. Fire a few rounds at the chest and let the incendiary rounds burn down the Overseer's health. I also recommend doing the same thing with the Volus. You can one-shot them easily or tap each enemy with the incendiary rounds and let the fire damage take them out. We're moving on to the next faction, the Automatons. As you know, Hulks can be defeated by getting directly behind them and dealing damage to the glowing heatsink. With the AR2 Coyote, it takes about 1 magazine, leaving you with some ammo to target nearby enemies, aka the bots. On the other hand, we've got the Scout Striders next, which we can defeat quickly by unloading 7 rounds to the pelvis. This also works on shielded Striders. Additionally, 7 rounds will suffice for all Devastator variants unless you aim directly for the center where their heads are. That is 1 shot, but aiming for the chest or body hits in general, that'll require 7 hits. With those 2 enemies out of the way, let's talk about gunships. If you didn't know, aiming for the front or back thrusters will let you take down gunships fairly quickly. I missed some shots here, but in total, it should take 1.5 magazines in total. And that's all you need. I had to speed up the clip, so this way we can get straight to the point, right? Anyway, for the smaller enemies, they're super easy to take down, just 1 shot, just like the Volus. Now the third and final faction to test the Coyote on is the Terminates, starting with the Impaler. I highly recommend aiming for the top portion, as the bottom tentacles require more ammo to destroy. It took 1 magazine and 1/4 of a second magazine in total. Now the Impaler's long-lost sister, aka the Charger, will absorb more ammo before it's defeated. For instance, in this video clip, I got directly behind one, fired 1 magazine, then a second, and used half of a 3rd magazine to defeat it. Not too bad overall. And in this video clip, I definitely sped it up just a little bit so we can get straight to the point again. So what about the ruptured enemies? They all have similar health pools. Spears take 4 hits, smaller terminids require 1 tap, and warriors or ruptured warriors need 3 hits, and that's all. The final 2 terminid enemies I'll discuss briefly are the Hive Guards and Shriekers. For Hive Guards, tap the cranium with 2 rounds and let the fire damage deplete the remaining health. Or if you prefer, unleash 3 hits to finish them off. Shriekers are very easy to exterminate, just 1 tap their wings or the middle section of their bodies and they'll go down with ease. We're now moving on to the S11 Spear Gun, which has no firing modes to switch between. This particular stratagem is an absolute beast, by the way, and here's why. The flesh mob isn't too challenging when using this stratagem. Started with 12 spears and ended up with 5, so I used 7 spears to take down 1 flesh mob. However, if you use the spear gun on an Overseer's Dome, it only takes 1 hit. But what if you don't aim for the head? You can aim for the Overseer's chest, fire 2 spears into the middle section, and it'll drop instantly. For the Volus, the spear gun is incredible for crowd control, allowing you to rack up quite a few eliminations just by using its gas effect. What's also cool about this particular stratagem is that if you can lower down the shields on a warp ship and fire inside, it'll actually blow it up, and I'm not kidding, as you'll see here. Now, the second cool thing about the spear gun is that you can use it to take down harvesters. Fire 1 shot, then a second one, and the third and final shot will bring down the harvester without a problem. Super cool, fun to use, and just an incredible tool to use. The second faction is the Automatons. You can fire 1 spear at the middle section to pierce through and 1 tap a Hulk. Not only is the S11 spear gun incredible against Hulks, but you can also use it to scrap an entire War Strider like it's nothing. I highly recommend aiming for the hip joints, as you'll see where I'm aiming in this clip. You'll need a total of 5 spears, and that's it to bring down this War Strider. Not to mention, the S11 spear gun is highly effective for 1-tapping Scout Striders and Reinforced Striders by aiming at the front. You can also defeat all Devastator variants by targeting either the head or body. It really doesn't matter. To bring down a gunship quickly, aim and fire at the front or back thrusters, and you'll see how this gunship is going to plummet straight down. It's very useful. Not only is it useful on those, this stratagem can also be used to destroy fabricators, whether they're the small ones or the much larger versions found in colonies and megacities. All you have to do is aim for the vents and they'll explode just like so. Super easy and fun to use. So what about the Barrager tanks? Can you take them out? Yes, you absolutely can. Fire 1 spear at the middle section there, then when it comes down to your second shot, fire in the same exact spot and it'll blow up like so. Very fun to use, and it's so easy to take out. Now on to the next faction. With the Terminids up for testing, I suggest aiming for the top instead of the bottom, as it takes fewer spears. In this example, I had to unload 5 spears to destroy the tentacles. However, if you aim for the top portion of the tentacles, it only takes 4 spears. The Charger, on the other hand, requires more spears, a total of 6. However, I suggest using the S11 spear gun to break the shields on its legs, then using your AR2 Coyote or any weapon at your disposal to fire at the open wound. You'll know the armor is broken when you see the orange meaty flesh part on the sides of the legs, as shown here. For testing purposes, I used only the spear gun. Not only that, the S11 spear gun can one-tap nearly every enemy, including Brood Commanders, Ruptured Warriors, and Spewers. I discovered that firing it at the ground forces ruptured enemies to pop up immediately, allowing you to aim and finish them with your primary weapon. It's also great for smaller enemies and groups as well. Oh, and not to mention, you can use the spear gun to destroy bug holes, just like how we destroyed fabricators and the good old warp ships with it. So it's definitely useful all around. Next up, we've got the EAT 700 Expendable Napalm, which comes with no firing modes to switch between. You can one-tap smaller faction enemies and even flesh mobs, as shown in this video clip. It's also useful for defeating harvesters, though it'll take 2 shots, which isn't too bad. Just pick up the second launcher and fire away, and it'll eventually drop. Now, if you'd like to destroy warp ships, do not aim directly at the warp ship when the shields are up. Wait for the shields to lower and then fire straight inside. That'll work perfectly fine. You can also take out gunships, though it will take two, just like the harvesters. Aim correctly, fire away, and there it goes, falling straight down. We also can take out automaton hulks, fire one shot, let it chill for a little bit, or let it heat up for a little bit. I recommend throwing something like maybe a stun or a urchin so it really sits in the flames there, and then there you go, it's done. Not only can you do that to the hulks, but you can also do it to the war striders. Again, let the war striders sit in the flames. You may have to throw another one just in case, you know, the fire or the flames actually go away. If it does, then shoot another one and it'll go down. What I do not suggest is using this to try to blow up a fabricator. It's not going to work. The fabricator is absolutely going to remain the same. We're now on to the third faction. We're going to use two of the brand new Eats Expendable Napalm on the Impaler. 2 is all you need. It'll go down quickly. Now the Charger, on the other hand, is the same story. You basically throw one urchin, let the Charger set inside the flames for a little bit, let it really burn up, then toss another urchin, fire your expendable at it, and again, let it just really sit in there and burn up all the way. Eventually, it'll drop, and that's all you have to do there. Oh, and also, this will work on the ruptured version as well, so it doesn't really matter between the two. On a side note, I do not recommend using this on the Dragon Roach. It's practically useless, so you're better off using, I don't know, maybe a Quasar or Recoilless instead. The fourth stratagem is the MS-11 Solo Silo, which has no alternate fire modes but features a unique trait. You can guide the missile by holding down the trigger and steering it in the desired direction. You can also drop the remote at any point and pick it back up later as long as the missile remains intact. Additionally, I'd like to point out that it's impossible to destroy stratagem jammers with just the Solo Silo. Anyways, the Solo Silo is an incredible stratagem for destroying and one-tapping nearly every large enemy you can think of, except the Hive Lord, which requires more damage. You can defeat any large-size enemies such as a Harvester, Flesh Mobs, Factory Striders, Bile Titans, Bunker Objectives, Dragon Roaches, and Impalers, and even Gunships if you guide the missile towards them. You'll see all the enemies I just listed in this section of the video. Essentially, you can take out almost all enemies except Hive Lords, as I mentioned earlier. It's one of the best stratagems in my opinion, support-wise, with a 2-minute cooldown allowing frequent use, which is impressive given how powerful it is in-game. What I'd like to know is, do you think the Solo Silo outshines the Hellbomb? If you agree or disagree, leave a comment below this video and let's discuss it. Also, on a side note, just to throw this in there, you can take out fabricators, of course, warp ships, and even those pesky shrieker nests from far away, and it's a hell of a tool on the battlefield. Definitely recommend this stratagem all the way. Alrighty, on to the fifth and final reward in the Dust Devils Warbond is the G7 Pineapple Throwable. I'll start by saying this grenade should only be used on grouped enemies. It's nearly useless against larger, tougher enemies. If your goal is to damage large enemies, stick with the thermite, as the pineapple isn't designed for them, as I've just explained. It's a waste of a throwable otherwise. And you'll see my point in this video. Sure, you can toss a pineapple directly behind a Hulk to hit the heat sink and destroy it, but she might miss. And against an Impaler, you'd need 5 grenades to defeat it when a thermite would be way more effective. The same applies to the Charger. I had to throw 6 pineapples to take 1 down, making it a waste compared to other options. This grenade shines the most against enemies traveling in groups, Bolas, Overseers, smaller Terminids, and automatons roaming the map. It's a fun grenade for crowd control, really. The final item I'd like to cover is the CQC-42 Machete, a new melee weapon. I'm actually disappointed with it. It's slow, and I mean really slow to swing. If you're going to use a melee weapon, I wouldn't recommend this one. Instead, go with the Stun Lance or Stun Baton, which are great for stunning enemies and can be swung much faster for better results. Alrighty, before I wrap up the video, we need to discuss the new passive, which grants 40% resistance to arc, gas, acid, and fire damage. While the idea sounds great on paper, I believe you're better off using an armor passive that targets a single resistance, such as the inflammable passive, which provides 75% resistance. This is far more effective, especially on the new Hive World maps, where you'll face a Dragon Roach. From my testing, the multi-resistance passive wasn't as effective as the inflammable passive, as I survived longer due to the higher fire resistance. While the multi-resistance passive sounds appealing, it's not that effective in game, and I recommend choosing a specific passive tailored to the element you need resistance against. With everything tested and discussed, should you buy the Dust Devils Warbond? Absolutely. I think it's one of the best Warbond released recently. The AR-2 Coyote is powerful, it's a great assault rifle, effective against all enemies. The MS-11 solo silo can destroy nearly everything with a short cooldown. The EAT-700 expendable napalm is phenomenal against groups and larger enemies, and the S-11 spear gun is incredibly strong, capable of one-tap and hulks and other enemy types. Overall, this is an S-tier Warbond in my opinion. It also comes with customization options such as barrels and scopes you can change. I highly recommend purchasing this one as soon as you can. Anywho, thank you for watching. Overall, thank you so much. If you enjoyed the video, I'd appreciate if you hit the like button, subscribe, turn on notifications, and let me know what you think about this Warbond in the comments.
It used to be that we had bad kids who were locked away in reform schools and sick kids who were locked away in mental hospitals.
The Master only represents God on the earth. And if you can't stand naked in front of your Master, you can't stand naked in front of your God.
The compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government.
"29 disturbing documentaries, 7 levels. I've put together some of the most unsettling, disturbing documentaries ever made. We will start with some eerie and unnerving documentaries and slowly work down into some of the most gut-wrenching and malicious footage ever captured on film. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Level 1. Grizzly Man. Grizzly Man chronicles the life and death of Timothy Treadwell, a self-professed environmentalist who spent 13 summers living among grizzly bears in Alaska's Katmai National Park. His entire reason for living was to protect the bears.
Every week I must move 1 mile after staying for 7 consecutive days. If I was to do that here, I would not be able to study these bears. I would not be able to really protect them. I'd have to actually move out of the bag.
But in 2003, he and his girlfriend, Amy, were killed and partially eaten by a bear while the camera was still rolling. The director, Werner Herzog, used over 100 hours of Treadwell's own footage to tell the story, as well as interviews with his friends, experts, and park officials. It's not even a spoiler to point out that he dies at the end.
Let me tell you, honestly, camping in grizzly country is dangerous.
The movie opens with that, which leaves the audience with this deep feeling that everything is going to go horribly wrong in a way that feels inevitable. Every scene documents Timothy's love for the animals and his fearlessness around them. He's shown petting foxes and lecturing or hugging bears. So from the very beginning, we know exactly how he's going to die. We just don't know when it's coming. But Herzog doesn't want to make you think Timothy is just some very good guy. The footage does the work for him, showing that Timothy was, at his best, deeply complicated. A failed actor battling addiction and loneliness who found purpose in the wilderness, yet fatally underestimated its dangers.
It's good work. I feel good about it. I feel good about myself doing it. And I want to continue. And I hope I can. I really hope I can. But if not, be warned. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals. I will die for these animals.
Between those scenes of animal love, we see much darker, more emotional moments. He tearfully rants about societal rejection or makes erratic claims, believing that he can change the weather and protect animals through sheer willpower. And it all leads us to that moment where the audio recording of the fatal attack comes out, yet we don't hear the full thing. Only Herzog and Timothy's ex-girlfriend hear it. Herzog describes it as the most terrifying thing I've ever heard. They called him mostly harmless. In 2018, the body of an emaciated hiker was discovered in Florida's Big Cypress National Preserve. He carried no identification, but he was known on the trail as mostly harmless. The documentary, They Call Him Mostly Harmless, is all about getting answers about this mysterious man. The movie follows the 2-year effort to identify him, interviewing the hikers, investigators, and amateur detectives who eventually identify the man as Vance Rodriguez, a tech worker.
Christy, his name is Vance Rodriguez. My husband worked with him in Shopper's Choice.
But at its core, what makes this movie so disturbing is how it dissects the true crime community, us. The documentary digs into the internet investigations around the case and the collective delusion that built within. These communities were constructing elaborate, often fantastical narratives about Vance Rodriguez. They suspected he was a cancer patient, an extraterrestrial, or a time traveler. Some of them projected a totally fabricated image that he was a gentle wanderer. But then the truth comes out, revealing a deeply troubled man with a history of abuse to his partners and emotionally volatile to those who encounter him. And suddenly, everything changes. These Facebook groups devolve into rival factions, moderators weaponizing personal attacks to hurt others who disagree, and innocent individuals are falsely accused of being Rodriguez. The movie is framed as an investigation into a missing person, but under it all, it's a cautionary tale about parasocial relationships and just how creepy it is that we, as strangers, get so emotionally invested in a dead man that we totally overshadow his flawed humanity. These people turned an abuser into a hero and then lashed out once the reality became clear. Earthlings. Earthlings is not a movie for the faint-hearted animal lovers out there. This documentary is designed to be excruciatingly uncomfortable, taking a very close look at humanity's exploitation of animals across the pet, food, clothing, entertainment, and science industries. The filmmakers managed to sneak hidden camera footage into factory farms, puppy mills, slaughterhouses, and research labs, getting up-close evidence of rampant and systemic cruelty to animals, all in the name of profit. And it doesn't shy away from anything making it extremely hard to watch. The movie is unflinching in portraying the reality of these environments. Scenes show live animals getting skinned for fur, dogs forcibly bred via racks, and livestock subjected to brutal slaughter methods despite the facilities claiming humane practices. Workers in these environments taunt and torture their animals in ways that force the viewer not to turn away. The whole argument of the movie is that all animal exploitation is rooted in speciesism, a superiority toward animals that humans hold. It argues that we as humans are making fundamentally poor everyday decisions that allow these practices to continue, and that has a major effect on the audience. Many viewers have said that the movie was so life-changing and visceral that it convinced them to shift to veganism. But the movie's aggressively shocking and not at all nuanced approach has also convinced more people to dismiss it entirely. In fact, one of the biggest complaints was that the movie never even mentioned the possibility of legal reform, that these extreme cases could be tackled by laws. Instead, it puts all responsibility on the audience, who have very little power in controlling these issues. But those who loved the movie loved it. In 2020, Maxim Krivos took hostages on a bus in Ukraine. Among other things, he demanded that the president, Volodymyr Zelensky, release a video recommending that all citizens watch the movie. The president did make that video, and then deleted it once the hostages were released. Which means few people probably ended up watching what could have been a very life-changing documentary. Level 2. Bowling for Columbine. Michael Moore's Bowling for Columbine examines the difficult subject of gun violence in America through the lens of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre, one of the deadliest school shootings in the history of the United States.
Investigators say this attack appears to have been carefully planned for a long time.
The movie uses the incident to highlight and criticize U.S. gun culture, media-induced fear, and systemic inequality, while challenging simplistic and usually reductive explanations for violence like blaming violent media or music. Part of the reason the movie was so impactful is how it highlights the issues in America when it comes to guns. More specifically contrasts scenes showing how easy it is to get a gun, including a moment where he gets a free rifle from a bank with seriously harrowing footage and audio calls from the Columbine attack to show just how inevitable the shooting was, thanks to the pro-gun American system. The documentary argues that America and its citizens have created the environment for school shootings, and it heavily implies that it will continue down that path. Even interviews with pro-gun people like celebrated actor and then NRA President Charlton Heston are troubling to watch, as Charlton refuses to blame guns for violence and instead blames mixed ethnicity.
You don't have any opinion, though, as to why that is, that we are the unique country, the only country that does this, that kills each other on this level with guns?
Well, we have probably more mixed ethnicity than other countries, some other countries.
When the movie came out, it won the Academy Award, but the audience was less enthusiastic, accusing him of omitting some pretty key points and exploiting survivors of the attack to make his argument. But in 2025, when more and more school shootings continue on American soil, it's a pretty disturbing watch to realize how easy it is in America to pull off this kind of domestic terrorism. Kaniba. In 1981, a Japanese man named Issei Sagawa gained international infamy after and his Dutch classmate René Hartvelt in Paris. The court case that followed pretty quickly declared him legally insane, forcing him to spend 15 months in a Japanese psychiatric hospital before being released. But when he did get out, he just profited from his crime through writing, photography, and media appearances. Kaniba is a documentary that digs deep into who Issei is beyond the controversy. It specifically focuses on his seemingly mundane, everyday relationship with his brother Jun, which doesn't sound that disturbing, but it is. The movie is extremely intimate with Issei, using extreme close-ups of his stroke-paralyzed face to force us into his mind. When he talks and reflects on his crimes, he seems more concerned about himself and how he will end up. He shows no remorse for any of the things he's done. He seems entirely unfazed by all of it. But in his art, he is even worse. The movie uses archival footage of Issei's self-drawn manga depicting graphic his way of expressing the desires he's legally not allowed to express in the world. And through it all, his brother Jun is right there. The movie shows that Jun is not a willing accomplice, but deeply conflicted over who his brother is and what he's done. He's vocally opposed to the actions, but he loves his brother too much to cut all ties. But the thing that lingers the most for audiences is that the movie never picks a side. At no point in the movie do the filmmakers force the audience to condemn or sympathize. It just presents Issei's view of the world and allows us to make a choice on how we feel about it. Which means some people watching the movie will inevitably find deep sympathy or even identify in a cannibal. And that's not a comfortable thought. Tickled. Tickled follows David Ferrier, a New Zealand journalist who hears about the strange world of competitive endurance tickling, involving videos featuring young men being restrained and tickled. But when he tries to dig into the subject, he finds that the people involved want nothing to do with journalists or publicity. His quirky human interest story grows increasingly dark as Jane O'Brien Media, the shadowy organization behind the videos, bombard him with legal threats and homophobic abuse. People who appeared in the video reveal intense exploitation, harassment, and legal threats to prevent them from speaking out about the videos, which they were coerced or blackmailed into. Ultimately, it all leads David to unravel a network of coercion tied to David D'Amato, a wealthy former school administrator with a history of cybercrimes and defamation campaigns against participants who speak out. D'Amato's operation used all of its legal power to blackmail participants with threats to expose their involvement, damaging careers and personal friendships. Critics were silenced with tactics like doxing, fake personas, and the leaking of audition tapes without consent, or retaliatory emails sent to employers accusing them of deviance. Audiences loved Tickled, but what they loved about it is exactly what is so horrifying and disturbing. The movie begins as this harmless, quirky, kind of weird story, only to gradually dig deeper and unravel an absurd and ultimately horrifying network of systemic abuse. By the end of the movie, David Ferrier finally confronts David D'Amato, who threatens him with legal action.
There's a legal issue about me seeing you right now.
Is there?
Yes. You're in this country on a tourist visa. By doing anything related to so-called journalism, you're in violation of the federal law here. Back for a long time.
I'm on a journalism visa.
But Ferrier makes one final reach to D'Amato's stepmother, who ends the movie acknowledging her stepson's tickling obsession and dropping the final, most disturbing reveal in the movie. She's still deeply afraid of what her stepson can do.
I think he has a split personality. It's like that fine line between genius and insanity.
Southern Comfort. Southern Comfort documents the final year in Robert Ead's life. Robert was a transgender man in rural Georgia who died of ovarian cancer after being denied treatment by over 20 doctors due to nothing more than transphobia. The film follows Robert's life as he navigates his relationship with his partner, a transgender woman named Lola Cola, reconnects with his biological family, who struggle to accept his identity, and leans on his chosen family of transgender friends. The movie forces the audience to sit through and witness the systemic medical neglect that Robert endures, rooted in their own interests, prejudice, and bias. Robert's ovarian cancer metastasized after repeated rejections from physicians who feared treating a transgender patient would harm their reputation.
There was 2 or 3 of the doctors that were at least honest enough to just say point blank, I'm sorry, but it would be too much of an embarrassment to my other patients to have you in here. They were afraid of losing business.
They put their personal careers over the safety, well-being, and literal life of a patient. In one scene, Robert confronts it, pointing out that the last truly female part of me is killing me. But the filmmakers know that they have to show more than just one person's struggle to really hit home. This is a problem for many more people than just Robert. Robert's friends recount their own botched surgeries and experience with inappropriate discriminatory practices, even as he suffers a rapid and painful physical decline. And through it all, his family just dig deeper, with his son telling him that Robert will always be Mom to me. After seeing the movie, many medical professionals went on the record to apologize to Robert for the multiple systemic failures in the medical community, but it was too late. Robert died of his cancer. And in a time when the U.S. is attacking the rights of transgender people, this movie shows just how fragile their existence can be from the very people who are supposed to keep them alive. Level 3. Titicut Follies. Frederick Wiseman's Titicut Follies is not just a documentary. It's a landmark documentary made to expose the inhumane conditions at Massachusetts Bridgewater State Hospital for the criminally insane. The movie is filmed in stark black and white, capturing every moment of the inmates suffering under the dehumanizing treatment of the guards and institution. These inmates endure forced psychological and force feeding before being made to take part in the bizarre and sinister in-prison talent show, The Titicut Follies. The movie is made to highlight the unflinching nature of systemic cruelty within these institutions. There are entire scenes where guards mock patients during humiliating routines, like forcibly shaving a man while taunting him about his filthy cell, none of which he can do anything about. One inmate, diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, argues his mental state has deteriorated due to institutional neglect. A harrowing force-feeding scene shows a tube inserted into a patient's nose as a staff member's cigarette ash contaminates the food. It's just one horrific situation after another, and the director refuses to contextualize any of it. Just have to watch as these patients are confined to barren, furniture-free cells, often naked, with minimal medical or psychological care, and forced to survive. From the second the movie released, controversy instantly erupted. Massachusetts banned the film in 1967, citing privacy violations, but it was obvious that the state was just trying to censor the movie and avoid scrutiny of their own behavior. It soon became the first American movie to be censored for reasons unrelated to obscenity or national security. Courts banned any screenings of the movie until 1991, at which point most patients had died. As the movie reached a larger audience, it became an important piece of history, spurring reforms in institutional care. In 2022, it was officially announced that Titicut Follies earned preservation in the National Film Registry for its cultural and historical significance. Voyeur. Voyeur follows journalist Gay Talese as he investigates Gerald Foos, a Colorado motel owner who modified his property with hidden vents and an attic observation platform to spy on guests for decades. Talese digs deep into Foos's voyeuristic research, including many recorded encounters, drug deals, and even an alleged. Throughout the movie, Foos shows absolutely no regret or remorse for his actions. He believes that his voyeurism was not controversial or wrong. He claims it was a sociological study, though he does admit to deriving voyeuristic pleasure, even while watching his guests without their knowledge or consent. And then he admits that he witnessed a and did absolutely nothing to stop it.
This guy up there, the voyeur, is watching this. And, of course, doing nothing.
All of this is very complicated in itself, but Talese as a journalist doesn't make it any easier. Initially, he defends Foos as a harmless, if weird guy who isn't really hurting anyone with his creepy actions. As the movie goes on, he starts to dig into and confront the gaps in the story that Foos is telling him. But social media did not like what Talese did. The movie was a success, and Foos was widely criticized as a creepy, cocky predator. But Talese got ripped apart online, with people furious that he failed to verify basically any of the claims made by Foos. and the questionable ethics of glamorizing this man who exploited many, many people without their knowledge. 3 Identical Strangers. In 1980, Bobby Shafran arrived on the campus of a New York college and was instantly mistaken for a man called Eddie Gallant. Everywhere he went, he was mistaken for this guy.
Eddie, how are you? Eddie, hi. I'm like, my name's not Eddie. I don't know what you're talking about. I just got up here.
When he went and met Eddie, the both bonded over their adoptions and realized they were twins separated from birth. The story took the world by storm, and months later, the publicity reached David Kellman, who also looked just like these guys and was adopted, leading them all to the conclusion that they were identical triplets. Decades later, the documentary 3 Identical Strangers digs into this story, as well as the truth behind the triplets' birth separation. The boy's mother made a deal with psychiatrists Peter D. Neubauer and Viola W. Bernard to give up her children in the name of his experiment. Neubauer wanted to understand the nature of parenting styles and economic levels, so the 3 boys were separated and placed with different families, one working class, one middle class, and one wealthy, to see how they would turn out. But the boys and their adoptive families had no idea any of this was going on. The reveal of the experiment changes the tone of the entire movie, and it horrified the audiences who never saw it coming. These babies had their entire lives changed because one man wanted to treat them as lab rats in a study that prioritized data over their basic human dignity.
Peter started thinking, wouldn't it be interesting to have a study of mothers who wanted to give up their children who happened to be identical twins?
All 3 of them exhibited severe separation anxiety as infants, like headbanging or breath holding, and all of them struggled with mental health as adults. By 1995, Eddie committed suicide, which was later linked to depression and unresolved attachment trauma. The full research document written by Neubauer is legally required to remain sealed until 2065, preventing the boys from even understanding the controversial experiment that ruined their lives from birth. The Red Chapel. The Red Chapel follows Danish journalist Mads Brugger and 2 Danish-Korean comedians, Jakob Nosel, who has cerebral palsy, and Simone Yule, as they infiltrate North Korea under the guise of a cultural exchange. The 3 of them pose as a theater troupe, but all the while they covertly critique the regime's propaganda machinery while navigating strict state control over their performances.
Det jo stadig diktatur, er det ikke det?
Jo.
Det vælger vi ikke at kalde det. Ja.
Diktatur, det skal du sådan sige. Ja, diktatur. Diktatur,
Of course, the hidden footage is approved daily by the North Korean censors who are totally unaware of its subtext. The movie is actually weirdly funny, but also deeply haunting as we see what life is like under a defiantly authoritarian leader. Especially for Jakob, as a disabled man in a country accused of systemic abuse toward people with disabilities. But what makes the documentary truly unsettling is its layers of manipulation. While the filmmakers mocked the regime's absurdity, North Korean officials enthusiastically co-opted the troops' act, rewriting their slapstick comedy into pro-regime propaganda, and even hiding Jakob's disability during performances to maintain the illusion of perfection. It takes almost no time for Jakob to become deeply conflicted about their mission, torn between his role in the satirical charade and his moral outrage. All of it forces him to a breaking point when he's forced to participate in a mass rally where he refuses to salute Kim Jong-il. Brugger is forced to make increasingly unethical compromises just to keep everyone alive, lying to hosts, mistranslating Jakob's critiques, and exploiting his collaborators to get the mission done.
He says he's very impressed about it, but he will need to, he's, you know, it's a very, you know, big scene for him, so he's trying to understand what's happening.
is basically becoming just as corrupt as the government he's mocking.
I had no moral scruples at all, not when dealing with the North Koreans.
In fact, he ended up being widely criticized in reviews when the movie came out, forcing him to publicly voice his anti-North Korean stance when challenged. He claims that everything he did in the movie he did to ensure the truth was told, but he effectively sold his friends out for one movie, and whether it was worth it is all up to you to decide. Jesus Camp. In North Dakota, a group of children aged between 6 and 12 are brought into Kids on Fire, a Pentecostal Christian summer camp led by Pastor Becky Fisher. According to Fisher, these children are soldiers for God, tasked with advancing conservative evangelical values in America, and this is their training camp. Jesus Camp is a documentary that digs into this bizarre and deeply unsettling world. These children are forced to undergo intense religious training with activities including intense prayer sessions, speaking in tongues, and political activism, such as attending or speaking at anti-abortion rallies and prayers for then-President George W. Bush's judicial appointments. The movie explores the deeply unsettling world of childhood indoctrination, or brainwashing. These children are shown crying over their supposed sins, smashing mugs labeled government to symbolize opposition to the separation of church and state, and being taught that Harry Potter is evil and that science is unreliable.
No more, Lord. No more. No more.
But as if all of this is not extremely disturbing as it is, Becky Fisher wants her kids to be seriously brainwashed. The documentary includes her comparing her methods to those of extreme groups, saying that she wants her Christian youths to be as radically devoted as child soldiers in radical Islam. She's on camera pressuring kids as young as 5 to confess impure thoughts or chant political slogans about overturning Roe v. Wade, an abortion law these children don't even understand. Of course, the movie didn't change any minds that were not already in their own opinion.
You made a covenant with God tonight that you're going to pray to end abortion in America. Don't take that lightly. Don't be a promise breaker.
Many people condemned the camp, but evangelical audiences defended Fisher's mission, arguing that the movie was a hit piece by anti-Christian figures. Becky Fisher no longer runs a children's Christian camp, but she does continue to train children in the Word of God with her own company and continues to preach extremist ideals. Goodnight, Sugar Babe: The Killing of Vera Jo Rigel. In 2011, a 24-year-old mentally disabled woman named Vera Jo Rigel was in Findlay, Ohio.
They had her laying, instead of having her laying on the rails, they had her laying in between the tracks.
Goodnight, Sugar Babe: The Killing of Vera Jo Rigel explores the in intimate, disturbing detail. The filmmakers expose how Vera, who was already a victim of systemic neglect due to her condition, was manipulated and ultimately killed by members of the Brooks family, led by matriarch Sherry Sugar Babe Brooks. While 2 individuals were convicted for her murder, the film argues that Sherry orchestrated the crime to gain custody of Vera's daughter, escaping prosecution herself. But the movie is brutal when it comes to Vera's abuse and the depravity of the Brooks family. Interviews with perpetrators and witnesses reveal Vera was subjected to horrific acts that are unimaginably twisted and sick. She was allegedly forced to sleep in a closet with a pig, with a plunger, fed dog feces, and beaten regularly by Sherry's sons and their associates. And Sherry, who's likened to a female Charles Manson for her control over the family, allegedly encouraged incestuous relationships among her children, her grandchildren. The movie increasingly paints a picture of endless, increasingly monstrous talk and mistreatment, all of which was ignored by 911 calls and social workers' negligence, which allowed Vera to remain in the abusive environment.
She was such a frequent flyer, as we call them, that you could answer the phone, and as soon as she says the first word, you know who it is.
The nature of the abuse this woman suffered is truly horrific to have even listened to. But the movie forces the viewers to confront the nature of it and the people that committed these cruel, sadistic acts and their total lack of remorse. The Last Stop. The Last Stop examines the dark legacy of the Ellen School, a controversial behavior modification facility in rural Maine that operated from 1970 to 2011. Former residents describe being forcibly taken from their homes and subjected to public humiliation, forced labor, and psychological manipulation, all under the guise of therapy.
It used to be that we had bad kids who were locked away in reform schools and sick kids who were locked away in mental hospitals.
The guy who founded the facility, Joe Ritchie, was a convicted felon with no formal education in psychology, and he oversaw a system where peer-enforced and dehumanizing rituals were extremely common. The movie features the survivors recounting these horrifying abuses, including being forced to wear degrading costumes like tampon crowns, enduring 18-hour work shifts, and participating in therapy sessions led by untrained peers who screamed insults and threats at one another. And if the stories aren't bad enough, the movie used archival audio to make viewers really feel the horrors from within.
Ništa, bez veze. Ti, šta ima?
O, ništa, ne odmaram. Ti ne godiš se?
Nisam, radim.
Fino, fino. Ideš na bazen? Ne sad, nego ono kad je ono lijepo vrijeme.
Clips show Ritchie's authoritarian rhetoric, while animations visualize the survivors' traumatic memories, their confinement to a 9-foot square for months, or beatings by fellow students. This is a depressingly common situation, a self-policing hierarchy that ends up mirroring cult dynamics, with older students perpetuating to gain favor from staff. Similar things have happened in other prison institutes, such as the Stanford Prison Experiment. The movie ended up reigniting debates about the lack of oversight in these kinds of programs and the ethical implications of this kind of behavior modification. The Ellen School eventually closed in 2011, ending decades of abuse. Level 4. Our Father. An Indianapolis fertility specialist named Dr. Donald Klein had a secret. A big one. Between the 1970s and the 2000s, he had been secretly impregnating dozens of patients with his own sperm. Lucy Jordan's Our Father follows Jacoba Ballard, who discovered through a 23andMe test that she had at least 7 half-siblings, all of them linked to Klein. As more siblings emerged, eventually reaching over 90 of them, the survivors uncovered Klein's systematic deception, which violated an unthinkable amount of medical ethics and left families grappling with their totally unknown trauma. It's really obvious why this movie is so disturbing. Klein was once revered as a miracle worker, but he was taking advantage of his patients' vulnerability and inseminating them without consent. The movie makes that very clear, and it does so by reenacting it. Klein's clinical procedures are described in detail, while recordings of his dismissive conversations with survivors underscore his total and complete lack of remorse.
We have that burden to tell the truth, and the truth matters.
And through it all, the legal system completely fails the victims. Klein faced nothing more than a fine and the loss of his medical license after pleading guilty to obstruction of justice. At that time, fertility fraud was not criminalized in Indiana, something the documentary notes as a complete injustice. The movie hits its mark. Viewers were outraged, saying it's one of the most disturbing things I've ever watched. The misogyny and institutional failures make it clear that this could happen again at any time, and that the perpetrator could easily get away with it all. Holy Hell. Will Allen's Holy Hell is one of those documentaries that is extremely personal to the filmmaker. For 22 years, Will was involved in the Buddhafield cult led by the charismatic Michel Rostand, also known as Andreas or Reggie. Will was the group's videographer, responsible for capturing as much footage to be used in promotional material to recruit more to their cause. So his film uses that footage alongside interviews with former members, tracing the community's evolution from a 1980s West Hollywood spiritual collective to an isolated hierarchy. The early footage in the movie could not be more appealing and charming, making it disturbingly clear why it would be used in propaganda. Members dancing in fields or meditating suggests a good, happy time is being had by everyone. But then, we start to see the darker side and the truth behind Michel's intentions. We discover that Michel, a failed actor and dancer who claimed enlightenment, initially attracted followers with these meditation sessions and utopian ideals, but gradually imposed control through manipulation, enforced celibacy, and exploitation of male members under the guise of spiritual healing.
The master only represents God on the earth. And if you can stand in front of your master, you can stand in front of your God.
Former followers describe how he demanded absolute devotion and pressured women into entire sequences show how Michel used their isolation against the members, severing ties between them and their families while fostering dependency entirely on him. So while the movie is clear in its opinion on Michel and the cult, it skips over Will's place in the cult. It's clear from the footage that he was good at what he did, but as the group's propagandist, he was just as responsible and complicit as anybody else. And this movie feels like him trying to justify what he did and separate himself from a cult he once attempted to normalize. Tell Them You Love Me. In 2009, Anna Stubblefield, a white ethics professor, was attempting to help Derek Johnson, a nonverbal black man with cerebral palsy. She was using facilitated communication, FC, a scientifically discredited method involving physical assistance to type to allegedly unlock Derek's ability to express complex thoughts. It seemed to work. Derek's family were thrilled with his progress, but they soon began to suspect nothing was what it seemed.
It was like the porch lights went on, and I was like, wow, she's doing it. And I felt very excited about it.
The messages were justifying an apparent relationship between the two of them. Messages that the family suspected were not coming from Derek. Tell Them You Love Me is Louis Theroux's deep dive into the story and the 2015 criminal trial that changed everything. The movie actually delves into the idea of Stubblefield physically guiding Derek's hands during typing sessions, seemingly forcing him to write what she wants him to write. It's as if she knows that what she's doing is wrong and that she just needs him to justify it.
The things that really bothered him was that he hadn't had the opportunity to get a formal education of any sort. His brother was getting a doctoral degree, so he had watched his brother and the whole process, and he really wanted to have that also.
The racial implications are also impossible to ignore. She's been viewed as a predator preying on vulnerable communities and innocent people to take what she wants. In her interviews, she positions herself as Derek's liberator, while his family fights to protect him from what they view as exploitation. Ultimately, Stubblefield was convicted of assault, as the court found that Derek was unable to effectively communicate his emotions and consent. Viewers also have no doubt that Stubblefield did this. She was in a position of power and abused the one person who relied on her more than any other. Children Underground. Edit Belzberg's Children Underground documents the lives of 5 homeless children living in Bucharest's subway stations following Romania's post-communist collapse. Christina, Mihai, Macarena, Anna, and Marian, all of them between the ages of 8 and 16, survived by panhandling, stealing, and inhaling Aralac, a toxic industrial paint. If that's all you knew of this movie, it would be troubling enough. But Belzberg doesn't just want to see their daily struggles. He wants to understand them and the trauma that got them there. He discovers that their backgrounds reveal extreme and consistent neglect.
A nešto da igraš kao vikinški ratnici protiv ovih džinova se boriš.
Aha.
Imaš default, ja mislim, ratnika sa sekirom, a otiču sam strelce i vešticu, segram s vešticu. Ovim te da probaš da pređeš mapu. E sad na easy možda pređeš, na hard već malo izazovnije. Čudi me da nisi probao novi patch za Perfect za 2.
Nisam, nema ništa, šta ima?
Ima 4. akt. Imaš ostrva. 3-4 ostrva ima.
Jesi stigao do toga, jesi?
Nisam, jer sam uzeo sam da igram sa ratnikom i igrao sam sa lukom i strelama. Prešao sam prvi akt ceo, iz prve, bez jednog sam poginuo. Drugi akt sam krenuo, stigao do pola trike, rekao ajde igrao sam i prošli put s Warriorom, rekao ajde da igram s vešticom, sad sam uzeo igrati s vešticom. I mogu ti reći da sad mnogo više pada predmeta, znaš. Kaže, nisu svi dobri, ali pada mnogo više predmeta. Tomica prodao account. Došao sam do bossa, odlično, sad ćemo. Nekakva koza demonska. Uči na kozu. Dobro bi. Skoro sam 30 level. Lala. Kaže mi Kecan da sam našao, da ubacili su sad u igri market gdje možeš da trguješ direkt sa drugim ljudima. Kao aukciju. Ali kaže, cene su nerealne. On je htio da uzme oružje da ono može da igra ili ne znam, nešto. Kaže, cene su tipa ono u onim egzoltima, šta ti ja znam, kaže, to je ludilo. Već sad. I meni je, gledao šta sam ja našao, ja sam solo self-found, i doći ne mogu da prodajem. Jer se ja ono, igram sam za sebe.
A solo self-found je kad umreš odmah te igraš.
Ne, nije hardcore, ne. Samo solo self-found. Solo self-found znači da ne možeš da igraš s drugim ljudima, ni co-op, ni ono, versus, igraš sam. Na svom akauntu. Možda deliš predmete svojim karakterima, ali ne možeš da trguješ ni s kim. Kaže Kecman da sam našao neki, pao mi je jebenga, neki prsluk, bukvalno, jako malom levelu. Taj armor ti daje, mislim da svaki put kad ti padne heal da te healuje. Vidi, oh god. Svaki put te healuje, skida ti manu da bi ti vratio health. Jako dobar. Ako imaš dovoljno mane, skoro te ne može ubiti boss. Prvog bossa sam prešao iz prvog akta iz prve. Aha. Ova igra je dobra. Za 10 € sam uzeo, interesantno.
Se čuješ sa Simom?
Pa jednom sam ga, čini mi se, ja zvao, bio preko Discorda. Drugi put je pričao s Kevom telefonom, pa ono kako je Keva išao kroz kuću i pričala, tako ono došlo do mene i pričao sam oko, reče da hoće da uzme PlayStation 4, mislim je tako rekao, kad se vrati.
A kad se vraća, znaš?
Ne znam, što? Ti treba nešto?
Popitam ovako.
Ne znam svega. Kad prođe sezona, kad ne bude kinte više. Jer ti to pomaže. On je otišao tamo da zaradi kintu, znaš, ne na letovanje. Ne kao Milan. Milan bi otišao kod Bokija da tamo, znaš, ono, provodi vreme, jer mu da se... Pa Simo dođe kao odmor, rabot. Ima obavezu da radi, ali u suštini ono, promenio je, se kaže, klimu. Bilo da se ključa, mislim da se ključa šlem, ruksak i štap za kastovanje dvoručni. Ako pređeš mislim da je to kao bio challenge, da li je to challenge za ovu sezonu? Treba da pobediš prvog neprijatelja za kapuljaču, za druida u prvom aktu, onoga korupt druida za štap i onoga lorda što se pretvara u ukolaka onog u prvom aktu, njega tada skembaš za ruksak. Budeš ruksak i plašta. Ja to izgleda. Volim ja ovo pomalo, ali ne mogu da skontam zašto ljudi cepe taj... To mi je nelogično da su napravili endgame u Path of Exile 2, ali nemaš kampanje, nemaš sve klase, fale oružja. Još uvijek fali oko 50% oružja. Kad odeš na skill gem, on ti pokaže ono za 5-6 oružja koliko imaš trenutno, pokaže ti one skillove. Ali fali ti sekira, flail, to je onaj kao buzdovan, mačevi i noževi. I ne znam da li fališ nešto. I za sve njih imat ćeš skillove i magiju, a to trenutno nema. Druid je trebao da bude, ja se nadam da će biti druid. Ali navodno kao animacije, pošto se on transformiše u zveri. Animacije su mu dosta složene i onda su morali da to pomere, taj period. Šta se to piše po kanalu? Ima tu 10-ak nekih blokiranih poruka.
Ma gluposti piše nešto, tebe stalno nešto proziva kao.
Pa ja ni ne čitam to, znaš, a pretpostavljam, vidim da me kum brani. Pretpostavljam da mene sa mnom ispira usta, ne znam zašto to radi.
Stalno nešto tebe pominje i kad sam gledao stream, niđe nikoga nije gleda. Na stream on sam sasao mi kice, jel? A da, ideš ti kice u treću sferu, sasao priču.
To mi je posla poruku, znaš?
Prvo sam pogleda kao ima li nekog s kim on ovo priča, na kraju skontam sam je sasao.
Da.
A kao iki u treću, kao ideš, i nešto tako sasao. I ponavlja po 10 puta, jer šta je ovo jebo.
On bi treba se oženi. Podhitno. Ili da se oženi, ili da svaki dan masturbira dok ne padne u nesvijest. Ne može ovako. Ima previše energije. Gdje mi je ona kacige? Aha. Evo je. Dobijaš jedan rage na udarac. Ovo izgleda isto dobro. Ajde vidimo ove patike. A viš, imam one trade, one tabove, to su ti ni veliki stešovi. Od koliko tu to dođe, puta 4 ova stranica. Ali nemam je pristup zato što to pripada regularnom, naš. To mogu da koristim u normalnoj ligi. U ovoj seasonal ligi ne mogu. Ne znam zašto. Imam ga, evo ga ovdje jedan. Na zdravlje. A pomerili su skillove, na primjer sad možeš da koristiš ono da jašeš životinju bez da koristiš luk i recimo ono da imaš luk i strelu ili koplje da bi mogao da jašeš onu pticu. Sad može svaka klasa to. Isto si ima onaj skill gem, to je mogu lovac da radi samo. Da pripitomi životinju. Baciš imaš neki skill gem, capture se zove. Napraviš kao nekog malog duha i on leti okolo. I kad je monster pri kraju, on uleti u njega, ona je lita neka, uleti u njega i kao zarobiš ga, kao Pokemona. I sad što jače, mislim da je limit do 4 osobine može da ima, ne može da ima 6 modifiera, znaš, da bude nabuđen. Mora da ima 4 maksimalne osobine i ako ga zarobiš, imaš ga kao pet. To sam igrao prošlu sezonu, ali prošlu sezonu si bio limitiran na određene oružje, a sad nisi ni na jednom limitiran. Sad može svaka klasa da ga prizove. On ti može da ti bude talokranitelj, može da ti ide okolo da ti recimo daje aure za... Danas su ljudi izimali peta da im daje movement speed i attack speed. I da je to bilo dosta jako, pa su morali da nerfuju. Baš jako bilo. Ona će napraviti anketu da se Milanu udeli koji dinar da mu kupimo Kill Floor 3.
A on je pljuva tu igru kao...
Ne, nego nema para. Nema para. Da sad uzme Krajtek pa da proba opet da naplati Han Shodan, opet bi pljuva po Krajteku. Nema šanse da bi otvorio novčanik. Nema kintu. Mislim, igra ima mana. Ali daleko od toga da ne mogu da se isprave. Isto kao kad je Krajtek zasrao bio pre 2-3 godine s tim update-ovima. Ili prošle godine kad je zasrao. Kad su izbacili onaj kao Mamut Gauč. I kad su ljudi vidjeli na što liči onaj novi UI. Ono sranje. Ovo što sad sredi, samo pitanje vremena. Pa dobro mogu ovdje oružje držim, što da ne. Dobro, rukavice, maska. Okay. 9% attack speed. Ne. Mislio sam da je komar kući. Vidim da piše nešto na Discord, ali nije. Ko zna gdje je, možda je na poslu. Promenili su kako rade štitovi. Sad sa štitom možda izblokiraš svaki udarac osim onih crvenih, kada čuješ zvuk od bossa. Kada zalufa udarac, da te zgromi. Kad to čuješ moraš da se skloniš, a inače sve možeš da izblokiraš. Me. Evasion. Ti si završio ove godine sa godišnjim odmorima ili?
Pa da.
Tiče financije i toga, pretpostavljam.
Jes.
Ona ispuca se verovatno. Neki od nas rade, tu mislim na tebe, rade za pare, pa ono imaju kinte za godišnje. A neki, što kaže, znaš šta je moj kum reka? Da se čepuje. Imaš screenshot, čekaj. Evo ti gledaj, ovo je poslao kumu poruku. Što da ne? Neću polisiriti, jel? Kesić. Evo pogledaj. A kako je ovo nepismeno napisao? Ja sam zaključio da treba čovjek da počne čita knjige ili nešto. Makar dnevnu štampu, bilo šta. Totalno je rečnik ono siromaši. Možeš ti to pročitaš?
Šta je ovo, brate?
To je reka i kum. I sad što i ti? Što je ovo? Nevjerovatno. Nevjerovatno.
Kad krene kucat poruku, pa i ovamo ovo što je pisao, polu nepovezane reči.
Čovjek bi reka da nikad nije išao ni u osnovnu školu, ni u srednju školu, da je rasta u šumi.
Nevjerovatno.
Here's what I got.
Da vidim ove patike da napravim. Neću li brže trčat. Imam regal orb. Dobro. Okej. Uopšte nisu loše. Uopšte nisu loše patike. Joj, mislim. Šta ćemo sad napraviti? Ajmo. Zatvorila mi se mapa, majku ti je. Ono što si mi ti rekao, svakih 15 minuta, ako nisi tu, mapa se resetuje.
fleeing an abusive orphanage, escaping an alcoholic father, and leaving extreme poverty and his camera captures them in their own bodies, inhaling solvents and enduring beatings to get through the day. And at no point does the filmmaker try to intervene. He just captures the scene unfolding. The entire documentary toys with moral dilemmas, and it makes us complicit in their... Audiences pointed out the contradiction. The movie is openly criticizing societal apathy that puts these children in situations like this, while refusing to do anything about it when it unfolds before them. But Belzberg is trying to point out something bigger. This is a legacy of Romania's ban on birth control. These children were not wanted, and now their existence is bleak and grim. This is the life of street kids. The end of the movie reveals and confirms the children's tragic trajectories. Christina became a mother estranged from her kids, while Mihai's brief respite in Belgium dissolved into instability. The other children supposedly went on to find homes or families, but we have no idea what happened decades later. The Family I Had. In 2007, on Super Bowl Sunday, 13-year-old Paris Lee strangled and shot his 4-year-old sister Ella 17 times in a fit of rage.
Is she bleeding anywhere? Yes, she's bleeding all over the bed. Because I stabbed her.
The Family I Had deals with the aftermath, delving into the complex dynamics of the Lee family as they grapple with this inexplicable act of violence. The filmmakers want you to experience this the same way the family. So from the first frame, we see archival footage of Paris and Ella opening Christmas gifts together. These are the happy times that we know are not going to last, and it just makes it all the more horrifying knowing what's around the corner. But the film's most unsettling moments don't involve the actual murder. They come from one-on-one interviews with the key family members. Charity, the mother, recounts the devastating moment she learned of her daughter's death and her son's involvement, effectively losing both children in an instant.
She needs her mother, and then they said, well, she's dead.
But then we get to Paris, who's interviewed from behind bars. For the first half of the movie, Paris discusses the deep remorse he feels for killing his sister. But then it's like something changes. Suddenly you get the chilling realization that he doesn't even care. He discusses the crime with an unsettling composure that suggests he would do it again.
One thing I accept is that I'm sane. And that kind of underlies everything. Now, did I have issues? Yes, I did. If I didn't have issues, I wouldn't have my sister.
As the filmmakers dig deeper, we unravel more and more of the unsettling truth in this family, and a long trail of intergenerational trauma within the Lee family. We discover that Charity herself experienced tragedy as a child when her father was and her mother was suspected of organizing a mafia hit on his life. It seems like this is a pattern, life repeating itself. And both times, all she could do was watch. But this is exactly what angered viewers. Charity and her mother take no responsibility or accountability for anything throughout the documentary. They're sad that Ella died, but they don't seem willing to blame Paris for what he did. For a loving mother, it's oddly unsettling to see that she seems to think this was inevitable. Level 5, The Gift. The Gift centers on a world that most people will never have heard of, bug chasing. This documentary follows gay men who are dangerously and deliberately chasing HIV infection. These men engage in unprotected sex at events like standard parties, where condoms are banned in the hopes they will be infected with this potentially fatal virus.
I want to be like all you guys, you know, you all have it, I don't.
The movie features multiple HIV-positive men discussing the psychological toll of the HIV epidemic, including their survivor's guilt and how HIV has been normalized following medical therapies. But it also digs into the extreme downsides of the normalization campaigns, with AIDS activist Walt Odets critiquing public health campaigns for glamorizing HIV-positive lifestyles. and older survivors describing isolation and medication side effects like heart attacks.
I didn't know it was gonna change so fast. No one told me.
Yet, the movie still shows young men chasing these infections in the most self-destructive way. They view it as empowerment to have this virus. When one of them contracts HIV, he's happy, saying, "I don't have to worry about getting AIDS anymore."
Yes, I have. And I totally trusted the person. Like the ad says, it wasn't, oh, I'm pretty sure he's safe, you know, but I knew for a fact.
After everything we've seen about the devastating effect of the virus, it feels insane to even think about someone happy to have it. Bug chasing is such a small subculture in the gay scene that many gay activists and groups were not happy about the movie, believing it was fueling homophobic stereotypes.
I have never heard of bug chasing. I have heard of bug chasing. I didn't know the book. I have heard of bug chasing on the internet.
These intense scenes of mass unprotected sex and the fetishization of the gift made it seem as though young gay men were dismissing the trauma of their elder peers. But the fact is that these men do exist, and the documentary perfectly captures their troubling worldview and raises the question of just how many people they're now infecting with the virus they wanted. The act of killing. Joshua Oppenheimer's The Act of Killing does something that few documentaries do. It doesn't just examine the nature of or genocide. It forces the perpetrators to recreate it on camera, and the end result is deeply unsettling.
Tapi kita harus tunjukkan bahwasanya inilah sejarah, inilah dia, inilah kita.
The movie examines Indonesia's 1965 to 1966 anti-communist purges through the perspectives of those perpetrators. Specifically, it centers on Anwar Congo and his associates, the former death squad leaders, who participated in the mass killings of over 1 million alleged communists, ethnic Chinese, and intellectuals.
Mungkin ya banyak hantunya, karena di sini tuh banyak manusia yang dihabisi, yang mati nggak wajar, yang mati yang tidak wajar.
But Oppenheimer knows these people aren't going to open up if he just asks them to tell him. He has to give them something, so he invites them to reenact their atrocities in the style of Hollywood genres they idolize. Through film noir, westerns, and musical aesthetics, we see the perpetrators casually describing massacres, rape, and torture, framing themselves as heroes while the victims remain voiceless. That cold moral detachment is what makes this movie so genuinely harrowing to watch. While Anwar initially revels in recounting his brutal methods, such as strangling victims with wire to avoid bloodstains.
Beginilah caranya supaya jangan darah itu keluar banyak.
The reenactments gradually expose his psychological unraveling. And the surreal reenactments, like a chaotic village massacre staged with fireworks and children screaming, are designed to make us view these violent acts the way they do.
Jangan dikasih pain, hancurkan mereka.
They're heroes in their mind. There's a particularly interesting moment where Anwar attempts to reconcile his actions, revisiting one of his killing sites. But when he gets there, he gags, revealing some unresolved trauma but no genuine remorse for what he did.
Hati nurani saya yang mengatakan harus dihabiskan.
Over time, these killers even co-opt the documentary process, coercing survivors to relive trauma during filming. It's a horrific thing. The movie was extremely well received, but critics were angry that the victims had no voice. So Oppenheimer made a sequel, The Look of Silence, to tell their stories in a way that was no less harrowing. Mondo Cane. In the 1960s, Italian documentaries were all the rage, and filmmakers were constantly competing to try and horrify the largest amount of people. 1962's Mondo Cane is no different. This shockumentary stitches together global scenes of cultural practices, rituals, and taboos, presenting it as a travelogue. We see contrasting and conflicting scenes ranging from animal slaughter and tribal rites to bizarre culinary traditions, blending real footage with staged or manipulated sequences to create such a visceral, unsettling experience that audiences loathed it. The movie forces viewers to confront the damage we inflict on animals, showing scenes of geese force-fed for foie gras, animals slaughtered in Hong Kong markets, and sharks by Pacific Islanders as part of tradition. Human rituals such as New Guinea tribes fattening women for marriage or Taiwanese mourners hiring professional wailers are presented as if we should just sit back and watch. Even the narration adopts a mocking Eurocentric tone, contrasting civilized norms in Western nations with these savage, primitive practices, reinforcing the colonialist biases from centuries earlier.
Under a huge sky at the top of very high mountains that seem to lift the earth to the very source of light, man lives still surrounded by darkness.
People hated this movie. Sure, the novelist J.G. Ballard praised it. He saw much value in the movie as a criticism of the modern world, but animal rights activists were outraged by the scenes of real brutality, which remain disturbing even by modern standards. Yet, this movie kickstarted an entire genre of its own. Mondokane influenced later documentaries and even reality TV, normalizing shock as entertainment. It changed the world, and most of us never even heard about it. Level 6. Glory. Glory examines across 3 distinct international cultures rarely explored in the media. Thailand's fish tank brothel, Bangladesh's City of Joy red light district, and Mexico's Reynosa tolerance zone. But this documentary doesn't have a point to prove. There's no contextualizing anything, no narration, no interviews. We simply watch and observe the daily lives of sex workers negotiating exploitation, poverty, and survival. And it's as dark and harrowing as you would expect. The documentary captures the dehumanizing aspect of the sex industry in brutal, unflinching imagery. In Bangladesh, the camera captures child trafficking and forced unpaid labor, including a scene where a madam haggles over the price of a girl as if purchasing an animal like livestock. Mexico's settlement is no less brutal. Here, the movie highlights graphic, unsimulated acts and crack addiction among workers, making for a more physically unpleasant and repulsive response from the viewers. Bangladesh was a moral objection. This one is just downright awful to have to witness.
Ya, le pagan y disfruten. Entonces.
And Thailand's fish tank contrasts superficial glamour with the unsettling dehumanization and objectification of women, showing clients selecting their partners through glass partitions using numbers, not names. All of the women were paid to participate in the movie, but that in itself is an uncomfortable thought. None of the women in this movie are in a good place. They're doing this job to survive and escape a life of poverty, meaning that they need the money. So this movie is not made with their willing consent, but a necessity. Or, to put it another way, the movie is exploiting these women even more. Ultimately, the movie doesn't say anything specific about the nature of this job, but it's unrelentingly bleak, and critics have argued that the movie, with its dramatic lighting and haunting soundtrack, romanticizes the suffering of these women.
You snake! You crawl between my legs!
What is clear, though, is that it paints a very, very grim picture of a life where is a job. Africa Adio. When it was released in 1966, Africa Adio got one hell of a reaction. The United Nations denounced it, saying it was full of gross distortions, while African leaders condemned its highly controversial nature, arguing that it ignored the continent's post-independence progress to fetishize violence. So what exactly did the movie do to upset so many people? Africa Addio was directed by two Italian men who wanted to explore the topic of Africa's transition from colonialism to independence. So they went out and shot across Kenya, Zanzibar, Congo, and South Africa to get the full image of the story, but what comes of it is a disturbing and uncomfortably pro-colonial movie. The filmmakers capture the celebrations of Africa's newfound freedom and liberation, but they contrast it with graphic violence from the continent. We see tribal massacres, animal poaching, and political chaos like the Zanzibar Revolution, where 5,000 Arab and South Asian civilians were killed. All while a narrator points out that all of these executions, the cannibalism, the ecological destruction, came after liberation. The movie specifically says that decolonization was not freedom. It was a descent into brutality, allowing Africa to mirror the violent birth of Western nations. The imagery in the movie is extremely brutal. Beaches are littered with corpses, orphaned elephants are slaughtered by poachers, and an entire Arab village is wiped out in what the filmmakers claim is the only footage of this so-called genocide. But most of what they claim in the movie has never been proven. It's not known where much of the footage came from, but critics believe a significant amount of the movie has been staged, including the poaching and murder of very real animals, all for the sake of...
Nešto interesantno. Možda doživiš instant sve minjene.
Jel?
Aha. To neki skill. Jes. Kad ti minjeni poginu, imaju kao neki... Oni to zovu pool, kao bazen, kao koliko jeben ga krvi ili kako hoćeš. I tu mi se kao skuplja životna energija i kad napuniš taj bazen onda odatle dobiješ opciju da revivaš sve minijene koji su izginuli. Koga? Nekromasera? Nisu. U ovoj igri nisu.
So the cultists really did. Thank you. Later.
How can I?
Načuo sam da je onaj lightning strela i lightning kopija su dosta jaki ove sezone.
Take your time. Oh, I like this one.
Ne znam kako je bilo prošle sezone, ali ove je dosta jako.
Oh, I like this one. Be careful.
Huh. Nema isto.
It is good. Be careful.
Da ti bleh radiš?
Probably shouldn't do that.
Oi! Here's what I've got.
ja ću se kupat.
Izvinjam, Elana, to ti je džabe igre. Samo ko ćeš da igraš.
A koja mu je to igra za džabe?
Pa, World of Tanks.
It is good to see you.
Mislim, znam da nije džabe. Košta vremena.
I think it's charming.
Za igranje.
That one spoke to me as well. Be careful.
Aurora Collins. Welcome to my channel.
To više ne može. Kako ono si rezervisao stvari za ovaj ritual? Ono kad radiš one toteme i kad nalupaš dobar broj totema, onda ti ponudi zadnji na koji možeš da kupiš nešto.
Već sam pola tih stvari pozaboravio.
Dobro, nemoj se. Gdje se snađemo? Smo sve odradili. Jesmo. Selection. Znaš kako sam karakter nazvao? Ja sam majka 6 dece. Znam da je Kecman stavio, a kisla mi je glava.
My wares are renowned. Blessings.
Young one. All right, of course. Own personal oasis. I will tell your tale.
Pa da, 5, 5, 40. 5, 25, 40, ne znam koliko ulazi. A ulazi lajko. Stavljaj opet. Pa. 2,5-3 metra iznad ništa nema.
Shock value. It's really no surprise that the international community rejected the movie. Even now, the authenticity of it remains totally unknown. While some archival researchers have said the movie has merit, the fact that it is so heavily Eurocentric and pro-colonization means that it will always be extremely disturbing. The movie is effectively arguing that the world should recolonize Africa because of its so-called savagery, an undeniably racist sentiment in an already troubling movie. Sound of Torture is really a portrayal of human suffering. The documentary follows the harrowing plight of Eritrean refugees kidnapped and tortured by Bedouin smugglers in Egypt's Sinai Desert, while fleeing their respective homeland in 2006.
أنا بتستحبركوا ولا حدا سبزعد زين مجمرة جزء زرق صدر لهم. جن أبتان مشتي ثلاثة عملت أخلاق جزء زاربكم كاتون تجوي زود كتو معلتي إذا راح بالتليفون.
But it centers on Meron S.W.Frost, a Swedish-Eritrean journalist and activist who uses her radio show to amplify the voices of hostages forced to call families for ransom payments up to $40,000.
كندي تعرفوك؟ إسرائيل حموش نشيء تعرفوك؟
As the movie unfolds, we start to uncover more and more of what's going on in these hostage situations. Mothers are forbidden to care for their children. They're put through excruciating sessions. Pregnant women give birth while chained up in captivity. It just seems to get worse and worse. And the phone recordings are excruciating and heartbreaking to listen to.
It's all مجبوهم سرعة قربوا له دمت ولا إحنا تسأل.
At one point, Meron visits Sinai torture camps disguised as a Bedouin woman, hoping to see what's going on for herself. On the outskirts of the camps, she finds a lot of children's shoes and clothing, confirming her worst suspicions. And when she finally gets inside, she finds the burial places of over 800 Africans, many of them children. These people were raped or tortured. And finally, she realizes that she can't help.
All this area, it is full of African. Here around, maybe 800 bodies. From here to the end, 800.
Those who do escape get no mercy and no justice. With the Europeans closing the borders, their only hope is to get into Israel. But those who make it to the border are shot and killed by Egyptian soldiers. And the European policies only make the crisis even worse, killing hundreds and thousands of innocent people due to their own ignorance. This is a problem that the world was complicit in continuing, and that is what the movie is forcing us to see.
Let's just see for the picture of the
Okay, no, Meron, you must know how I am suffering here. All these bodies, we have no refrigerator here.
What really troubles people about the movie is that there is no manipulation going on. There's no clever editing, no emotional manipulation. We see and hear what is happening for ourselves, and it is harrowing to sit through. The scale of the trauma lingers with you because of how depressingly avoidable it all was. Conspiracy of Silence. Conspiracy of Silence is a deeply ironic and strange documentary to feature on this list because it turned out to be so controversial and so uncomfortable that it never actually got released. The movie was supposed to air in 1994 on the Discovery Channel, but it turned out to be far, far too dangerous for the American people. The documentary investigates allegations of a nationwide child abuse and pedophilia ring linked to powerful political figures in the U.S. Specifically, it centers on the Franklin scandal, a 1980s case involving Omaha-based financier Lawrence King, who was accused of running a child trafficking operation tied to Nebraska's Franklin Community Federal Credit Union.
Larry King was, I would say, the center of transporting the children around the country.
Back in 1994, the revelations in this movie would have been shocking. Victims discuss how they were coerced into silence through intimidation, discrediting campaigns, and even violent deaths of key witnesses. The filmmakers include harrowing testimonies from survivors like Alicia Owen, who later faced imprisonment for perjury after she revoked her claims under pressure from those who committed the acts.
It was at that party that I met Larry King. At the time that I met Larry King, I did not know that he was Larry King. I had met him. It was the first time I'd ever met him.
But the real reason it got pulled? The documentary highlights the involvement of prominent figures in politics and law enforcement, suggesting a coordinated cover-up to protect powerful interests.
The compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government that have the duty and responsibility to make sure these things never happen.
The Discovery Channel could not deal with the political pressure it was facing, so the powerful people who had abused children for decades once again used their influence to escape justice. But even though it was canceled, the film leaked. Someone in the team believed that the movie had to be seen and leaked copies of the movie on VHS. Those tapes circulated and continue to be available online even today. Whether or not it's legit will never be known for sure, but the last-minute cancellation suggests somebody does not want this movie to be seen. Even today, the full movie is available on YouTube, but is removed almost every single year. Level 7. Junk films. Junk films is not your typical documentary. It's an impossibly hard watch, one that has split critics and viewers who debate whether it's art or morally unforgivable. The movie is directed by Japanese death photographer Kiyotaka Tsurisaki, and it's really a compilation of short shockumentaries exploring themes of mortality through unflinching graphic footage. We see scenes from all over the world, including mangled auto accident victims in Bangkok, self-rituals during Thailand's vegetarian festival, and decomposing corpses in Colombian landfills. There's no narrative. There's no commentary, no clear purpose. Kiyotaka is just presenting raw, voyeuristic glimpses into the graphic, disgusting reality of death, whether it's war aftermath or traditional funerals. The fact that there is nothing to comfort or ground us is exactly why this is so disturbing. It's just pure images of dead bodies, actual human remains. And let's not forget, remains. Charred bodies, accident victims, and corpses mid-decomposition. When we go through our daily lives, we try not to think about death. This movie forces us to confront the reality of it. We are going to end up like one of these scenes, and if we're being honest, none of them are pleasant. One segment contrasts a sterile Japanese funeral ceremony with the chaotic, blood-soaked rituals of Phuket. One respectful, one raucous and bloody. Because there's no context or judgment, we just have to take it in and process it. That's kind of the point. Kiyotaka has photographed thousands of dead bodies, becoming totally desensitized to it. Now we have to do the same whether we want to or not. That's part of why it's so divisive. To some, this is an artistic triumph and a celebration of life that challenges taboos. To others, it's gratuitous or morally bankrupt, not least because of the questionable use of corpse photography. But it's certainly not like any other movie. Just Melvin, Just Evil. James Ronald Whitney made Just Melvin, Just Evil for a reason. The movie is a harrowing examination of the legacy of his grandfather, Melvin Just, a serial child whose abuse spanned generations and whose legacy continues to haunt even today. The movie combines interviews with Melvin's victims, including Whitney's mother, aunts, and step-siblings, with footage of Melvin himself, who denies all allegations despite overwhelming evidence against him.
I didn't list the goddamn kids.
But it goes even deeper than just a... The documentary also explores Melvin's suspected of a social worker who discovered his crimes. That's a case that remains unsolved due to his deteriorating health, preventing further discovery. Obviously, the biggest and most disturbing element of the movie is its painful exploration of systemic abuse. The movie shows that Melvin targeted the most vulnerable family members, including Pombi, who was seriously injured during one of his walks and required extensive surgeries to correct her hips. Pombi later recounts being paid for acts as recently as 2 years before filming, despite Melvin's confinement to a wheelchair. He never stopped, even in his final days. And the consequences of that on his victims was painful. Survivors describe lives marked by addiction, homelessness, and fractured relationships. By the time we get to Melvin's funeral, his relatives are swinging between grief and rage, with one aunt tearfully declaring, "Nobody's perfect," as if forgiving him for the unending and unthinkable trauma he has inflicted on his own family.
He had his problems, as does everybody.
Sure.
Everybody has their faults. Nobody's perfect. We weren't meant.
It's an exceptionally painful and honest movie. But people didn't like that so much of it revolved around James Ronald Whitney himself, believing the focus should have been more on the family. But even with that one criticism, you can't watch this documentary and not feel extremely uncomfortable and unsettled. Scenes show victims confronting Melvin, yet they display total ambivalence, even hugging him as if nothing happened. That alone is a deeply troubling thing to reckon with, especially since Melvin never pays the price for his crimes. Capturing the Friedmans. In the 1980s, Arnold Freeman, a respected Long Island computer teacher, and his youngest son Jesse were arrested for child molestation. What followed was an unraveling of the Friedman family as they reckoned with the reality of what their patriarch and his son had committed under their noses. Capturing the Friedmans interweaves home video filmed by the family during the crisis, police records, and interviews with relatives, investigators, and alleged victims to present the most complete and intimate version of what happened within the family after the arrests.
I was the first to visit my brother in prison. And that was a moment in my life I'll never forget.
The fact that the Friedmans themselves filmed this is unbelievable. The footage captures every meltdown, argument, and self-delusion as the Friedmans lash out at one another over the legal turmoil and reckon with how best to save their family. But the filmmaker goes beyond the family. The whole point of the movie is to question the legitimacy of the allegations, a highly controversial goal. The movie highlights inconsistencies in the case, with alleged victims giving contradictory testimonies, police methods that are unusually coercive and manipulative, and a lack of physical evidence. By the end, the movie flat out refuses to resolve whether Arnold and Jesse were guilty or victims of a moral panic fueled by 1980s era hysteria over child abuse. Arnold eventually pleaded guilty and died in prison, while Jesse maintained his innocence despite accepting a plea deal.
19-year-old Jesse Friedman was arraigned on more than 198 additional counts of child. This brings the total number of charges to 245.
As far as the filmmaker is concerned, it's not his place to judge. However, that's not the way others saw it. They believed that the movie deliberately omitted material that would have led to a more concrete and clear resolution. Jesse's 1989 televised confession and the role of a third defendant, Ross Goldstein, who corroborated abuse claims, would have led the viewers to the same conclusion as many, that they were guilty. That's what the survivors and their families claimed, accusing Cherokee of distorting facts to favor the Friedmans, or of omitting the truth to stay neutral and protect a notorious child abuser.
It's beautiful. I accept. It seems shadows haunt us both.
Hey guys, got here. We finally have some numbers for patch 9.2.0, so we have a much better idea of what is actually going to be happening. Again, this is a pre-patch. Likely what is going to happen is these values will still change from the PTB to live. There is still 3 weeks of time before they actually release it to live. So again, I need to reiterate for Doomsayers and stuff that this is not the final version we're getting, and it's very likely it will be something different. But this does kind of give us a better idea of what we would be getting in the event that they change nothing, which again, I do think would be a bad thing. But let's go over all of the actual changes that we're getting. We're going to go over the new perks as well. I'm not going to cover the killer because, as always, I need to play the killer for a little while in the PTB before I actually give, you know, first impressions that have some fact and basis behind it. So let's go over the stuff that we can actually talk about right now. So we're going to skip the whole section of the killer and go on to the perks itself. The first perk, Ravenous. Whenever you hook a survivor for the first time, gain 1 token up to 4. When you have 4 tokens, all survivors scream and get exposed for 60 seconds. So it's a perk that kind of rewards you for, again, spreading pressure. And 60 seconds of expose is pretty good. I could see this being very useful on killers like Wraith, or really any stealth killer will benefit very heavily from that. In terms of overall strength, it's decent. I could see it being usable on stealth killers. Not so amazing on a lot of other top tier killers that already have other ways to get hits. I could see this being very good on the Ghoul as well because he can slide next to someone and just slap him. So definitely a lot of killers can get some great value out of this. Vigil will pretty heavily counter a lot of this, so it's decent. Overall, I would say that's a solid 7, 8 out of 10, maybe from preliminary assessment of the description. Could be better, could be worse, but that seems roughly where it's at. Next, Wandering Eye. Whenever you start chasing a survivor, reveal the auras of all injured survivors within 16 meters for 5 seconds, 30-second cooldown. In my opinion, the range of the reveal is too small for this to be a worthy perk, because it only shows injured survivors and you have to start chasing another survivor. So I could see scenarios where you're in like a snowball-y scenario and people are injured, that this might be kind of decent if they're grouped together. But typically, if they're within 16 meters, you can likely start hearing them at that point, or seeing, you know, blood or scratch. You can probably have some general idea that they're nearby. Like, you don't really need an aura reading perk for that anymore. So unless this range is actually increased, I don't really foresee this perk being good at all. Next, Hex Overture of Doom. Spawns a Hex Totem that curses the farthest generator and reveals its aura to you in yellow. When a survivor repairs the curse generator for 5 seconds, you gain Undetectable, and your terror radius is applied to the gen for 30 seconds. So you basically get the Unknown's perk that does the exact same effect, except it's more automatic. It's basically just a Hex version of that perk, and then the generator actually gets transferred to the next generator once that one is finished. So it's a repeatable thing. Will likely result in you losing your terror radius quite a bit, and also keeping people away from that generator, so they might not be so inclined to, you know, finish it. It will be pretty obvious, especially on launch, when you instantly get a terror radius after working on a gen, so you will know the perk is active, but just because you know it's active doesn't really change the fact that the killer's walking around somewhere without a terror radius, which is still good. So I think this perk is decent overall. The fact that it's a Hex is going to limit it a bit, but it's decent. I could see it being somewhat useful in a couple of killers, so I wouldn't write that one off entirely. For the Survivor, we have Road Life. When injured, not broken, and repairing a generator, gain 1 token for every great skill check. When you have 6 tokens, spend all tokens to gain 100% increased healing speed until you stop healing. Lose 2 tokens when you fail a regular skill check. I feel like this is too many hoops to jump through for just throw on botany knowledge and have 50% forever. This is like, you need to do this and do this and do this, and then you get 100%, which, yeah, that is a lot, don't get me wrong. But also, you need to hit a great skill check. You need to hit 6 great skill checks. It's not even good skill checks. You need to hit 6 greats, which is not particularly easy to do. Honestly, if you don't have a toolbox, I don't even know if you'll get 6 great skill checks on a generator. So I feel like this perk it just takes too much to build up. And again, the value of it is insane. It's double a botany knowledge, but I would just rather have botany knowledge and not have to jump through 50 hoops to get it. So I'm of course going to try this on meme builds, and I'm probably going to have fun with it. But in terms of actually strong and meta, it's got too many hoops to jump through to be good, in my opinion. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is basically a new Bardic Inspiration. So you do your performance for 15 seconds. All survivors within 16 meters are empowered. For 90 seconds, they gain 20% more skill checks. So this is one of those perks that, with the proper setup, could be good. In most of your games, it's not going to matter. But if you happen to have a team that has like hyper-focused, stake-out, commodious toolboxes, and you got one person doing this, and now you've given them even more skill checks, you could potentially be looking at multiple people doing 30-second generators, which could be insane. This is one of those things that, at its absolute highest amount of value, is bustedly overpowered. But you're probably never actually going to see that. So overall, it's kind of like Shoulder the Burden, where the upper values of this are potentially very scary, but it's likely not going to matter most of the time. That being said, I would be scared of quad toolbox squads running a combination of this, because they are going to delete generators. So potentially very strong. Increasing skill checks by 20% is potentially very, very strong. In reality, though, it's probably not going to be an issue, but I'll put a pin on that one because it could be a problem. Ghost Notes. While you have Exhausted, your scratch marks disappear 50% faster, and you recover 10% faster from Exhausted. The 10% faster from Exhausted is whatever. It's just a couple of seconds off. Vigil's really the perk you want if you want to have a quicker recovery from that. But the 50% quicker reduction of scratch marks combined with something like Lightweight could actually make for some unintentional losing the killer when you don't even know it's actually even happening. So I think that'd actually be pretty good in terms of stealth gameplay. Yeah, so you have intermittent scratch marks from Lightweight, and then those scratch marks disappear faster with this. So yeah, I could definitely see a scenario where you're losing the killer even if you're not trying to lose the killer. So that could potentially be pretty decent for a stealth type of perk. Next, we actually have the numbers on all of the unhooked and tunneling and all that stuff. So when survivors are unhooked, they gain 10% haste and endurance and elusive, no collision. They see the killer's aura. They have immunity to killer instinct, and they're immune to AFK crows. Now, the crazy part here is this lasts for 30 seconds, which is a long fucking time. I don't think I like that at all. Again, I understand they want to really heavily incentivize anti-tunnel, but think about an end game unhook. Now, whenever you unhook someone at the end game, they are gone. They have 30 seconds of 10% haste to just leave. So what I'm willing to bet here is they're going to add a caveat that says these effects are disabled when all gens are completed, and they're not going to have this line. Like, the haste and endurance effects are still going to be their default current version of like 10 seconds or something like that. Because the current version, I think, is a fine balance. It makes the killer not... you can't hook a survivor right near a gate, because then they won't be able to leave. So the killer has to make strategic positioning. But if they do, a survivor won't be able to make it to the gate in that 10 seconds, and they'll still get their kill. So it's kind of like a pretty decent balance right now, in my opinion. Increasing that shit to 30 seconds and having it last in endgame basically means if a killer hooks someone in endgame, it doesn't matter anymore. Unless it's a Bubba just face camping, the person's going to get unhooked and just leave. So that is just simply way too long. This cannot happen at the end game. It just cannot. I don't even really mind this lasting 30 seconds during the match, but it happening in endgame is just stupid. That needs to not at all happen in endgame. So, like I said, I'm mostly fine with this stuff. Again, as someone that really tries to not tunnel, I don't think this will affect me in any real way, but this shit will affect me, because if I'm in an endgame scenario and I gotta kill someone that got unhooked, I just can't anymore, which is ridiculous. So this needs to stop in endgame completely. For the hook status update, pretty much what we saw already, so nothing really new here. The main thing is we got the number now. Hens told me this earlier and said it was 10 seconds, so I did know this, but I think 10 seconds is too much of a delay to know when the unhooked happens. This should be, in my opinion, literally 3 to 4 seconds. I think that'll give you, you know, enough time to run, 15 meters away in the opposite direction to split up. It'll give you a very good head start that you did not normally have, so it's still a buff to the survivor, but 10 seconds is just too much. That is vital information the killer needs to know where people are in terms of macro gameplay, and this will punish people even that do not tunnel. So I'm going to double down on what I said before, that I don't like this. This, if they want to keep this feature, needs to only be a few seconds. Give them a slight chance to get away, but not let the killer be in the dark for an extremely long amount of time. It's to the point where now if the guy's got resurgence, they can just be unhooked and healed before you can even see what's happening. And I think that's stupid. That's just, that allows lazy survivor play. You really shouldn't be healing under hook anyway. Like, that's just basics of survivor. You're being rewarded for doing the wrong thing now, which I think is stupid. So if they want to keep this feature, this needs to not last as long. It's just blanket statement. Unique hook bonuses. Now we've got some numbers for this finally. So when the killer gets a unique hook, which is a hook meaning that the person that you're hooking is not the last person that you hooked, you gain these benefits, and now we actually have the values. So you get a 20% bonus to the next gen kick, which is pretty fucking huge. That's basically you're getting a Pop Goes the Weasel every time you hook somebody without having to run the perk, which is pretty damn good. So we thought this might be like a simple 5 or maybe 10%. 20% is a pretty nice incentive to individually hook unique players. That's pretty good. I actually like that a lot. So 20% is nothing to scoff at all. That is very, very solid. And by the way, that's in addition to the 5%. So you're doing 25% of a gen after a unique hook. You also get 10% haste for 15 seconds, which is nice. I don't really think this is going to be used for the traversal. I think this is basically going to be used for finding people that are nearby and then having a very easy chase against them for a short amount of time. But for the most part, I think this is meant to get you to the other people that you see with the auras, because now barbecue and chili is just essentially base kit. So outside of 40 meters, you see everybody's aura as long as they have equal or less health states. I love this. I think this is great. This gives you wonderful macro information. I am curious, though, if this is going to be counterable by lockers. Now, not every time that you're on a generator is there a locker nearby, so it's not like you can just dodge this every time. And even if you do dodge this, it means you have to stop repairing the generator, walk to the locker, sit in the locker, because you have to slow enter the locker, wait for the hook, then leave the locker slowly, because if you make a notification, you've just removed the entire point of preventing the killer from knowing where you are. So you got to do this all stealthily, and that's going to eat up, probably 10 seconds of your time, which means everybody is eating 10 seconds of slowdown, basically. So even if they do try to dodge the aura reading, it still does benefit the killer in an abstract way. So it's still nice for killer, like a lot. Like the 20% here and then the aura reading is very, very nice rewards. Now, I do think the survivor benefits are still too strong, but we're starting to approach a pretty cool balance of, is going for unique hooks worth it? And that's really what I want them to work on. And if they nail that, then this patch will be amazing. So close to being good, but a lot of these things are a little concerning. We have the reduced values as well for the apparent S tier killers. Interestingly, the Krasu is among these killers, which I find, I've not played the killer yet, so it's telling that they think that this killer is that strong. I guess we'll see today when I start playing on the PTB, but that's kind of crazy. But anyway, they get basically half the bonus. So that's nice. I'm glad that these stronger killers get half the bonus. There's no reason they need to get the same bonus that the weaker killers do. Doesn't make any sense. Next, for tunneling penalties. When a survivor dies to a hook action or mori before the 6 total hook states, the remaining survivors gain a 25% repair speed bonus. So they specifically changed this wording to hook action or mori, which means if you condemn kill someone, which means if you pig trap someone to death or something like that, these do not trigger that. So they are accounting for these killers, which is very good and something they very clearly needed to do. It's just if you mori them, I wonder if Devour Hope counts as that, because that is technically a mori. It probably would count. But for the most part, that is how it actually works now. Now, the 25% repair speed bonus is quite massive, and that's kind of around the exact value I thought it would be, because that is like the exact amount that equals another player. It's still in the killer's favor. Like, if it's still before 6 total hook states and you're able to get that kill early, having a 3v1 even at 3 gens left is still better. Like the 25% repair, it doesn't equal out the loss of a player, but it's starting to get kind of close. So basically, if a killer had somebody out at 3 or 4 gens, usually 99.9% of the time the killer is winning that match. I'm not saying it's impossible for him to lose, but almost every time the killer is winning. Now we're probably looking at, you know, like a 60 to 70%. It's no longer like a really guaranteed thing anymore with that much of a repair speed bonus. I don't think I hate this. I feel like maybe this could be toned down a little bit, or maybe make this like 4 to really punish people that are tunneling. I feel like 6 is a bit too lenient here. I think this should be something like 4. So even if you have a killer trying to like juggle 2 people, they still focus 1 guy and it still punishes him. So I think they can keep this as long as they make this more lenient. I think we should change that number to like 3 or 4. That way killers that are relentlessly tunneling are actually punished, but everyone else isn't affected by it. I think that's the best way to actually do it. And again, so close to being a good idea, but current values, not so much. It's going to punish killers that are just not tunneling too. So that is the issue with that. It's a cool idea, but let's make it really punish the people that we need it to punish and not punish the people that are not actually tunneling. So, they did keep this line in as well. When a survivor's hooked multiple times in a row with a hook action directly resulting in them dying, the killer loses the ability to block damage or regress gens by any means. Again, they need to add a caveat there. This is also fine. They need to add a caveat that this does not work when there's like 1 or 2 gens left, or X amount of total progressions on the gens on the map. Something. There needs to be some caveat here, because as it stands, if this happens when there's like a 3 gen and the killer has 1 generator left, it'll actually be better for the survivor to kill themselves on purpose, and that should never be the correct design choice. You should never, unless you're trying to give someone hatch, basically, try to die on purpose. And basically, in that niche scenario of there being a 3 gen, it actually probably would be better. Every other scenario, it's still better for the killer. But we do need to account for that scenario because people will abuse it, and I think that's stupid. You shouldn't be able to game the system like that. So this needs to not work when there's like 1 or 2 gens left, or when there's X amount of total progression on gens if you want to prevent to 99 in gens and stuff. Again, very easy to put caveats like that in. Not hard at all. Very close to being a cool idea, but as it stands right now, not good. For perks, now we actually have changes to a bunch of perks. But we'll go over that, I guess, after the slugging thing. Interesting that they put this here. I guess because it's related to the tunneling part. Now, for the slugging thing, it's basically all the same stuff. They pretty much just kept it identical to what we saw in the pre-patch. Nothing really changed here, which, again, I think is a problem. I don't think you should be able to crawl and recover at the same time. I think that's a mistake. I think everything else is pretty much fine. But this is a problem. There's also a new scenario in the abandon option. After recovering or being healed from the dying state twice, the option to abandon becomes available the next time you're down. Basically, if the killer is repeatedly slugging you, the game is allowing you to abandon, because I think at that point it's assuming the killer is just slugging you for BM or something like that. I don't know that I like this line. I think adding something like this and allowing people to abandon when the killer's not actually doing that will happen, so that I don't like that line either, to be honest. Palette density quality of life update. They have added less dead zones to a couple of maps.
Nemam pojma.
Teško je reći. Koliko sati?
McMillan, I don't know that needed to be nerfed for killer. Autohaven, I don't think really needed to be nerfed for killer. I would say Coldwind Farm did need to be nerfed because, yeah, there were a lot of dead zones. Farm maps are a shadow of their former self, where they really just have a bunch of nothing on them now. So I don't really mind this being made better for survivors. The fact that they actually buffed Asylum is approaching brain damage. It is one of the worst maps in the game for killer, so I don't know what it... my brain cannot even process why you would... There needs to be dead zones on that map. It's the biggest map in the game and has probably the strongest main building in Dead by Daylight. It's okay that it has some dead zones. The entire map needs to be nerfed. Like, Jesus, that is insane. Haddonfield, I'm fine with. The map's terrible for Survivor. There's nothing on it. Swamp, I think I'm actually okay with too. Red Forest, Ormond, Decimated Borgo. I'm okay with Borgo as well. Because, yeah, Borgo and Forgotten Ruins are miserable for Survivor. There's, like, nothing on them. Really, the only ones I agree with here are Borgo and Coldwind. Everything else, I think, is some level of okay. So, I don't know. This is just weird, especially on a patch that is clearly Survivor-sided, that they would add this onto it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, because this is very vague dialogue, and they basically might have traded one tank track loop on McMillan for, like, a TL wall. It could be basically nothing, but we'll have to actually see in-game. For the shape, the axe mostly the same as we saw in the preview. We have some actual numbers now, though. Now we have actual add-on designs. But the main things to take into account are his vault speed increases by 15% when he's in Pursuer, and then by an additional 15% in Evil Incarnate, which I believe is very similar to Tier 3 Myers' already existing vault speed. So, other than that, everything is mostly the same here. They did show the speed of Slaughtering Strike, which is 6.9 meters, which is very slightly slower than Pig's Ambush, and I nailed that shit. I said it seems very slightly slower than Pig, and people are like, nah, it's faster than Pig, and it's like, nah. But it's actually very slightly slower than Pig's Ambush, which I believe is 7.1 meters a second. So, very close. It's basically the speed of a lunge. So that is the speed of that. And everything else there is still pretty much the same from what we saw in the description, but it's a 2-second charge. That you can... It's kind of like, it depends how long you hold it. It scales how long it's actually going to go, which is really nice. And kind of better than Pig's Ambush, because Pig has to charge the full thing no matter what. Myers can kind of choose how much he wants to use it, which is cool. The stock meter now takes 5 points to fill, increases stock movement speed when stalking a survivor to 60%, but your stock rate's decreased by 25% while moving, so your multiplier... Wait, increases the movement speed by stalking a survivor to 60%. Stock rate's decreased by 25% while moving. Oh, okay. So you can move faster while stalking, but you're going to stalk them at a slower rate while doing it. Sorry, the wording was a little confusing there. So it's still better to stand still if you can. You're going to stalk a lot faster. When stock meter's not full after 20 seconds of not stalking, stock progress decays to 50%. I don't think that's going to matter. Typically, if you're playing Myers, you're going to be able to stalk people within 20 seconds. That's a needless downside, but also not a big deal. Decrease the maximum stalking range to 32, which we saw. Survivors no longer have a limited amount of stock points, which is a huge buff, and stock rate is no longer affected by distance at all. So it's just a flat value each time. Now for his add-ons, movement speed increased by stalking is 20 from 10, which is a pretty sizable buff. Memorial Flower now increases movement speed in Stalker mode, which is Tier 1 Myers, basically to 4.4. That's going to give him 110% movement speed, which is pretty nice, actually, considering you can still leave that mode. So now you're moving at pretty decent movement speed, and you have no Terradius at all, so that's kind of neat. Boyfriend's Memo increases maximum stock range by 8 meters. That's whatever, because they're just adding a Band-Aid to a problem that they made, so whatever. Blonde Hair, scratch marks and pools of blood last longer while in Stalker mode, whatever. Reflective Fragment, Slaughtering Strike only deals a single health save of damage, but hitting a survivor with Slaughtering Strike adds 20 seconds of duration. I think that's kind of fun. I'm sure I'll mess around with that a lot. That seems fun to be a Myers and just zooming around everywhere. That's almost like a speed limiter with an upside. It's kind of funny. I kind of like that one. Jewelry stock rate while stalking stationary survivors by 10%, so this is kind of like a new J. Myers Memorial, but you have to stand still. It's going to be a very good add-on for sure. When Evil Incarnate is activated, the next pallet you break is destroyed 50% faster. This is actually very good in my opinion, because you might actually activate this at a bad time or something like that, and if you do, this saves the pallet break forever. And if you get them in sort of a zoning scenario where you fake going around the loop and go back and kick it, you're going to break that pallet in 1 second, and they're going to gain no distance, and you're just going to hit them in the face. So that actually is very, very strong. That's probably going to be one of his best add-ons, depending on the map that you're on. For Glass Fragment, increases the movement speed.
O, Jesse. Više kolege.
što se radi. Ma pojma. To što si ti reći, imaš i kako rješenje za komarce, ima li nešto ustruju da se gurne ili... Satraše me komarci, jebaše mi majku, tokom noći ne mogu da spavam od komaraca. Valja li šta taj rajd, jesi ikad to koristi? A? Ne mogu već danima da spavam kad čovjek, budim se u toku noći zbog komaraca. Ulaze na vrata. Ma ne, dovoljno jednom da se napuni i ne mora više da ulazi. Da. A mene svaki se zaleti za mene, ja ne znam šta to je.
Proklete sva u suzama, u snovima i najranijim. Kako da te tužim, trenutak zaboravim. Ljubavi su moje bile, kao svaka mladost prošla. Sve što ostalo.
He was slaughtering strike by 5% and decreases the charge speed. So a lot of killers have add-ons similar to this, like Bubba or Pig. But this is just going to make you go even faster when you're using your ambush. At that point, you'll actually be faster than a Pig ambush, but it's going to take longer to charge up, so it's a trade-off. Dead Rabbit decreases the Terror Radius in Pursuer mode by 25%, increases Terror Radius in Evil Incarnate by 25%. It's basically like current Dead Rabbit, where it decreases your radius in Tier 2 and increases it in Tier 3. It's pretty much the exact same thing. For Mirror Shard, increases the base duration of Slaughtering Strike by 0.25 seconds, decreases the charge speed by 25%. So again, kind of like a Pig Ambush add-on, it's going to make it last longer, so you can make it last longer and make it go further at the expense of making it take longer to charge. That just seems fun, so I'll mess around with that too. For Jewelry Box, decreases stock range by 16 meters, but increases stock rate by 30%, which is massive. None of his other add-ons came close to 30% before, so this will let you get your Evil Within up very, very quickly, but you do have a much shorter range of stalking people, so that's a worthy trade-off in my opinion. J. Myers Memorial, when Evil Incarnate is active, your pickup and hook speeds are increased by 40%. That's really nice. Kind of just gives you a huge Forever Entwined kind of base kit effect. Really nice quality of life. Is it super important? If anything, this will completely dismantle flashlight saves because you're going to be like, whoop, and just let go. So that could be really nice. Hairbow increases the duration of Evil Incarnate by 20 per seconds, decreases stock rate by 20. So this is just basically kind of what it used to do. Same thing. Vanity Mirror, when Evil Incarnate ends, you see the aura of all survivors for 4 seconds. It's pretty good. That's gonna be some pretty consistent information. Give you good macro knowledge. So that's solid. Tombstone Piece, when Evil Incarnate is activated, you become undetectable for 20 seconds. That's sort of whatever, because typically if you're going to activate Evil Incarnate, you're going to be in range to be downing someone, and they're going to know you're there. So just going undetectable, I don't know. We'll see how useful that could be. While Evil Incarnate is active, hold the ability button to end it prematurely and retain 50% of the remaining duration of stock progress. I think that's really cool. So if you see someone you want to down, you activate it, you down them, and you want to hook them and end it, you can preserve the rest of your bar, or most of it anyway, by canceling your power, and then you'll be halfway stocked ready to the next one, which is kind of nice. I think that's a really cool add-on. I actually really love that design. Judas Tombstone, hooking a survivor during Evil Incarnate refreshes its duration, limits the duration of Evil Incarnate to 40 seconds. So you can't use other add-ons to make it last longer, but every time you hook somebody, it'll reset back to default. So if you're constantly zooming around hooking people, you're going to be in a pretty good spot there, in my opinion. Finally, Fragrant Tuft of Hair just makes him Old Myers. Just makes him have his regular extended lunge, and you can't use Slaughtering Strike. So I don't know why you'd ever use that. The new Myers just seems basically better in every way, so yeah, I don't really know about that. Next, we're going to go over killer updates. These are just numbers to the unknown change. The weakened duration is now 8 seconds from 6, which is really nice. The reduced movement speed after teleporting is 1.3 from 1.4. Very minor, but whatever. And then you have the increased vertical aim, of course. The unknown add-ons, we have the Rabbit's Foot. Afflicts the hemorrhage status effect to survivors injured by UVX for 45 seconds. It was 30. Decent buff, but it's just hemorrhage, not a huge deal. Blurry Photo was nerfed, but again, combining it with the buff, it's going to be basically the same value. So they do this all the time. Last note recording, hallucinations aura range visible survivors by 35%. So buff there makes them harder to see, or they don't appear until you're closer. Destroying a hallucination with UVX decreases the time until the next hallucination spawn by 65, was 75. You know, it's fine. Increases hallucination spawn time 120%, was 80. That is decent, I guess. Spawn time. I don't know if that makes it take longer or shorter. I'm not unknown preview enough to comment on that one. You'll have to tell me in the comments. I'm sorry about that. For Hypnotist Watch, inflicts the exhausted status effect for 15 from 10. And Serum Vial is exhausted 15 from 10. So, I mean, that's fine. 50% buff to the duration. No big deal. Dark Lord. We basically know what they're going to do, but we have the values now. Hellfire cooldown is now 9.5 seconds from 10, so slightly faster. Increased number of pillars to 8 was 7, so slightly further range. However, you move slightly slower while charging it, 3.68 from 3.8. Pretty small difference. Increased movement speed recovery time after activating Hellfire to 2.35 was 2.25. Again, very minor, so very minor changes there. Wolf Form Pounce Attack charge time is 0.9 from 0.85. Very minor, barely noticeable. Increased Scent Orb spawn time from 6 seconds to 5. That is pretty noticeable. Those Scent Orbs are the things that, the little balls that appear while you're chasing in wolf form that give you that temporary haste. So these taking longer to appear will effectively slow down the wolf a little bit, which I think is completely fair. Bat form movement speed friction has been improved for the killer, so you're sliding around less basically, so it's easier to control. And then add-ons that really affected all this stuff have been changed as they typically tend to do. An important one is Traveler's Hat. The shape zip speed is now 5% from 10%. I think Traveler's Hat was really annoying because as bat form, you could basically fly through a window and cancel it and grab someone before they vaulted back. It was stupid. So I think that being changed is great. And then everything else is mostly just like undoing the changes that they just did. So you don't really need to look any further to this. For Clown, we have Afterpiece Antidote taking 1.6 seconds from 1. It used to be 2. And now the hindered lasts for 1.6 seconds for 1. So basically, they're just smashing pre-patch and post-patch and just kind of seeing how that works. It's fine. It'll make him a bit less brainless. I still think he's terrible design, but it'll be a bit less obnoxious in my opinion. So that's fine, I guess. For the Ghoul, they basically removed Kidnap Tech. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. It's something they should have removed. For the Oni, when you hook a survivor, you get 5 blood orbs now instead of 2, which is nice. I still think it should have been a bit higher, especially how much they're disincentivizing slugging. So it's still a nice buff, but I feel like it could have gotten a bit more. But Oni's already a very strong killer. It's not like he needs to be that much stronger. Babysitter has been reworked. Now we have survivor perks. Now you see the survivor's aura and the killer's aura for 12 seconds after you unhook a survivor. I mean, that's fine. I guess you can tell if a killer's kind of coming back before you hear him, which is nice. It will give you information to decide to heal here or go somewhere else, but the problem is you have this window of safety now for 10 seconds to where it feels like it doesn't... He's not going to know you're there anyway, so it's like, it doesn't really matter anymore. Borrowed Time just increases the effect it has to all of the new protections, and it does basically the same thing as old Borrowed Time. Clairvoyance Aura Reading is now 12 seconds from 10 seconds, whatever. Friendly Competition, the bonus repairs progress speed to 120 seconds from 75, so it's going to give you the buff for a bit longer, but I still think that perk is not very good. Hope has been nerfed to 5% from 7%, which I think I'm probably okay with. Hope is an extremely strong perk, so I'm not really going to shed any tears over that being nerfed a bit. I think that's fine. No Mither increased the volume reduction of grunts and pain to 100% across all tiers, so they buffed No Mither to basically give you permanent Iron Will as well, which fine. The downside is obviously so massive, that's probably how it should work. Off the Record no longer has the Endurance status effect. Remove the stipulation that it disables once exit gates are powered. The new effect is while active, you do not leave scratch marks while sprinting. So this still happens when you are unhooked, but this basically, for that entire duration, means you don't leave scratch marks while you are being, I guess not even being chased, just ever. So that's going to be really good if you get unhooked and the killer is chasing you. If you just permanently don't have scratch marks in a chase, as someone that hates the perk Lucky Break, chasing people without scratch marks, especially like in indoor maps, it's very hard to track them. You would be surprised how difficult it is to track them. So that is going to be very good for not getting tunneled as well still. However, though, the game is kind of shifting around not being tunnel being pretty default anyway, so it remains to be seen how good anti-tunnel perks are going to be at this point. Leader action speed bonus increased to 30% from 25. The range was increased. That's fine. I don't think Leader is very good. As long as it's not affecting gen speeds, it's whatever. Lucky Star, the cooldown is 25 from 30. That's the Strange Ripley Stealth Locker perk. I still don't think that perk is very good, so I don't think that's going to matter. For Pharmacy, unlocking chests is now faster, and hearing the chest opening is now smaller, so just a general buff there. Plot Twist recovery speed increases by 25% when used. That's kind of wild to me because I think Plot Twist is already very good. Plot Twist is great at pushing killers into kind of lose-lose scenarios, especially if they're trying to tunnel, because you can kind of plot twist under a pallet when you have teammates nearby, and now the killer goes, well, shit, I can't pick the guy up because he's going to get pallet saved, but I can't slug him because then he'll pick himself up, so what do? Plot Twist in the right hands is a very strong perk, and the fact that they buff this is kind of wild to me. It's already good. I don't know why this was buffed. I think this was stupid. I say this as a massive Plot Twist advocate. I love that perk. There was no reason to buff that perk at all. Poise, the killer reveal duration when repairing a generator is now 8 seconds from 6. And increase the time release no scratch marks after a gen's completed.
Znači, ne mogu da mu kažem izlazi napolje, nemoj to da radiš.
Sizable buff.
Sve je to u redu.
For Quick Gambit, decrease the cooldown when losing a health state to 40 seconds when 60.
Odlično.
I still think Quick Gambit sucks, so it's not going to matter. Tenacity new effect. Prevents your aura from being red while in the dying state. Decrease the crawling speed bonus to 25%. So you still do crawl faster, and it has a new effect of basically making you immune to Deerstalker or the new Barbecue and Chili if someone's been slugged that whole time. So, is that worth using now that you can...
Moga sam ja to i samo reći jutro ujutro. Kad je sveže onako. Se ustanem, ali ajde. Baš hoćeš to sada radiš.
Ti stalno imaš vremena, ali nikad ne uradiš.
Pa nisi sigurno danas to stio po polome suncu.
I like to hold on to bits and pieces. Any that catch your eye. As well.
Piješ one kako se zovu...
Ma ne, ja.
Ne?
Ne od pršinac.
Dobro,
Moram donijeti sukar ispod tabure, majke.
Šta moraš donijet?
I taj drugi garant.
A, tabure? A. Misliš šta je ovo?
Be careful. Feast on flesh.
Recover by default and move faster by default? Probably not, no. Vigil. Survivors can now only benefit from one Vigil perk at a time. Good. Vigil used to stack, so you could have 4 Vigils, reducing sprint burst to like 16-second cooldowns. It was stupid. This is a very good change. Killer perks. All Shaking Thunder. Increase the lunge attack distance. Increase duration to 25 seconds. Was 16 seconds, so it gives you way more time to be able to actually use that, which I think is completely fine. Nurse's Calling, they increased the range but made it not affect survivors in the dying state, which I think is fine. That's kind of Deerstalker's purpose anyway. Barbecue and Chili, this is interesting. After hooking all survivors once, increase the base generator damage by 5%. So what that means is once you have a unique hook on every survivor, your generator kicks by default are now 10% instead of 5%, in addition to the 20% for any subsequent unique hooks. So you're looking at 30% gen regression on every kick as long as you're not tunneling people, which is kind of a lot. That's pretty sizable. I actually think Barbecue and Chili on gen kick builds, like especially on Wraith, for example, will benefit pretty heavily from this. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to messing with that. Dark Arrogance, decrease the blind and Palstern duration to 15% from 25%, so you still retain the faster vault, but you're being penalized less for bringing the perk since the downside is decreased. Dead Man Switch, generator blocking durations down to 35 from 50. I think that's a fair nerf. Dead Man Switch has basically been on every killer since it changed, so I'm okay with that nerf. Deerstalker, when a survivor sees your aura, you see their aura. Every 30 seconds, reveal your aura to the survivor with the lowest chase time for 3 seconds. So now it's more of a general purpose aura reading perk, and I kind of like perks like that. These are the perks where you don't really have to think about it. You kind of just equip it, and you just get value from the game going on. You'll be kicking a generator, and you'll say, oh, hey, there's a guy, and now you know where to go. Where previously you were going to wander around a bit, the game just kind of piecemeal throws you.
Sklonim, da stane. Staneš kaj da? Ma ne može taj kraj se ništa.
Ne trebaš da ga diraš. Ja se vučem ovako ispod onoga gore.
Ne.
Pokiti prašnik. Samo pali to sve to.
Pa, mislim, ako hoćeš po mraku da mi tražiš...
Gotovo, neću sad.
Ćeš li novu kantu da uzem?
Kako, što će?
Ako ti se...
Ma ne treba, nema potrebe. Kad me nešto bude trebalo, ja ću reći.
Sta plastika polomila za celje.
Ja ništa. Vrati.
Jutro sam došao sa autobuske, tamo sam vidio da se otvorio dom zdravlja. I samo što sam ušao, ja sam bio treći, jel veruješ to? Nisam bio prvi, ja sam treći. Pa kad ti ljudi spavaju. I seo sam na stolicu i ako mi veruješ, zaspao sam bio. Skoro zaspao. U gledu kako su ulazile sestre, nekako sam vidio Milene. Kako su ulazile sestre i doktorice na kraju, bio sam se odmah pored vrata i sad, ne znam, ti što su bili prije mene predali knjižice, oni su ušli prije mene. I prije nego što ću ući, Milena je tražila da popunim onu anketu. Nešto o mentalnom zdravlju i isto ono kao nekakav... nešto za povišen krvni pritisak, da li imate problema sa pritiskom, šta jedete, koliko vam je visina, težina, tamo vamo. I rekla mi na kraju ako mogu jedan dan da dođem, da mi uzme uzorak krvi, da kao da analizu. Da vidi koliko imam, ne znam, masnoće i... Valjda je to i Petro radilo. Petro i moga i bez toga da kaže da se ugojio. Ima ona rubrika kao koliko pijete alkohola često i u kojoj količini. I sad ima ne znam, 200 ml, ne znam, u 3 doze, recimo dnevno. I ja rekao, možeš neće da napišeš 200 ml u mjesec dana. I ona sagleda, ne. I ja rekao, onda nema pisati ništa, ne pijem.
200 ml u godinu.
Pa nije u godinu, nego znaš, ako recimo me boli glava od vremena.
Da popiješ ovo vino sa...
Jednom od 2 put sam pio crveno vino, ako ga je bilo, sa pečenjem. Pa to je bilo više izuzetak nego pravilo. Da. Pa me pita za jaja isto, znaš, koliko puta često jaja uzimam. Da. A ja kažem, pa kad ima. Pa kao 2-3 puta nedeljno, recimo da je to. Kaže ona, imaš ponuđeno 2-3 puta dnevno, rekao 2-3 puta dnevno. Ja, pa šta? Ne znam ko to... Pa dobro, ima ljudi možda koji to preferiraju. Ja ne. Ćeš svetlo da ti upalim? A nećeš. Oh my god! Wake up! Wake up! Table, you want to? I don't think you trust.
Information that could be extremely useful. So I love perks like that. So I think that is a pretty good change. Eruption. Decreased generator progress loss to 5% was 10. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I don't think Eruption was too strong. I think nerfing this was stupid in my opinion. Bad change. Hex Rune. Increased the generator regression to 150 from 100. My boy! I love Hex Rune. It's my favorite regression perk in the game because it's a set it and forget it type thing. So the fact that they buffed this to 150, I am a huge, huge fan of. So I love this change. Leverage, they decreased the healing speed reduction to 30. They basically nerfed leverage. And I don't really know why. I don't even think leverage was that great of a perk. The person off the hook could heal themselves. Someone else can heal them, or they could just simply wait. Like, it wasn't really a big deal. However, they did...
Dobrze. Huh.
Change it a bit, so the healing speed reduction is now 60 seconds, so they really have to find somebody else to heal them, or they really have to have a med kit. But they made the... there was just no reason to make this. I didn't think leverage was that good to begin with, so I think that's a silly change. Moderate abuse. While in a chase, your tear radius is now increased by 15%. Otherwise, your tear radius is decreased by 25%. So now it is circumstantial based on the killer that you're using. So it'll be smaller on low tear radius killers and bigger on large tear radius killers. So, for example, Wesker will have a bigger reduction in tear radius than someone like Myers. So, I don't know if I like that. I think I kind of like the flat value, letting you approach damn near 0 tear radius on certain setups, but we'll see. Pop goes the Weasel. Decreased generator progress loss to 15% was 20. Considering we're basically getting 20% base kit, nerfing this by 5%, I don't even think you need to bring Pop goes the Weasel anymore. The game is already kind of giving it to you for free now, so you can do this if you want to really fuck up gens, but I think nerfing this is just sort of like a, okay, I don't care about you anyway, so do whatever you want with this perk, so we'll see. Oppression, random generator selection to 4 was 3, so now 4 gens will regress, and decrease the cooldown to 35. So pretty sizable buff to Oppression. I like that. I like the idea of Oppression. I think is a cool perk, and the fact that it's affecting 4 gens instead of 3 now, and especially considering kicking gens is basically being buffed across the board with default things. Oppression stonks, BB rising. Pain Resonance, they nerfed for some reason. I guess because they're scared of the new gen kick thing. See, this is kind of stupid in my opinion. Like, they're basically in their brain considering that the survivor changes are equal to the killer changes when they're simply not. If that were the case, I would fully support nerfs like this. That would be completely fine. But the thing is, it's just simply not the same. Survivors are benefiting more this patch than killers are. So you need to act like it. Your changes need to reflect that. And shit like this, Pain Resonance is already a shell of its former self. It doesn't need to be nerfed anymore. This needs to be undone. This is stupid. Septic Touch. The lingering duration of blindness and exhausted is now 30 seconds instead of 10. The perk might actually be usable. And Ultimate Weapon, the range when opening lock, they're 40 meters instead of 32, and the cooldown is a bit quicker. Ultimate Weapon is a pretty decent perk, and basically taking a large chunk off of the cooldown is pretty nice. Then we got a bunch of bug fixes, which are probably not actually fixed, so I'm not even going to bother reading these, but holy shit, yeah. A lot of stuff to change here. I've already been yapping for 35 minutes straight about this. What a very, very long patch. Now I'm going to go play the PTB and test a new killer who looks cool as shit and is apparently good from what the devs have said. So we'll see. That is it. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Het is eigenlijk klaar. It is the end of the world as we know it. Jealous.
manor must...
What if the most terrifying monster in fear and hunger isn't any flesh and bone creature at all, but a god who might be standing right beside you, hidden behind human skin? In the twisted world of this horror RPG, one name echoes in blood: Grogoroth. This mysterious old god is said to embody destruction and human sacrifice, demanding blood be spilled in his name. Yet there's far more to Grogoroth than simple cruelty. He is an enigma shrouded in myth, a being older than time, entwined in the game's deepest lore, and even connected to real-world occult inspirations. Today, we're diving headfirst into all the lore, theories, and secrets surrounding Grogoroth. Brace yourself. We'll uncover his origins and duality, his influence on fear and hunger story, the disturbing cult rituals in his honor, and the possible inspirations from religion, alchemy, and psychology that give him life. By the end, you might just see this gruesome deity in a new light, not just as a final boss or a lore entry, but as a cosmic force reflecting some primordial truth about destruction and rebirth. So turn down the lights, make yourself comfortable, and let's explore the truth behind Grogoroth, the god who ushers in new dawns through chaos and blood. In the universe of fear and hunger, Grogoroth is revered and feared as an old god, a divine being from the time before creation itself. He originates from the mysterious green hue, a plane of existence reserved for the ancient gods. From the moment life began, Grogoroth stood as the embodiment of destruction, death, and chaos, inextricably linked to the cycle of life. In fact, within the game's lore, he represents one half of the most primal duality, creation and destruction. The old gods of fear and hunger come in pairs of opposites, and Grogoroth's antithesis and even spouse is Sylvian, the goddess of love and fertility. Sylvian created humanity at the dawn of time, bringing life and love into the world. Grogoroth, by contrast, brings death and ruin, yet neither can exist without the other. This is a classic yin-yang scenario. Without destruction, no new creation can flourish. The game's texts drive this point home with almost poetic brutality. One in-game book, Studies of Grogoroth, explains that for new trees to grow, the prior forest needs to be burnt down. In other words, destruction is not evil in Grogoroth's eyes. It's nature's way of clearing space for renewal. We humans may fear change and ruin. As the book notes, man grows fat and afraid of change. But to an old god, chaos and death are of pure kind and inevitable. Grogoroth is literally described as the destroyer of men and the force of violent change. Peace and stability, he would argue, are temporary illusions. Eventually, everything must end so that something new can begin. Yet, Grogoroth isn't a mindless wrecking force. Intriguingly, he is characterized as a very curious god, more so than many of his kin. He's fascinated by humanity in a way other distant deities aren't. And how does a primordial god satisfy that curiosity? In a delightfully creepy twist, Grogoroth is said to walk the earth disguised in human skin. To relieve, or perhaps recreate, the feeling of fear. He literally wears the bodies and skins of men and women alike. Imagine that for a moment, the very god of destruction might be hiding among the people, draping himself in human flesh, just to experience our world up close without causing mass panic. It's a horrifying image, yet also oddly thoughtful. He doesn't want mortals to be terrified out of their wits by his truth.
Marko, što ima?
Hvala na pitanju, dobro sam, kako?
Šala Marko, šala.
Pa dobro, uvijek može bolje, hvala Bogu. Može i gore, zato kad te neko pita kako si, najbolji odgovor je nije loše.
To je to. Zavisi ko pita.
Pa ako pitaju dušmani, kažeš da je odlično.
Aha.
A ako te pita bilo ko drugi, onako da kaže koliko toliko normalno osoba, kažeš nije loše. Tako ako te pita osoba koja ti je draga i koji si ti drag, isto kažeš nije loše. Jer, brate, budimo realni, može bolje, može gore.
Tačno.
Jutro sam reinstalirao sistem, jučer nisam stigao. Lepo ovaj SSD, nije loš, brate, brzo radi.
Da li sam video na Amazonu da se cene, mislim da sam video 1 terabajt Samsung 990 Pro model. Ispod 100 evra mislim da je.
On je malo kvalitetniji taj 990 model.
Da. Mislim da Pro modeli imaju garanciju na 10 godina.
Ujebem ti život.
Da. Ako ti pre 10 godina crkne, možeš drugi da tražiš.
To ti fora kao kad kupiš katanu ili neko sečivo kod nekog japanskog majstora koji je ono sertifikovan i tipa nasedi tvoj čukun unuk i ono, ne znam, polomiš i stupi se i odneseš kod tvoj čukun unuk, odnese kod njegovog čukun unuka i ovaj se razočara u kvaliteti i izvrši harikiri.
Hikiriki.
Hikiriki je to.
Hikiriki.
Pa da, kvalitetni su čim daju grku. Ja sam s ovim, mislim, čas zadovoljan. Tek danas sam ga ono postavio, reinstalirao sam sistem, sinoć sam skinuo sve, pripremio sam i opet bio neki update danas. Ali skinuo sam sa njihovog sajta jučer.
Jedno upozorenje, nemoj nikada instaliraš firmware.
Šta, izvini?
Firmware, nemoj da instaliraš. To ti je njihov taj fabrički software. Meni je updateovao firmware i pregazio mi je sistemski taj software njegov. Udario mi je flag na hard disk kao read only, nisam mogao da ga skinem. On je detektovao kao da imam neispravne sektore. Da li sam imao ili nisam imao neispravne sektore, ne znam. Ajde, recimo nek se ima. I postoje bukvalno read only. I trt. A imao je 2 GB. Kupio sam sad novi, nije to problem.
Pa idjom.
Malo, bez veze.
A beka na ruski, malo.
A znam, malo parla.
Javlja se, to je to, dobro. MTS uspješno plaćanje. Eto, danas sam slučajno pogledao i već stigao račun za ovaj mjesec, mislim online. A meni će pošta donese tek 20, a oni fora traže da se plati do 15. A meni pošta donese tipa 19 i 20. Jebeni ti. Čitao sam danas nešto na netu, onaj stick Xiaomi 2, da napraviš Smart TV. Ne može na njega da radiš sve aplikacije kao za telefon. Ja sam mislio da mi završi posao za 5000 dinara, 6, 7, 8. Kad trebam imam neki stari TV, neku Toshibu od pre 10 godina sam kupio. za nadzorne kamere. Pa pošto on nije smart, mislim bila je smart, ali on neki Linux, neki sistem je bio nego šta to 10 godina star TV. Pa sam mislio da uzem taj stick pa da skinem tu aplikaciju, bla bla, međutim ne podržava tu aplikaciju.
To su me nabili ćošak, ne vjerujem.
Form, so he masks himself under a familiar face. Some believe Grogoroth might still be out there, even in the game's present, roaming the mortal realm concealed among hanging corpses or ordinary folks. It sends a chill down your spine. That NPC in the corner, or that corpse dangling from a noose, could literally be the old god having a stroll, and you'd never know. Grogoroth's symbol, fittingly, is two intersecting rings, essentially an eclipse. An eclipse is when one heavenly body covers another in shadow, and in the same way, Grogoroth hides his true cosmic self behind the shadow of human skin. Even the game acknowledges this symbol on the tails side of a coin you flip in gameplay. Every time chance decides your fate in Fear and Hunger's notorious coin flips, you might be looking at Grogoroth's sigil, a reminder that behind life's outcomes lurks the possibility of chaos. So, from the very start, Grogoroth is painted as an ancient, almost impartial force of nature, destruction with a purpose. He wants blood and sacrifice, yes, but not out of petty sadism. It's because bloodshed and turmoil are part of the natural order in his philosophy. He heralds a new dawn with force and violence, as one occult text puts it. To him, war, anarchy, and death are cleansing fires, as natural as a wildfire that renews a forest. This perspective is crucial to understanding why people in the world of fear and hunger might actually worship such a horrifying being. And indeed, many do. If you've played Fear and Hunger, you know it doesn't shy away from dark, depraved rituals, and many of those trace back to Grogorath. He is literally titled the God of Human Sacrifices, and his followers take that very seriously. Across the games, various cults and characters perform grisly offerings in Grogorath's name to earn his favor. The result is some of the most unsettling moments in the series, moments that make you, the player, feel like you've stumbled into a cult horror film. One notorious example is the Wolf Masks cult deep in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Venture far enough into level 6 of the mines, and you'll find a hidden tribe of people wearing wolf masks and fur, engaged in an orgy of cannibalism and self-mutilation. They are literally eating each other alive, and they're happy about it, described as being in a trance of contentment as they gnaw on severed limbs. This shocking feast is actually a ritual honoring Grogorath. By devouring their own and each other's flesh, these cultists pay tribute to the god of destruction in the most visceral way possible. In game mechanics, if the player chooses to join the feast, it restores your party's hunger meter and increases your affinity with Grogorath. Yes, you are literally rewarded for participating in cannibalistic sacrament, the first time with no penalty even. Try it a second time though, and a coin flip decides whether you go insane from the lust of flesh, leading to a game over. It's a grisly illustration of Grogorath's creed: indulge in blood and chaos, and you may gain power, but risk losing your mind and humanity. Beyond the wolf masks, anyone can show devotion to Grogorath by making a human sacrifice at one of his ritual circles. Throughout Fear and Hunger, there are strange asymmetric magic circles. If you draw Grogorath's sigil and sacrifice a party member on one of these altars, you immediately gain affinity with him. It's a stark choice the game offers. Kill one of your own companions deliberately, and in return, Grogorath will bless you. What kind of blessing? Typically, dark blood magic. Grogorath is credited with gifting mankind the art of blood magic. Powerful offensive spells, fueled by life essence. Many of the most devastating spells in the game, like Hurting and Black Orb, come from Grogorath's lineage. If you align yourself with him, you can learn to summon brutal forces, explode enemies from inside, fling globes of darkness, even raise undead servants. In Fear and Hunger's world, these are incredible abilities, the kind that can mean the difference between life and death for the player. Is it worth murdering an ally to obtain them? That's the moral quandary Grogorath poses. And indeed, some individuals have taken Grogorath's gift of power to its extreme. The game introduces beings like the Black Witch and the Yellow Mages, who were once human sorcerers, but dove so deep into Grogoroth's blood arts that they lost themselves to the darkness. The Black Witch, for example, sacrificed her humanity for Grogoroth's power, and the result is a twisted existence. She's incredibly formidable in magic, able to create her own pocket dimension and unleash curses. But physically, she's a fragile husk of a woman. The new gods, more on them later, even refer to the Black Witch as a slave to Grogoroth, implying she is utterly in thrall to the Destroyer's will. The same goes for the cabal of yellow mages, once merely scholars of the occult, now corrupted, half-crazed wretches, sustained by dark magic. In gameplay, these characters are boss encounters, meaning at some point you as the player have to confront the very monsters created by Grogoroth's influence. It's almost poetic justice. Those who seek power through destruction often become the destroyed. Grogoroth empowers his disciples, but in the end, their bodies and minds crumble under his corrupting touch. From a narrative standpoint, the worship of Grogoroth is portrayed as a delicate bargain. Yes, he grants terrible power to those who answer the call of his darkness. But the price is steep. You commit atrocious sins and often forfeit your own sanity or life in the process. The game forces you to consider this directly if you attempt a Grogoroth run. Many players will refuse to sacrifice party members or eat human flesh because it's just so wrong, even if it makes you stronger. That's a brilliant way fear and hunger makes you roleplay your morality. Grogoroth essentially says, embrace cruelty and I'll reward you. Flinch and remain weak. The horror is both literal and psychological. It also reflects something about Grogoroth's character. He doesn't particularly care about individual humans, not your feelings, not your unique identity. To him, you're either fuel for the fire or a useful fanatic. He does not target one man specifically, as the book says. Destruction just exists indiscriminately. That philosophy trickles down to his cult. The wolf masks cheerfully butcher one another with the logic that it ultimately pleases the god. Grogoroth's perspective is almost cosmic. What's one person's life in the grand scheme? If snuffing out that life brings a moment of primal truth or furthers the cycle, so be it. And yet, there's a dark appeal to his creed. In a world as bleak as fear and hunger, where starvation, torture, and worse are everyday threats, Grogoroth's path can seem like a way to seize control. Other gods in the game might offer kindness, healing, or knowledge, but Grogoroth offers something more visceral. The strength to survive by utterly destroying your enemies. It's the most brutal form of empowerment, might makes right, taken to a divine scale. No wonder desperate characters might paint his symbol and reach for the sacrificial knife. In Fear and Hunger's universe, sometimes the only way to escape fear is to become something others fear even more. While Grogoroth's worshippers are busy spilling blood, the god himself is notably absent, at least in the flesh. Unlike some deities, Grogoroth doesn't stroll around, handing out quests or smiting villages on a whim. In fact, lore suggests he departed the mortal world long ago. Why would a god so fond of carnage step away from the endless war playground that is medieval Earth? Interestingly, the game's lore paints Grogoroth and most of the old gods as disillusioned with humanity. After humanity took over the ancient city of Mahabre and started rising in prominence, Grogoroth grew disgusted by the selfishness, narrow-mindedness, and ambition of mankind. Mortals, in his view, just didn't get it. Each human interpreted the gods' pure ideals in their own petty way. The beauty of destruction, the purity of chaos. These concepts were lost on short-sighted humans who only saw evil or opportunity. So, like an artist whose work is misunderstood by the public, Grogoroth essentially said, "I'm out of here." He, along with several of his kin, distanced themselves from the world. This is one of the great mysteries and tragedies of fear and hunger's mythology. The old gods never truly die, but many have retreated, leaving only echoes or traces behind. Grogoroth is a prime example. After withdrawing from humanity, his once formidable presence started to fade. The world no longer sees him directly. Instead, we find relics of his influence. It's said that his gift of blood magic has begun to wane as well. As the god fades, so does the potency of his blessings. It's like a divine radio signal growing weaker over the centuries. But make no mistake, Grogoroth is not gone. As the fear and hunger lore explicitly states, older gods never truly perish. They exist as concepts and immortal souls beyond linear time. Grogoroth may have stepped out of the spotlight, but his lingering essence remains dangerously real. Where, then, is he? The first game provides a clue in one of its darkest, most memorable locations. At the deepest depths of the dungeon, past a region ominously called the Altar of Darkness, there lies the gargantuan corpse of the god of the depths, another old god, one that ruled the darkness underground. Within that colossal dead body is an area known as the Gauntlet, a gauntlet of trials leading to fear and hunger's ending be. It is here, hidden in literal darkness and surrounded by a landscape of endless corpses, that the player can encounter what's left of Grogoroth. The game calls this encounter Traces of Grogoroth, an evocative name because you're not fighting the full almighty deity, only the traces he left in the mortal plane. This suggests that when Grogoroth left our world, he shed some remnant of himself, a kind of avatar or echo of his power that still lingers in the dark. It's very Lovecraftian, the idea that a god can withdraw but not clean up its toxic spill, so to speak. Meeting the traces of Grogoroth is no casual Easter egg. It's effectively the final boss of fear and hunger's ending B-root. However, the fight only happens under specific circumstances if you reach the bottom of the dungeon without the little girl in your party. The little girl, we should note, is not an ordinary child. She's involved in another god's birth, but that's another story. If the girl is with you, Grogoroth apparently doesn't appear, possibly because the new god she's tied to keeps him at bay. But if you come alone, well, with whatever party members remain unsacrificed, you're greeted with a truly chilling sight. This being is what is left of what was once Grogoroth, the game warns. In front of you is a grotesque, godlike abomination fused to the flesh walls of the depths. Grogoroth's trace takes the form of a massive monstrosity with huge clawed arms and 5 eerie eyeballs swirling around it. Those unblinking eyes aren't just for show. During battle, they can open up and squirt molten liquid at you, burning your party. The creature's claws, meanwhile, can swipe with the claw of a god skill, strong enough to rip limbs clean off your characters. This boss does not mess around. It's essentially a fraction of a god's power unleashed, and it will annihilate the unprepared. begins with a unique attack called Whispers of Grogoroth, the disembodied voice of the god muttering curses that cause one party member to be marked for death. A ticking timer until that character simply drops dead from existential dread. How's that for cosmic horror? The old god doesn't just hit you with physical force. He speaks to you, and your heart stops from sheer terror. Defeating the traces of Grogoroth is possible through some clever strategies like poisoning the god, ironically. And doing so allows you to escape the dungeon in Ending B. But here's a fascinating lore tidbit. There's evidence that this epic battle actually happened in the game's canon. In Fear and Hunger 2, Termina, a familiar character named Nasra appears. A centuries-old talking head. Literally, he's a burnt skull that floats, who was once a powerful mage. If you bring Nasra into the Grogoroth battle in the first game, he has a special interaction. He tries to help, yelling something defiant like, "Let's destroy this deity." And Grogoroth promptly obliterates Nasra in one hit. Instant karma. Now, in the sequel Termina, Nasra's skull is scorched and charred, and he's notably fearful about certain gods. The implication is that Ending B, the confrontation with Grogoroth, is canon, meaning at some point the traces of Grogoroth were challenged and perhaps dispersed. Nasra's burnt state is basically a battle scar from crossing Grogoroth's path. Considering Nasra is an extremely knowledgeable and arrogant being, the fact that Grogoroth swatted him like a fly shows just how immeasurably powerful even a fraction of Grogoroth is. Nasra's fate also implies that perhaps the main characters, like Enki or others, depending on who you imagine was there, did manage to defeat or survive Grogoroth's traces in the story's canon, leading into the events of Termina. Of course, being an old god, Grogoroth isn't truly dead. You can't really kill a cosmic concept. But perhaps the encounter forced his traces to retreat or lie dormant. What's poignant in all this is that Grogoroth only shows up in such a remote, horrific place. Think about it. He used to roam the world freely, inspiring cults, instigating wars, doing his destruction thing. Now he's basically hiding in the corpse of another god at the bottom of the world, only reaching mortals through whispers, symbols, and the occasional possessed cultist. It paints a picture of a waning era. The age of old gods directly intervening is ending. A new age, with new gods and human ascension, is taking over. Grogoroth's fading presence is almost melancholic in a way, like a once mighty king in exile. He's disgusted with humans, yet still curious, peeking in from the shadows. He's absent, yet his shadow still influences events, as we saw with blood magic, cults, etc. The ambiguity of his status also fuels fan theories. Is the Traces entity we fought truly gone? Could Grogoroth manifest again if conditions were right? Is he secretly guiding events unseen? Fear and Hunger leaves these questions tantalizingly open. By the time Termina rolls around, we know Grogoroth had enough interest to, well, father a child. More on that next. It suggests he isn't entirely done with the mortal realm just yet. Before moving on, it's worth noting a thematic observation. Grogoroth's withdrawal, and the idea that humans misinterpreted his ideals, can be seen as a commentary. Humans do tend to misunderstand and co-opt ideas, turning pure concepts like justice or freedom into self-serving crusades. In Fear and Hunger, the concept is destruction for the sake of renewal, but humans warped it into, perhaps, justification for slaughter or power grabs. Grogoroth leaving could be compared to a parent disappointed with their children's choices, or a teacher whose lessons were abused. It casts the god of sacrifice in a surprisingly sympathetic light for a moment. You almost want to say, hey, it's not all humans that are terrible, come back. But then, you remember the skin wearing and the mass murder cults and think, maybe he has a point about us.
It's beautiful. Except...
The story continues in Fear and Hunger 2, Termina, which is set many centuries after the first game, jumping from a medieval dark fantasy setting to a twisted version of the 1940s. By this time, the world has changed, technology and societies have progressed, and the influence of the old gods has further receded into myth, mostly. Yet, Grogoroth's long shadow still looms in subtle ways. He may not appear as a boss in Termina, but his legacy is very much alive, literally, in the form of an offspring. One of the bombshell lore revelations in Termina is that Grogoroth and Sylvian had a child together. Yes, the destructive god of blood and the gentle goddess of love apparently mated, and the result was Venushka, the old god of nature. This is fascinating for several reasons. It means Grogoroth and his antithesis Sylvian weren't merely symbolic opposites. They had an actual relationship of sorts. In mythological terms, it's very fitting. Nature, Venushka, is born from the union of fertility, life, Sylvian, and destruction, death, Grogoroth. If you think about it, nature is exactly that mix of creation and destruction. Forests grow and bloom, Sylvian's influence, but also decay, catch fire, and regrow in cycles, Grogoroth's touch. Venushka's lore even says his appearance and temperament change like the seasons, or according to the region, emphasizing that volatility. So, in a weird way, Grogoroth did partake in creating something new after all, through Venushka. Perhaps the old dog has a softer side, or maybe it was just cosmic inevitability that the two principles unite to form a third. Either way, Termina confirms this family tree of the gods, bridging the first game's lore to the second. In gameplay, Venushka himself appears, or at least is heavily referenced, in Termina. Certain occult-leaning characters can acquire a skin Bible of Venushka, or get boons related to nature. But what about Grogoroth's direct influence in the 20th century setting of Termina? It's more behind the scenes, but it's there. For example, occult items called skin Bibles can be found or chosen at character start, which contain chapters on various old gods, including Skin Bible, Grogoroth. This
za PS4?
Ne, za PC, za Steam točnije.
Kupiš...
Našao sam neke od Xboxa, ali ne sviđa mi se što moram se kupuje one baterije.
Kupi PlayStation 4 joystick.
Onaj plavi?
Ne znam koje boje, mislim da su oni bežični i da imaju USB onaj kabel za punjenje.
A wireless preko dongla, nije preko Bluetootha?
Pa preko dongla ja mislim da ide, da.
Koji je onda bolji odziv?
Jest. Ja sam uzeo za brata, dobri.
A vidio sam isto za Sony 5 i on slično cijena, 100 evra jedan, 100 evra drugi, onda uzem bolje taj.
Pa, kompatibilnost je pitanje, ne znam koliko jedan ima bolji, koliko drugi. Ovaj za PlayStation 4 ti je mnogo stariji, tako da će ti on raditi 99% igara, sigurno. Za peticiju nisam siguran. Teoretski bi trebali taj za peticiju, pogledaj po forumima. Ja sam kupio ovaj za PlayStation 4, on radi odlično.
Treba mi zbog ovog Steam linka, jer meni je ovaj veliki TV dobro u dnevnoj, kupio sam ovaj dobar router i sad tipa mogu da igram tako igre te, ne treba mi dole konzola. Ne u kompi, ono, paljen i igram dole. Mortal Kombat bi ja igrao i tako to. Evo, hvala, najbolji na tržištu, kurac prodavci, šok cijene. Sony PlayStation 5 DualSense wireless controller, koja fora, vrate, sa njim i ovaj sivi. Me jebeš da je kao boja diktira cijenu, molim?
Ne ima i toga. To je, što se ono kaže naš narod, retardirano, ali tako ti je.
Poresne budale.
Pa to ti je porez za ove, sad će ako me čuje Slavko Arnić da se ne ljuti, ali to je tako.
10 sati mi treba baterija, slabo.
To je 10 sati intenzivnog igranja, to je sasvim dovoljno druže.
Da bar 30-40.
A nije on napravljen za to što ti misliš, bio bi teži, razumeš?
Pa to i gledam, tipa 400-500 grama, ok, on je 280.
Nisu oni puno teški, zato im je autonomija slaba.
Ovo je obećava. Ovo je vred 450 grama, ne bi 240. Gamepack, ne. Do 40. Ali moji za Xbox, ja bih pa... Ima neka što marka, neki Red Dragon. Ima bati. Ne znam šta, Windows koji se šta mu fali. Ovo je sjajan, a brave, hvala se ti. 4000 dinara mi je, viš? Reći, nima što...
Šta je Xbox joystick?
Ne, neki Red Dragon.
A ne znam, sve te marke koje su, ja ti kažem šta ima...
Ali baterija, ne, punja baterija, meni to treba punja baterija. Neću ti neke pucače, nešto ultra precise, ono, igrat ću Mortal Kombat.
Mislim da ti originalni PlayStation kontroler ima bateriju koja je benga, kao litijumska baterija u sebi.
Da, brate, već cijena 3, mogu kupim 3 za jedan ovaj. Ja se čekam. Mogu to čekam.
Evo to, dobro.
A onda kupujem, prodajem što hoćeš, špilić.
O, na zdravlje.
Zdravlje da imaš pare da primaš pornici da snimaš.
Šta snima? Prima pare ili snima pornici?
Zdravlje da imaš pare da primaš pornice da snimaš.
Ja rekao da prima pornici. Može i tako da se kaže, nema veze.
Pa može, što ne. Nema ništa loše u tome.
Nema ništa u tome. Kesić je ozbiljan čovjek. To Milan izlazi s ovim lakog morala.
Skovac nećemo. Vidio što je 70 evra. Koja je razlika između ovog DualSense Edge? On ima display, šta?
Ne znam. Ne pitaj mene.
Nije 200 evra, ovi su po 70 evra.
Moraš se pitaš ga sa XP kolektora. Za kontrolere.
Ko je taj?
Slavko! Ne poznaješ Slavka? Ne, ti si čekao, ako budeš rekao da ga ne poznaš.
Ideš u roze, ideš sve kubaš na vepo, rekao da ćemo što. Vidimo kako ćemo drugarija u gej paradu vidimo. Imamo plan da odemo na gej paradu, da se ono sa farbama plaće kudat palac i da navatamo neke lesbejke da uzemo.
Pa ne, lesbejke ne mogu da se izleče ako ste mislili na to.
Može,
ne može. Ne, možda se zezaš, ali ako si mislio da ih izlečiš sa moćnim kurcem, teško. Te nisu ni bile lesbijke u startu.
A kad krenu neki da nas biju ultra desničari, a mi će kaže, mojte ljudi, nismo mi pederi, mi smo došli da jebemo lesbijke, sam pa se prerušili.
Ne kažeš, mi smo geji.
Oni 5 izašao pre 4 godine, ideš u kurac.
First ones, hear our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits, poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Ideš ti?
Eto, Exile 2. Dok pričam s tobom. Ono što se Neša drogira s time, ali ja se ne drogiram, ja onako.
Nama prislali nalog prošle godine, jer 10 godina se nisam mogao.
U Path of Exile 1?
Ne, u Vodu.
O, Vodu, thanks.
To je s početka godine nego sam.
Izlečio si se.
A nisam se logovao 10 godina.
Izlečio si se.
Nisam uopće.
Pa.
A nešto je sigra da izigrao se nešto, ne mogu, smara me, ti kažem prosto. Ali smara me. A mene to smara sada. A Hobbit, a Lego Hobbit...
Nemojte Vlada navuče da igrate, a tu čeka braj.
Metro, to sam prelazio milion puta. A bolje te navuče da igraš nego te navuče na kurac.
U svakom slučaju ne valja.
Rise of Tomb Raider, to sam počeo igram i prestao sam. Nemoj, to me smara. Trebalo me 46 sati pređem sve.
Sve?
Dobro, ne baš sve, ali...
Kanda ne sve. Igra open world. Dobro, glavnu priču kapiram.
Ja bi se možda 80%
ono što ti interesuje, pošteno.
I radio se. I to sam na dobar način završio. Rekao sam ono Emiru, kako se zove, da je Siri kao pobegla, u stvari je Siri tu ostala i popunio sam neki mač, raspavac. I mislim sam za pičarke i to je to.
Gospodar Nilheima.
Da. Milfhunter, ne Milfhunter, Nilfgaard, kako se
Da, Nilfgaard ili tako nekako, da. Ili Vitez od Ježa, ako si ispratio priču, ne znam koliko su išli po knjizi.
Nisam uopšte knjigu...
Bila je serija, da, originalnu seriju.
Gledao sam prvi drugu sezonu, treću mislim.
A gledao si novu seriju, ima i stara serija, znaš?
Nisam stara,
znam. Sa poljskim glumcem je, znaš kako je?
Sam gledao na YouTube, ima na YouTube neki inserti.
A mali lik, možda metari 60, metari 70, ali mogu teći da dobro glumio. Nije uopšte ono, fizički ne znam koliko ono nabijen, ali ono, dosta je dobro su živu luku.
Šta kažeš?
Jeli, izbacili su onoga Henrya Cavilla, no? Nije to dobro.
Treba dođe brat u Tora.
Da, ali... Ne znam. Ne znam, glupi mi je to fazon. Čovjek će vjerojatno da se sad ubaci na onaj Warhammer.
Slavistan, aha, to na Indiji. 9,25 megabita.
Slavistan?
A, na Indiji igre na Steamu, gluposti.
Ima neka igra od jednog srpskog, čini mi se, razvojnog tima, nešto sa vilama i sa vešticama i čudima. Znam da vodiš neko...
Ima Kraljević Marko the Brave, ali to pravi Bugari.
Marko the Brave, a to su Bugari, ili?
Bugari, Mike Kinga. Kralj Marko. Da li igram GTA 4, nisam ga igrao. Znaš kada sam ga zadnji put igrao? Kad je izašla Windows Vista.
Šta hoćeš da igraš, multiplayer ili kampanju?
Ma ne bre, kampanju.
Multiplayer sam ja igrao i obrisu igru, počeo sam igrao multiplayer. Toliko cheatera ima da je to nenormalno.
Ma ja, sam to igrao.
Šta je GTA 4?
Davno ga nisam igrao, još kad je izašla Windows Vista, to je bilo 2000... Kad je izašla više Vista, 2007. ili 2009? Ne, 9. je izašao Windows 7.
GTA 4 bi trebao da bukvalno krekuješ da bi ga igrao normalno, to znaš?
Znam da nije mogao da radi na XP-u, na verziji koju sam imao, koja ima Online Service Pack 2.
Odeš na Steam i pročitaš review, tamo ti savjetuju ako ćeš da kupiš igru za Euro 2, obično je toliko na Steamu, da skineš krek, ne izradi igra kako treba. Nisu je pečovali iz Rockstara, znaš? Misli to? Mislim, stavili su igru na Steam, može da se igra, ali je tako loše radi da svi svi ozbiljni igrači koji su duže igrali, na Steamu su napisali bukvalno upusto, skinite s toga i toga sajta, ne znam, krekovani exe file, to je zadnja verzija, i tako možda pokreneš. Što ne instinkt i služi
Fallout
samo...
76, 93 giga se uzima, a ubrano.
Nemoj. Jel ti se sviđa RPG igra gdje moraš stvari da prodaješ stalno, zato što nikad nemaš dovoljno mjesta prazno?
Pričao si mi o tome, da, znam.
Ja bi igrao tako nešto, da išta valja.
Elder Scrolls Online sam posljednji put igrao 2016. godine.
Sa Nešom ili?
No, znam.
Znaš da je Neša lud za ti.
Znam, Inquisition, Dragon Age, to ne priznajem, ja priznajem samo prvi deo. Samo priznajem Dragon Age prvi deo. Da, Dragon Age Origin i Awakening mi je trebalo...
Origin si odličan.
Najbolj to mi milje Dragon Age. I sviđa mi se Awakening. Trebalo mi je da pređem, znači, Origin, da pređem Awakening i da pređem ovih 9 kao DLC-a. Trebalo mi je 49,4 sati, s tim što sam prelazio igricu pre toga 6-7 puta. Tako da ono, znam gdje mi šta treba za sve bossove, kako duše, kako šta da idem i tako. I naravno, fora koja se uvijek uradi, uzmeš iz Origina Legion Armor, u Awakeningu, kada letiš na početku Warden Keep na nog Ogrena, zameniš samo opremu njegovu i tvoju, jer bukvalno isti armor, ista sve, samo što njegov ima jaču statistiku i to je to. Dobar.
A onaj ogr, onaj veliki, nebuđeni, plavi džin.
Ne, Ogren, patuljak onaj. A Org se zove nekako već. Ogren se zove onaj patuljak što mu je žena Bjanka.
Ne sjećam se imena. Ona je što...
On je sa crvenom koštom patuljak što ti je pandan ovom bre u izgoštada prstena Gimliju.
A da, ovaj nosi kožni oklop i samostrel, tako? Ili mislim na onoga iz dvojke.
Ne, Varis se pojavio bre čekaj. Čekaj, nije bre. Varis ti u dvojici, što nosi samostrel.
Da, tako.
Kako beše zove samostrel, mislim da je Bjanka, zove isto kao žena. A onaj DLC Shay, onaj kao golem, to u stvari je neka žena iz neke plemenske porodice, potke u biblioteci, koji imam pravo neđu polstova priča. Najjača misija Earn the Secret Ashes, znači to mi je omiljena misija. Kad ideš da nađeš onaj kao od svetog nekog Andreasa njihov sveta, to ti je pandan Isusu, samo što je to bila žena. I nađete njen kao pepo da biste izvečili jedno koju je crcenomagijom. Earl Aemon. Koji je kao zaražen. Dale, ovo je toliko staro, ali vrate, ne znam kako da se odrazim, vrate, napalim se kad gledam ovaj cinematic flash. Još kao cinematic flash. Onda ima priča Lilijana, Bart, Song, sve DLC da sam došao. Predobro.
Određene stvari možeš da uradiš samo kad ti je karakter muškarac, a neke ne možeš samo kad ti je žensko.
Da.
A ako ti je karakter muško, možda napraviš sina, onoj kako zove, Morrigan, ali tako?
Morrigan, da.
Onda ona pobegne s njim.
Pojavljuje u Inquisitionu.
Aha.
I ona spominje Grey Warden u Inquisitionu. Nisam igrao Inquisition, sam gledao na YouTube-u. Ali ne sviđa mi se. On je izašao 2014. sjećam se.
Ma, brat ga moj igrao, ja ga nešto nisam gotivio.
Cijela magija kao da izbaciš to iz sebe.
I jedino što mi se sviđa što u Dragon Age-u dvojici igraš sa Hovkom koji je sasvim nezavistan karakter. I ako igraš Inquisition, srećeš ga u dvojici kao lorda toga grada. Kako jeste ono kao kanonski postao u dvojici. Taj deo je jako dobro urađen.
Jer on je rešio spor između Templara i Mageova. Znaš da je bio građanski rat. Pa su kunari iskoristili nestabilnost u gradu da preuzmu vlast. Pa su ubili onog gradonačelnika. A tu se isto pojavljuje onaj bre čarobnjak što je sa vama u partiju. Kako se zove, ušte ga vem, a njega nađeš u ovom bre Awakeningu.
Da?
Nađeš on kao nekog duha, Justice se zove. Pa on misliš da umre, u stvari on nekako uđe u telo čarobnjaka, on dvojica dele to telo. predobro bolesna priča, znači nerealno dobro. Evo, brate, diže mi se već.
Neka, Marko, neka.
Ja kad god gledam Hobbit ili Gospode prsta, i u većini slučaju Gospode prsta, vrate, ja dobijem posle neki kajpskim dragoničkom. I zato sam ga prolazio još 6-7 puta. Bukvalno Arđo imam tuti onaj iz Maji, iz Hobbita, sve znači paralelu imaju. Zlatne bolesne igra, sećam se kao onako ustrani si bolnici, imaš neke ruke iz ramena, neke kao dve glave, pa kidaš ljude.
Ti si zapravo šef mafije.
I tako nešto, nema
šef,
pojma, u stvari
šef mafije.
Si lud kao.
Nisam siguran za taj deo ludari. To mi nije jasno kako ide.
Ja mislim da si kao, ili beš završiš u ludari.
Te deonice da si ti kao ludnici, vidiš sve kao članove svoje mafije, kao da su ti oni ludaci isto. Tako da nisam siguran šta da mislim o priči.
Evo te tu šta da ide.
Znaš da multiplayer ima svoju kampanju? Da. Ako si sad uzmeš da igraš igru, kad pređeš kampanju, ok. A ako uzmeš da igraš multiplayer, imaš multiplayer misija da igraš solo ili sa nekim nebitno, igraš sa 4 kao plaćenika. Svaki taj plaćenik isto ima kao neki dodir s tim Darknessom i svaki ima svoj set moći drugačiji. I oni su ti svi, ako pratiš se one kao priče, one cinematike, oni svi imaju veze sa glavnom pričom. Recimo, jedan, ne znam, nađe magični predmet, drugi je ubije šefa magije, drugog i tako. Oni su ti kao tvoji ono henchmen. Ako pređeš čitavu kampanju, multiplayer ti dođe kao šlag na torti. Imaš nekog voodoo sveštenika, nekog crnca, koji isto ima kao te moći tame da diže zombije i ima svoje neko oružje. Imaš nešto kao Jakuzu nekog, koji ima neke moći krvi, ne znam nija. Ima neki škot, ja mislim da je škot, crvenokosi. Ima neku začaranu sekiru, isto neka upleta moći. I mislim da ima dvocepu ili tako nešto. I da li ima neka žena, zaboravio sam. Ima 3-4 karaktera. Svaki je drugačiji. Nijedan nema duple moći. Svaki se malo drugačiji igra. Nemaju kao taj glavni karakter, nemaju baš njegove kopije njegovih moći, već ima sasvim nešto unikatno.
Još je prešli Mad Maxa.
Mad Max je dobar, da, jesu.
Je dobra? Meni se sviđa ono.
Znaš kakav je, ne sviđa mi se kraj. Igra ko igra okej. Jer se bukvalno resetuje, ništa, znaš ono kad karakter kad gledaš kako znaš ide nešto, ništa karakter nije dobio u suštini. Ideš da nađeš kao taj njegov auto i onda ima kao opciju da spase onu kao žensku, šta je već, nomada i njenu ćerku, međutim njih dve poginu, šta već, i onda on poludi, seti se svoje porodice stare, onda se obračuna s tim glavnim raiderom, kojim se već boriš na početku igre. Mislim da se njemu zaglavilo sečivo od motorke.
U glavu.
Tako nešto.
Motora te štjeraca. Živ je bengušta, pa da.
I valjda ga na kraju igre dokrajčiš i uzmeš nazad svoj kao taj V8. V8, ja mislim da je V8. Taj, šta je to, Ford Falcon, ja mislim, je li tako?
Ford neki se ne znam model.
Ford Falcon za australijsko tržište. I uzme nazad svoj auto i ostaviš onaj auto koji si buđio toku igre i znam da ona je nakazao nešto te prati onaj grbav i on kao ne, kao kako si ostavio, kako ga on zove, Magnum Opus, taj auto što ti buđiš sve vreme. Ne, kao naš kao divni auto, ovo kao izda si nas tamo vamo i auto padne u provaliju taj tvoj koji si tokom igre buđio i uzmeš nazad svoj stari auto. Kao taj VOS. I kao, opet postaješ nomad i...
Aha.
Ništa, ono, kao, šta god.
Jel dugo, koliko sati se igra? 10-12 sati ili ima manje?
Pa 10 do 20, zavisi koliko igraš. Imaš dosta tih trka da se igra, imaš da radiš. Možeš da osvajaš, da se... Znaš kako rađene u fazonu Batmana, imaš one borbe sa onim lokalnim šefovima ovih raidera.
Reputaciju, a da budu...
Jako su dobro radili igriva zona, ili ti open world zona, ti je ogromna. Ako ćeš da ideš van nje, nemaš nevidljive barijere kao u ostalim igrama. Znaš te što se? Nema ništa. Možda voziš u oluju, ali nema ništa. Da, wasteland je. Trošiš gorivo, samo ćeš ostati. Voziš koliko hoćeš, ali ništa nema. Znači, bukvalno, pošto se kao u fazonu kanonski dešava u Australiji, jel da? Većina događaja se dešava u nekoj zoni gde ima života, znaš, i nečega. Sve ostalo je kao bukvalno nuklearna pustinja, ono kao...
Znači, ako imaš goriva, hoćeš da se voziš kao u stvarnom životu, možeš se voziš, ali nigdje neće dođeš.
Ima opcija sa resursima. Ako se voziš kroz tu zonu, kao, možeš da nađeš sanduke sa ovim materijalima. To možeš, ako ti baš treba. To je neka vajda. Ali osim tih nekih... I to moraš da paziš da te ne ubiju sanduci, pošto leti šut na sve strane. Možda da nakupiš toga šuta, neku određenu količinu, onda se vratiš nazad. Samo kreneš auto za 180 i vratiš se nazad.
Za kraftovanje?
Pa da. To ti je skrep, bukvalno, kao otpad, jedinica valuta. Otpad i gorivo. I municija, ali jako malo municije imaš. Zato je jako dobro. Municije imaš tipa, kad nađeš 6 patrona za dvocevku, kod da imaš 500. Zato što niko drugi nema ništa, razumeš? Imaš koplje za vrcanje sa eksplozivom. To ti je isto moćno jako. Borba sa automobilima je jako dobro rađena. Vjerojatno među najboljima.
Sjećam se Rage, prvi deo kad je izašao 2011. godine. Ta godina sa igrama je bila OP. Tad je izašao Skyrim, izašao je Rage, izašao je Modern Warfare 2.
Ali prvi Rage.
Prvi Rage, drugi nisam igrao, ali prvi me oduševio.
Ne, prvi je dobro rađen.
Pogodiš, to je tad bilo nešto novo u igrama. Pogodiš lika u rame, zaneseš ga na tu stranu, znači ono, u nogu, onako glava dole, poljubi u nogama.
Sjećaš da je Kec imao bugova sa teksturama?
Da.
A znaš šta je to bilo? Ja sam čitao posle. Imao je mega teksture, to ti samo, ja mislim, ta igra imala. Nisi imao teksture, recimo, u 4-5 onih velikih, kao tih fajlova. Sve teksture nivoa su ti bile u jednom fajlu. I kad ti učitava teksturu nivoa, svih objekata u nivou, učitava ti ogroman jedan fajl od par gigabajta. I ako nisi imao...
Sjećam se da igra bila na 4 ili na 6 onih od 8 gigabajta.
Da, ako nisi imao jaku mašinu, znala da ti jebe to s teksturama, ta zebancija. Ali kad ti učitava nivo, ako si imao dobar hardware, ono sve instant učitavalo, nisi imao nikakvih glitcheva. I napustili su taj sistem, znaš.
Imao sam tad još uvijek SSD, ne, imao sam hard disk.
Da.
Pa dobro, 2011. SSD-ovi su kad imali 2013. više, ili 12.
Tako, a M2 diskovi tek pre nekih, ja mislim, 5-6 godina, nisam siguran da su postali popularniji.
Evo ti ovaj što sam imao do sada SSD, M2, kupio sam ga 2020. Razina 500 ili 605 ili 504, tako nešto bilo.
M2?
M2, ali ona prva generacija.
To je sporo.
To je sporo?
Sporo.
Eto, brate, koja je razlika sad, što im kažem ti restartujem komp, okrenem se, vraćam se, tražim pin da se logujem. Znači ono tipa 3 sekunde.
Da, znam.
I plus mi je ploča ne podržava PCI 4 nego 3. Jer mi je ploča ono B450.
Aha. Moglo bi da izvučeš i bolje performanse, da, kapiram.
Da, nemam 5-6 hiljade, nego imam tipa do 3,5-4 koliko. Brate, opet 12 puta više nego što sam imao. Dobro, nije 12, ali 10.
Da.
I podijelio sam particije, nisam teo jedno, podijelio sam ih opet 300 i 600 nešto. Ili ti particije, berežnica, maturski rad, virtualne mašine 2016. godine. Ne, to mi je iz 2016. Ne, 2016. Ja, to mi se čuva, da vidimo što kaže. jako veliki faul. Ovo što nije. Good try, Majo. Mojega Rajka, kolema si Rajka.
Tako.
Ćao.
Zdravo.
Zdravo. To je Milan. Gdje si Milan, šta ima?
Evo, posao. Ima li mesta za mene, koliko ću ti digam?
Ako ćeš da se čekaš jedno 5 do 7 minuta da ubijem bossa, ima.
Nikakav problem. Važi, vidimo se onda uskoro.
Važi. S tim što on misli da ja igram Kill Floor 3. A ja bijem bossa u Path of Exile 2. Ali dobro, nema veze. To je sve isto, samo drugačije zapakovano. Danas ti ima jako malo razlike između ovih RPG-eva i šutera. Toliko su to ispomešali žanrove.
Koji, 70 ili 50? Ovo je možda 70. Isto 70. Pa kada ono krije... Brale, vidi ovo, stavili mu šipku da ne iskoči. Samo... Može uspiti. Znači, da ovi bodovi pa kad stave da im je par, skidu jedan par i stave ovo za usi sjelo. Fabrički. Ono, brate. Dobra, ali kada ga... Znači, gledam Eli kad vozi Toyota Supra sa ona 2-3 zim motora tako. Oni motori, bre, 1300 km. Čekaj, da. J2, kako se zove, J2Z, kako već. Supra, ovo iz 90 neke godine. Auto 1239 konja. Evo na General Chat. Čeću streamu uslovi. Evo streamu. Nije, to je za neki drugi automotor, to je mislim za... To je za neki drugi auto. Da, slušaj se. Da, vidiš znate kad čini? On bre u drugu brzinu čovjek ono 6-7 milijada, znaš kako obrte da ga... Pa i, ne rao.
Pa ima mnogo veći broj, oni imaju zagleda po 12-13 hiljada obrta.
Sad ćeš. Prava kilometraža, 121.000.
Nazad.
Originalni motor koji se pretio 3000 kubika referenca.
Ujebem ti život. Ovo brale prođe pored tebe, sereš se odmah. Vidio je, to nije još lagan. Mislim karoserija, ne motor.
Pa nije lagan.
Karoserija da, motor nije uopšte.
400 kila su... A znaš šta je fora kod njega?
Motor je 3.0.
Mnogo, da, on proklizava mnogo zato što je zadnja vuča sada.
Da, i lagana je karoserija.
A nazad je lagan. I onda prokliza mnogo veliki obrtaj, mnogo moćan motor.
Ne znam koliko biš išao, 280, koliko išao ti?
Quickly.
Ne, ovaj ga baja, jebom u kjevu koliko.
Znaš što sam gledao, brate, te supre naše. Uznu ti motori, redni šestak.
Evo ti rekao gdje sad.
Ne znam da si vidio kako se priključuju turbine. Ubace dve turbine. Jedna je na 3 cilindra, druga je na 3 cilindra. I naprave ga oko 1000 litara.
Ono je 263. Ne bi se više od 270, 280. Malo pre 260.
To je jedino, na primjer, Nissana GT-a vadi to što ima pogon na sve 4 točke. I onda svi čupaju ga. Nema toliko da kliza.
Evo da, 280 evo koliko.
270.
290?
Ne, 290.
Ne, jeste 290, evo. Ova mala ti je 260, 270, 275, 280, 285, 290. 295 jebote. Jebem ti život. $295.
Toliko naši putevi to ne možeš da voziš toliko.
Ne možeš ni gdje da ga voziš.
Pa možeš, ali to je mnogo problem. On je lako napravi sranje kad ti se stavi po našem.
Ko kad smo se vraćali od tebi Vlade jebote i pa možda ne znam šta, 20 minuta smo bili na autoputu i neki lik vozi bili 70.
Pa to ti ću kažem ili dođe pa se trka sa njima, pazi, pretiče kamion.
Everything I promise.
Ono kad pretičeš, tjera, kako se tjera.
I'll remove your head myself. Not if I take yours first. First one's higher.
Ja svake nedelje, poslednjih 4-5 nedelje, jednom nedelju odam do BG-a. Neki put 2 puta, ali kažu bar jednom nedelju odam. Retko kad ispod 180. Priznam sad, da čučete drugo, ništa ne. Ali dobro, pazi, ne vozim konstantno. Nakačujem se na nekog ili, znaš. Pa da, pa tako je. Kad izlazim iz sela, već na izlazu, brate, tamo u Garcia može da imam 60-70, a ja ono 120. Pliva, samo pliva. Orion.
To do the job. I'll find someone who can.
Pa je. Evo tu je na pola health. Moram sam naravno se levelio prema što sam dotišao kod njega. Oj! Ti si posla prepostavljan, ali?
Za kući iz posla. Radio 14 sati.
Jebot.
Lova do krova.
Pa ne znam ja za tu lovu, druže. Pa tako te ono izrabe, nije ti do života nego lov.
Imam ja energije, nije? Ajmo, će igramo trojku.
Hoćemo samo da skembam bossu u polovinu health, što mu ostalo.
Ajde, tu sam ja.
Zvukom ima neranjive faze. Ja ga tepam sve vreme, on samo skoči, baci maglu oko mene i ne mogu ništa. Pičko raspala vrat. Izgledalo sam sharpshootera na 30. Sad su zadignem sa ninjom. Nisam znao da kad unaprediš na dve katane da možeš da imaš block strength do maksa. Nisam probao. Ovo dosta što sam igrao bi bilo isto dosta jako. Ne znam koliko mogu bossu da blokiram udarci. Shit, umri.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness, it consumed my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
So?
Done well, good luck. This...
Count, we can fight. Part of me is the count. The clan will be just... I'd still...
Jer kad će im sljedeći update za igru?
Ne znam. Ne bih rekao da će pred decembrom.
Toliko daleko. Hoće bar staviti neke balance patcheve ili nešto.
Pa nisu ništa precizirali za onaj content update, kad će?
Kako za ono, rearmament ili tako?
Pa pojma ne. Zaboravio sam. Ima neki glup naziv. Ali vjerojatno još malo pa će druga sezona.
Misliš da da pre druge sezone neće ništa. Killing Flirtery. Si prešao Weekly? Weekly mapu, onaj kao challenge.
Ja?
Ti?
Mislim da nisam. Da li ima opet neki novi? Nisam vratio pažnju.
Ako dobro sećam, konvoj u pitanju. Bez ikakvih... mislim da nemaš modove za oružje. Ni za što. Igrao sam to solo. Sa sharpshooterem, ja mislim. I... za rundu pred bossa uđe inženjer. I da mu sve pare. Imao sam pištolj za healovanje, onaj, kako se zove, Ifrit. Pardon. Ne, nisam imao Ifrit, imao sam onaj Medigun, LF85, kako se već zove. I znam da sam prokovao led na bossa par puta. I inženjer ga je ukokao, ja sam ga healove. Ja više nisam imao čime da se nahealujem, inženjer nije imao pištolj ili ga nije kupio, konj. I onda sam trčao sa 30 healta okolo kao magarac, nisam imao para da kupim ništa. Nisam ga ni pucao, samo sam healovao inženjera.
Unlucky.
Pa nisam umro. A ne. Nego sam morao da trčkam. Da trčkam, da ga healujem, a on je radio DPS.
Zato nikad ne daješ sav novac, uvek ostaviš 1000 za bossove.
Ne bi ja puno radio. Više sam pustio njega da tankuje. Boss ga udari, skinem 70% HP, on počne da kuće okolo, pobegnem, ja ga nahealujem i sve tako u krug. Ti si u full partiju, šta li?
Ja?
Can't join party full. Ili me zove.
Čekajte, pa šta ne kažete da ovo...
Šta se
Ko će sve da igra? Ti?
Ja i niko drugi nema igru.
Dobro. Da li streamuješ?
Uvijek.
Fuck.
Pa ne moraš da gledaš. Sve je u redu. Nisam navikao na ljude.
Evo, sad ću te pozovem.
Ne. Pet join. Under the sea. Za Sewers ima dobra taktika. Ali moraš to da radiš pred bossa. Da pustiš da skrekovi flash pump izlome sva vrata i one, kako se zove, zidove. Zidove probiju. Da se mapa malo raširi, jer ako to ne uradiš, onda će te bossa biti. A ako razbije dosta zidova, ako razbiju skrekovi flash pump, ako ih ukolno pustiš da to rade, tako smo danas uradili. Znači imali smo mjesto koliko hoćeš da bossa vozimo. Znači nije bilo ono da te sabiju ćošakama kaki. Trčali smo kroz onu veliku centralnu sobu i ove sa strane male sobice. Napravi se fino boss arena, ali baš su teret da poslušaju toliko. Pire, šta govoриš, ne, sve. Okej. Ajoj. Ajajaj.
Lako za tebe.
Pa, tako nekako. Ne moram da te pitam da uzmeš pištolj za healovanje, jel da? Jel tako?
Ja, potrebe, uzimam ga automatski.
Dobro, bar to ne moram da pitam. Ko mi je rekao, Kecman, kaže, ti si otišao na posao, mi smo nastavili da igramo, ja, Slavko i Milan, kaže, znaš ko je uzeo, kaže, pištolj za healovanje, kaže, niko. Ja rekao, znao sam.
Pa, Milan uzeo kafa.
Ko? Milan? Ma kaki. Kecmana, možda sam rekao Milan, mislio sam ne Kecmana. Milan nema para, bre. Okle mu pare kad ne radi ništa.
Kako, bre, ne radi?
Ne radi. Raznosi...
Čega živi, brez?
Od čega živi, od rente. U dvorištu ima repetitor za mobilnu telefoniju. U Crnoj Gori mu je deda ili otac napravio vikendicu na moru. I uzima isto rentu za to. Presipa i šupljeg u prazno, ti ja objasnim. Kijeva mu ima penziju. I eto.
Pa za nije on jedno vreme radio kao komercijalista, tako nešto?
On i sad radi kao komercijalista. Lik mu daje 20.000 da mu promoviše 10 sekundi.
Moda da mu promoviše.
Jes, 10 sekundi.
Čekajte malo, stani malo, pijan se kak guzica, o čemu se radi, brate?
Milan doktor je rekao za Milana. Dobro, kome nemoj da...
Za Milana...
Jes, Milana Presvetlog, jes, pravoslavno.
Pa isto
Jo, kume, idi spavaj, ajde. Samo malo.
Aj, šta je rekao, progovori!
Samo malo. Ovako ćemo. Čovjek je pijan ko guzica. Nemaš.
Pa, svak sve tako.
Ma neka ide, nek spava, razumeš. Neću s tim da komuniciram kad je ovakav u tečnom agregatnom stanju. Ja ga valjda bolje poznajem. Da otvaram vratke ili ne, osjećam da je to taktika da se vrati na otvore, ne?
Hoćeš, tu je skroz nebitno.
Imaš teoretski armor, čini mi se, armor u toj maloj sobici.
Ne, nema.
Našao sam glitch da mi se zavagovala sajla sa ovim ninjom i bio me karakter zaglavljen u toj animaciji i izgubio mi se model oružja iz prcana.
To je bez veze.
Mislim, mogu sam i dalje da igram.
Welcome to my channel.
Odmori.
Discord.
Biću
JBT.
Nemaš jans.
Reclaim.
Jans.
JAIKES Joe SMO.
Ne mogu igram s čovjekom. Uživaj. Pjans. I pjans i težak. Ne može. Te stvari koje ne volim. Imam dovoljno alkoholičara u porodici bez tebe. Dobro. Sutra. Nagasira se i onda sam mu ja žrtva. Nemaš. Pojme nema šta da uzmem. Ništa. Apsolutno uzimam ništa. Ćeš neke pare da kupiš oružje?
Uzeo smo već samo reći.
Dobro, ako imaš startni budžet,
do 27 kila, 27 headshot.
Dobro. Sure.
CVC.
CVC prozori, no? Ne može puno. Rekao sam. Kad si u agregatnom stanju tečnom, sutra, kad se potrežniš.
ZZZ.
Gdje ti pričaš s njim? Čega?
Šalje mi poruke kad se pričaš. Imam text to speech bota i čitam i ne mogu da gledam u drugi ekran, nisam razrok.
Nice.
To je ovako...
Ej, neko je umro.
Ma, neki umro, šta da mu ja radim? Jebote, čujem ove... Sleđa mi je došao, mogu to. pokušavam da iskoristim sve charge da bi dobio bonus damage, ali ne mogu. Nice. Ušao nam je, ovaj lik je nenormalan, kad nenormalno ljudi čuju jednu stranu.
Dobro.
Ma ne, nego evo ti ga, gledaj ga ispred tebe komandu, pusti je da prođe ova horda pored njega. Idiot. A možemo da hodamo da je. Oj!
Pao s Craigom.
Viš da još trze.
Pozdrav za najjačeg kuma na svetu.
Mislim da je odustao sad, samo mi je napisao ZZZZZ u chatu. Vratno otišu u
A
krevet.
dobro, ide da spava.
Nadam se da ide spava. Kad je ovako težak, najbolje što može da uradi za sebe da ode u krevet. Izvoli, možda će trebati pare za municiju ili kupi drugu pušku, što god.
Ma meni ne mora da daješ.
Ti daj njim. Tako. Viš ovaj default skin jako lep za ovu katanu, ovaj dual katani.
Mislim da nemaš skinove za te puške.
Pa nemaš skinove, ti čim odeš oružje promeni se model osnovni, razumeš?
Po meni najlepši default skin u Gaming Lore serijalu ti je za Colt 1911 u Gaming Lore 2.
Koji touch? Imao sam skoro sve. Nisam igrao kasnije sezone, tako da ne znam na što...
Default.
Default?
Da, no.
Da se setim samo kako izgleda, ne mogu. Da li je bio u osnovnoj verziji KF-a 911 ili su prvo bacili onaj što ima kao dve cevi?
Bio u osnovnoj verziji, tek kasnije su bacili u cevku AEFs.
Da, neko je palo na pamet da zavari 2 911. Jedan po drugu.
A što najče ti pištolji zaista postoje?
Znam da postoje. Nije baš praktično za reload i kako to, ali postoje.
Ono je li cool?
Cool faktor stoji. Ako sam nešto mislim bolje da držimo ova vrata ovdje. Tebi neće tamo proći ništa.
Ja koristim ovaj default Artemis i okej, nije uopće težak za korišćenje. Samo treba malo sporije da pucaš u odnosu kad je full nabuđen.
Zbog recoila.
Ma recoil je i dalje mali, nego preciznost nije toliko sjajna. Uopšte ima smisla to što sam rekao.
Preciznost, tipa ne pogađa tamo da niša ništa.
Pa da, accuracy mu dosta niša. Poređenju sa touchmanom.
A morao sam ja nešto ukraditi. Ne znamo dakle se tu stvari. Monster kao da je dotrčao do
Pa
nas.
ispred nas je bio.
Mora bio s 10 strane APC. Ili zbog ove vatre, ne mogu da mu razaznam sve.
Ne, bio je na mojoj strani. Odatle je došao.
Znam.
To hoću da kažem.
Video sam flash pound, ali Craiga nisam učio.
Bio je i Craig tu. Odmah pored njega.
Nas, previše efekata na ekranu, verujem.
Pa jebi.
A u KF-u 2 nema šanse da ti se provuče jedan veliki Z da ga ne vidiš.
Ne, zato što su ti leti dobro odrađeni art style.
Ovdje. Ne baš. Ne baš. Ćeš da kupiš dugo oružje?
Ja već imam full build. Sa Marićanin i Artemis.
Ček, ti igraš kao sharpshooter igraš?
Da, što?
Dobar si sparan. Čekaj da vidim nešto. Ajmo ovako. Će ljudi da me mrze zbog ovoga. Jao. Miniram vrat. Ne znam zašto. Što da ne? Dođi, gej. Uvijek imaš nekog haska koji se stvori ispred tebe.
Kaži mi ako bude veliki Z na tvojoj strani, treba da napuđim ovo Big Z Killer
hoćeš, da. Stekove, Big Hunter, Big Game Hunter.
To.
A znam.
Imam već 6, palim još 4.
10 komada pravi veliku razliku.
Zapravo je isto. Možda na Halo Nerf razlika
To
je
za nije 1%, tako nešto.
Ali ubagovano je nešto.
A ne radi, treba.
Da.
Mislim, trebalo bi da pravi, ajmo reći to.
What the fuck?
A imaš ove haskove. Uvijek neki hask ima.
Uzet ću Scar, zašto da ne.
Eno ti sandvič i nastava kiselano iako imaš u frižider za doručak.
Dame uno, por favor.
Dobro. Jeste. Čak sam ja uzeo drugo oružje, ovo je komedija. se minira. To... Da li ovdje znaju da zarežu neka vrata, to se pitam. Na ovoj mapi, ja? Ono da probije neku prečicu. Koliko imaš taj bond? Došlo nam je stekova toga. Imaš ovdje jednu skrejka, ali mislim ne mrtav.
I imam max i kad se nabuđe ne padaju. Tako da je dobro za boss wave.
Da, to sam primetio. Ostaju stekove. E sad, da li rade...
Ovo je razliku sad. Sad 10 stekova prave razliku. Bukvalno po 2 metka za large cell.
Ja pretpostavljam da si ti napravio sa Marićanina da ti radi onaj armor piece municiju, jel' tako?
Nemam to ovdje. Ovo je default.
On ima full ballistic. Čekaj, on ima ballistic ili cold?
Mislim da ima ballistic i cold. Dva u jedan.
Evo ga ovdje jedan flash pound.
Pa ja ću ti pomognem, ali...
Mislim ne mrtvo.
Jesu.
Mrtvo. Jako mi brzo uleći zedovi unutra, znaš, ako ti ne stojim na vratima.
To je tačno.
Imaju onu sprint animaciju retardiranu, da samo se uprče, brate, kao da se burek deli.
A te mene jebat. Mate. Kako je pao? Ja bih da izađemo iz tunela.
Tačno. Vidio! Jebo, pas mater. To je red. Op! Ovi me pale. Gevi.
Ne znam kako koristi biological magic damage, ali to je bukvalno ništa za flash pound.
Izgleda da su zamke proradile. To sam postavio prethodnih par rundi, znaš.
Mogu se zaglavili.
Aha. Ne znam da li radi ili ne radi, ali vidi, radi healing, znaš. To radi. Ej, sinovi. Jednu torbu s municijom. A eto. Da, stavio sam sebi 2000, ne verujem da će stići da kupim toliko, ali ajde, bit će pozitivno. Bilo bi lepo kad ne bili impaleri, ali ono.
Dragon's Breath, damage će da pravi.
Ne znam kako radi default municija. Znam da ona nano termite radi jako dobar taj dot. Gori bukvalno bossu health. Ali ne unapređena nisam siguran. Koji je sad? Dobro. Pretpostavljam da je dobro. Jel ovo ima na cold? Ja mislim da ni... kurac. Ovo nije unapređeno, ovaj LF85 ne radi cold.
To je njegov korak.
Mene strah da uđem u taj tunel, počet će nas da ping ponguje zidove, znaš.
Pa te je boss, bre.
Eno ga iz APC-a, viš markovan. Eno ga.
Molim! Ja ću da zaključam. Lako da će.
Mrtav. Počeo da se agresivno teleportu, sad će biti jeban. Aha. Skočije kroz mene, ne verujem. Kakav gej. Ne, pomerio sam se, nemoj da me biješ tamo.
Baš laguju. Smisla internet.
Lago je zato što je ovo boss koji priziva mnogo ovih miniona, znaš? Vidio. Minioni su mu bili.
Ne, meni ping slabo.
Dok me vuko ka sebi, ovi su me tuk.
Ping, me jebe. Ne znam, je li ovo do servera?
Zbog crossplay, zato što igramo sa konzolašima i onda imaš komunikaciju između tvoje mašine, servera i Sonyjevih servera ili Xbox servera. Zbog crossplay. Recimo da igraš na čisto PC serverima, vjerojatno ne bi imao problema. Dosta PlayStation i Xbox konzola ti je preko Wi-Fi povezana.
Brate, ja ulazim u tunel, meni prikazuje da sam se zaglavio na ulazu u tunela tamo sa leve strane.
Mene par puta igra teleportovalo, ne sad u ovom fajtu, ali u sred boss fajta desi recimo da me vrati 2 sobe nazad. Sprat me vrati, bukvalno. Zbog laga.
Ovaj lik gine.
Ako bude samo ovo radio bez da puca u njega, teži slučaj. Aj, dobro. Zar taj Knight's Bridge nema neki grenade launcher nešto? Ili možda ga naprediš za to? Puko ga unuku. Što ne uključi gadget? Samo što će pucati vratno njegove mobove. Loš mu je lupa ovdje. Bukvalno ne može da ga puca. I da ocija ne može. Loše. Treba bi na nožičara da ga uvati. Okrenuo se bio, već iza njega bio. Bože se čuje. A sad ćemo doći oni mobovi, znaš? 100%. Evo gledaj, već ga jure. Zaglavit će ga negdje na vrat. Biće ga veselje. Jedna ta kugla skida, ne znam, 50 health. Tako nekako.
Dobro će ga pucali be, jebate.
Teško. Loš je izabrao lup po meni. Užasno loš. Evo viš, ovo ti kažem, ne pogađa dobro ove kuglice. Neravan je teren, on kako hoda, tako te kuglice ga pucaju po nogama.
Ja samo tišta, serveri su sranje.
Ovako se inače igra ponaša normalno. U multiplayeru. Ideš u krevet, a?
Brate, samo da mi igra nije sjebala za net. Ne, igrat ću nešto drugo. Neki single player, nešto.
Si prešao sve ove novije Resident Evil. Okej.
Ne, samo 4 remake.
Samo to?
500 puta.
Ne znam, ja bi ti preporučio ako hoćeš dobru igru da uzmeš da igraš 2, remake. Ne znam da li si igrao original 2 za PlayStation Kids.
Ali ono, teo je da isprobam 8, 2 remake i sve to.
Sve sam igrao. Sve sam igrao, kažem ti, 4 i 2 su...
Pa šta bih trebao još?
2. Pre svega ostalo. 2 remake. Ne znam da li...
Spomenuo sam i 2.
I jesi, ali nisi rekao da si je prešao? Ali tako? Resident...
Pa pre možda 15. godina neki laptop.
ona je izašla?
Nisu.
Ona je izašla 2019. Ja sam prešao čim je izašao. I to sam je prešao posle i za ocenu, mislim da je S. A snimiš samo jednom, čini mi se, u toku gameplaya ili 2 put, nisam siguran kako i dan. Ako hoćeš da ključaš nož sa kao beskonačnim durabilityjem. Pošto kako je dizajnirana igra, imaš nož, ali nož ima durability, imaš određen broj udaraca nožem pa se polomi. Unread chat, ko mi to posle poruku? Ti? Aha, dobro. Ja sam otišao na kratko. I see now.
I got a letter. The name.
Yeah.
This book, penned by an ancient character, who instantly is a playable fear and hunger one, gives Termina characters a crash course on Grogoroth's lore and how to use his sigil. It recaps much of what we've discussed, calling him the destroyer of men, he who ushers a new dawn with force and violence, stressing the duality of creation, destruction, and instructing how to draw his mark to gain strength. The fact that multiple characters in Termina, like Osa, the Yellow Mage ex-apprentice, or Marina the occultist, can start the game with this skin Bible, shows that knowledge of Grogoroth persists in secret circles. Even in an era of firearms and trains, there are those dabbling in medieval blood magic and seeking the old god's favor. Termina's overall plot involves a twisted festival where 12 people are forced into a murderous game, thanks to another old god, Rare, the moon god. In such desperate circumstances, we see contestants like Osa actively try to leverage Grogoroth's power to survive the nightmarish Termina festival. For instance, Osa can perform ritual circle sacrifices in Termina as well, just like in the first game, to gain Grogoroth's affinity and potentially unlock spells of destruction. The continuity is clear. Even though Grogoroth himself doesn't pop up to say hello, his cult methods and magic have been passed down through ages. It's like an underground tradition, a dark art for those willing to embrace it. In Termina's story, the new gods, formerly human ascended beings, and other forces largely drive the conflict, but Grogoroth's thematic presence can be felt. The Termina festival itself, a bloody battle royale, is something that presumably would please Grogoroth immensely. So much death and chaos in one town. There's no explicit mention of him orchestrating it. That's Rare's doing, primarily. But I can't help imagining Grogoroth watching the carnage from whatever void he's in, nodding in approval. If anything, Termina underscores how the world changes, but primal forces remain. The old gods are fading, yes, but the human capacity for violence and sacrifice hasn't gone anywhere. It's just taken new forms, like world wars, mass rituals, etc. Grogoroth's ethos lives on in every burst of destruction that inadvertently leads to a new...
Hello.
Hello, hello.
My game is bugging, so I can't like
Is it
connect to the server, so I try to fix it.
Aha.
Vladar. Welcome
It's
to
like
my
the
channel.
connecting bug, you call it.
So do you want me to host a session and invite you?
Yeah, it's better you to host, so
Let me
otherwise it bugs more.
Let me try. Leave. I have to do it like this. Yes. Vladar 989. Zdravo. Pozdrav. Okay. So what do you want to play?
We can play on Hell on Earth if you want, or hard.
It's fine, but I'm not max level. It's fine. What map? And it is?
Yeah, everything is fine.
So does anybody use microphone beside old KF players?
Yeah, sometimes, but not as much as in Killing Floor 2.
There is no text
But-
chat?
Nope. And the like icon for the mic is bugged too, so
It doesn't show a lot of times.
Yep.
At least I know it works because I heard you like 2 weeks ago or something like that. And
Yeah,
now I know it
good.
works.
I'm gonna try to fix it and then I can join you later.
Okay. Oh, you bugged out. You didn't connect.
No, I don't.
Oh.
It's the game.
I'm not surprised. This can't be any worse than fucking weekly, I think. The fuck? What the fuck? Thanks. Kind of a lags. Not gonna lie. I had 0 hit points. Behind you, watch it. Run.
Enter the pod if you need to stock up.
Good job. Good job, man.
That ought to do it.
Is the fucking medic pistol that expensive? Yet nobody uses a fucking pistol. Interesting. See, this heals. See? See? Unlimited healing. Technology. If only there was a way to heal other people. If only. boss round? Is it?
You're low on grenades. Thankfully, Contact has plenty available for purchase. Top up on grenades while you're at the machine.
Please don't tell me they have enough sponsors.
Where are the disposable safety scalpels?
Final chance. Pod's closing. The pod is officially closed.
The fuck was all this? Yeah, I see. $50. Yeah, he still got hit from behind. See? Retarded! Fix your fucking game! Yeah, I died just like that. From 150 to 0. Hello guys.
New beginning. We even see literal new beginnings. The ending of Termina can result in the birth of yet another new god, born from the bloodbath. Gro-Goroth isn't directly involved, but one could argue his philosophy is vindicated through massive death. Something novel arises yet again. One more small connection. In Prehavel, the city where Termina occurs, there's a national museum where a mysterious clock face displays symbols of various gods, including Gro-Goroth's eclipse rings, Sylvian's eye, Rare's circles, etc. This implies that by the 1940s, scholars or occultists had identified and catalogued these symbols as part of history or mythology. Gro-Goroth, in that sense, is recognized as part of the world's cultural heritage of gods. He went from an active deity in the Dark Ages to almost a museum piece in modern times.
Laguje.
But as we know,
Full laguje.
nothing in a museum stays quiet for long. Some
Odjednom se
terminal
stvore dva
players
zeda
might
ispred
recall
tebe.
an exhibit coming
3
to
zeda
life,
doleću iza ćoška.
or having more significance than meets the
4
eye.
velika zeda stoje oko tebe biju.
No spoilers.
Najvjerojatno.
In summary, Termina shows that Grogoroth's story didn't end in the dungeon. He left a blood-stained legacy in a child god of nature wandering somewhere out there, in forbidden tomes read by desperate survivors, and in the continued possibility that humans will invoke his name when they seek violent strength. The old god may not stride through Preheval streets, but his invisible hand still reaches through time, nudging those willing to spill blood. Grogoroth is a rich character, not just because of in-game knowledge, but because of the layers of inspiration and symbolism he carries. The creator of fear and hunger, Miro Havranen, clearly drew from a variety of sources, mythology, literature, and philosophy, when crafting the old gods. Let's unpack some of the major parallels and influences behind Grogoroth, and how they enhance our understanding of this dark deity. The very name Grogoroth rings a bell for horror literature fans. In fact, the game's trivia outright states Grogoroth's name may have been inspired by Golgoroth, a Lovecraftian great werewolf. Golgoroth, also known as the Forgotten Old One, or the God of the Black Stone, was created by Robert E. Howard and mentioned in H.P. Lovecraft's Circle of Stories. In those tales, Golgoroth is a dark, toad-like god worshipped by barbaric cults, and it demands blood sacrifices. See the resemblance. Lovecraftian deities are typically ancient, alien intelligences, indifferent to humans, except as playthings or worshippers. Grogoroth fits that mold well. Ancient, beyond morality, reachable only through disturbing rites. There's even a Necronomicon in fear and hunger, the famous fictional grimoire from Lovecraft's lore. And if you read it in game, you see a depiction of Grogoroth drawn in a maddening style. The Necronomicon page of the game shows an arrangement of symbols. At the top is Grogoroth's eclipse symbol. Beneath it, Sylvian's eye, and other runes below. It's a clear homage to Lovecraft's mythos, implying that fear and hunger's old gods are cousins to the likes of Cthulhu's pantheon. This gives Grogoroth a nice extra dimension. Players are encouraged to think of him in the same breath as cosmic horrors that drive people insane by mere presence. Indeed, in combat, his whispers basically are an insanity effect, a nod to the idea that humans can't comprehend the old ones without dying or going mad. Beyond Lovecraft, another likely namesake is Gorgoroth, the desolate plateau in Mordor from the Lord of the Rings. Gorgoroth in Tolkien's work is a wasteland of ash and volcanoes, essentially the heart of Sauron's realm of evil. The name itself evokes dread. It's quite fitting that Grogoroth, god of war and sacrifices, would share a name with a land of unending darkness and fire. It subtly cues us to associate him with ultimate evil. But interestingly, fear and hunger then plays with that expectation by showing that from another perspective. He's just fulfilling a natural role, unlike Sauron, who's evil for power's sake. Still, the Lord of the Rings nod firmly, places Grogoroth in the Dark Lord camp in our collective consciousness. Grogoroth's themes resonate with many mythologies around the world. Perhaps the clearest parallel is found in Hindu mythology, specifically the concept of the god Shiva, the destroyer, who, along with Brahma, creator, and Vishnu, preserver, completes the cosmic triad. Shiva's role is to destroy destruction, paving the way for new creation. Shiva is not considered evil by Hindus. Rather, his destruction is holy and necessary. One could see Grogaroth as a warped echo of Shiva, though Shiva is usually depicted as austere and meditative, and not in his wrathful form, whereas Grogaroth seems to delight in the bloodshed aspect more unabashedly. Another comparison could be made to Kali, the Hindu goddess, who is both a loving mother figure and a bloodthirsty slayer of demons. Kali wears a garland of skulls and drinks blood, yet she represents the destruction of evil and the transformative power of time. Grogaroth certainly has the skulls and blood part down. His followers leave plenty of those, and like Kali, he is associated with violent ritual. In some interpretations, Kali and Shiva danced together in a frenzy that destroyed worlds. The image not far from Grogaroth, dancing with Sylvan to create nature. Moving westward, consider the Aztec mythology. The Aztecs had gods that demanded constant human sacrifice to keep the cosmos running. Huitzilopochtli, for example, was the god of the sun and war. To appease him and ensure the sun rose each day, the Aztecs offered up beating hearts of captives. The sheer volume of sacrifices in Aztec culture, thousands per year by some accounts, echoes the kind of carnage Grogaroth enjoys. In fear and hunger, a literal heap of corpses forms the landscape around Grogaroth's domain. And that imagery could be straight out of an Aztec temple after a festival. The crucial difference is Aztecs sacrificed to preserve creation, keep the sun moving, whereas Grogaroth's doctrine is to sacrifice to end the current order and start a new one. Still, both emphasize that blood fuels cosmic cycles. There's also a biblical parallel, the idea of a cleansing apocalypse. Think of Noah's flood. God essentially said mankind had grown too wicked, so he wiped the slate clean with a flood and let Noah's family start fresh. It's destruction as a prelude to renewal, exactly Grogaroth's mantra. Grogaroth, admittedly, is more continuously hungry for destruction than the biblical God who promised not to flood earth again. The flood story shows that even in Abrahamic tradition, there's precedent for catastrophic destruction being framed as a purifying reset. Some depictions of the apocalypse, especially in medieval times, similarly casted as a necessary purge before the kingdom of God. Grogaroth would nod vigorously at that. Yes, burn it all down, make way for the new. Even the duality of Grogaroth and Sylvian has echoes in various mythologies of paired gods or spirits, embodying opposing forces that together balance the world. One might think of yin and yang in Chinese philosophy, the dark and light that together make a whole. Grogaroth is the yin. Actually, in Chinese, yin is dark destructive, and yang is light creative. So Grogaroth might be yin in that schema.
Brate, ovo laguje kad igraš sam.
There's also the concept of Eros and Thanatos in Greek myth and later psychoanalysis. Eros being the life instinct, love, procreation, and Thanatos the death instinct. Sylvian literally represents love, sex, fertility, Eros incarnate, while Grogaroth is Thanatos, the drive toward death and chaos. The game...
Ma, sve u redu. Program, Miloš.
Eko da vidim da li ima živih.
Si igra novu sezonu ovoga Path of Exile, ubacili su novi akt.
A tebe nema.
Ubacili su market. Potencijal za pare.
Ubaci šta hoće. Jadim po 12 sati, ne dižem glavu posle.
Ne znam. Nadam se da to vredi tvoga zdravlja. Ti kako hoćeš.
Veri.
Ne znam, kako to...
Hop in. We're heading out.
Ish.
Lore even bears this out. Sylvian wishes only for acts of love in her name and bonds people together, whereas Grogoroth asks for acts of killing and will bond with you only if you sacrifice life. It's a pretty on-the-nose life versus death dichotomy, which the game then tangles, since they produced a child, suggesting life and death also intermingle. Fear and hunger. As a series, has a lot of alchemical and occult symbolism woven in, and Grogoroth is no exception. I mentioned earlier that he and Sylvian hail from the Green Hue, essentially a green-tinted otherworld where the older gods dwell. The color green is interesting here. In alchemy, green is often associated with a crucial stage of transformation. There's a famous image in alchemy called the green lion devouring the sun, which symbolizes a cleansing, corrosive agent, green vitriol, that is sulfuric acid, breaking down matter, the sun, gold, so it can be purified. The sulfur god in fear and hunger, a sort of fragment of all being, directly references sulfur and his sin. But I'd argue Grogoroth's will also reflects the green lion metaphor. Destruction, the lion's acid, consumes the old, the sun, so that pure essence remains for new creation, philosopher's stone, or a renewed world. One commenter on a lore discussion even noted how the sulfur god's origins reflect the green lion consuming the sun, where green vitriol purifies matter by destroying it. That imagery of an acidic lion ties into Grogoroth's green origins and destructive purity. Also, alchemically, the three heavenly substances are salt, body, mercury, mind, and sulfur, soul. Sulfur corresponds to the soul, spirit, fiery, volatile, transformative. Grogoroth's whole vibe is fiery and transformative through violence. It's intriguing that in Fear and Hunger's lore, the sulfur god was born as a byproduct of Almir's ascension. Basically, all the hatred and negative aspects distilled. Could Grogoroth have a connection to sulfur as well? His domain is more blood and chaos than literal sulfur. But the philosophical sulfur, soul, passion, destruction, is definitely in him. Not to mention, Grogoroth's realm in the dungeon is full of sulfurous imagery, molten liquid burning ash. It feels like stepping into an alchemical furnace or the belly of a volcano. Mordor's Gorgoroth, once again. Additionally, an astute observation. The clock in the pre-Hebel Museum had the color green prominently, the green mist, associated with Mahabra. This hints that the green hue might literally be a green mist, or essence linking to the spiritual realm or void. Alchemically, green is often linked to the prima materia, the original chaotic matter that needs to be broken down. One could poetically say, Grogarath returns things to prima materia through annihilation, readying them for their combination by Sylvian's creative touch. Finally, let's talk about the psychological layer, because fear and hunger, despite all the guts and gore, hits on some very human fears and desires. Grogarath is essentially the personification of the death drive, as mentioned, Thanatos, in Freudian terms. Freud proposed that aside from the instinct to survive and seek pleasure, heroes, humans have a counter instinct towards aggression, destruction, and a return to an inorganic state, a death wish. Grogarath couldn't agree more. His entire doctrine is that humans ultimately want and need destruction as much as creation. When you, the player, grapple with the decision to kill a party member for power, you're basically confronting your own Thanatos impulse. Can you commit a destructive act for a promised greater good, or at least personal gain? The uneasy feeling you get in that moment is the game poking at your psyche. Is there a part of you that finds this alluring, that wants to break the rules, that is tired of trying to preserve everyone and instead burn it all down? It's dark stuff. Not everyone will feel it overtly, but it's there under the surface. Another psychological aspect is fear of change versus acceptance of change. Humans do fear change. We fear death. We fear loss of stability. Grogarath's texts outright call this out. Man gets accustomed to peace and quiet, grows fat, and afraid of change. This is so relatable. Think of how we cling to routines, even bad ones, because we dread the upheaval of the unknown. Grogarath's philosophy is almost like a brutal self-help mantra. Change is inevitable. Don't fear it. Embrace the chaos. Of course, he expresses that in the most homicidal way possible, but the core idea resonates. In life, if we don't allow things to end, we can't move on to new phases. Whether it's ending a toxic relationship, quitting a stagnant job, or literally the cycle of life and death, endings are necessary. It's just that we as individuals have a hard time with them because endings hurt. Grogarath, lacking mortal perspective, doesn't care about the hurt. But he ironically has a kind of wisdom. There is no need for fear, it just exists. The detached, cosmic view. If you could see the span of eons, you'd recognize that one person's death is nothing personal. It's just nature doing its thing. This reminds me of Eastern philosophies like Buddhism, or even Stoicism, which teach that death and loss are natural, and one shouldn't cling too hard to things. Of course, neither Buddhism nor Stoicism recommends mass murder to prove the point. Grogarath's way is more, let me rip off the band-aid and the limb for you.
Sa jebenog bipeda. Pokazujem gdje...
Documents gallery.
Stavimo do oči da mi skine i ne skine nije.
Bio je Marko tu danas, ali mislim da si ga, samo kažem, mimo išao. On je ovaj Brajko.
U 2 sata sam otišao na posao.
U 2 sata si otišao na posao? Sad je 11. Jebena firma, ne znam šta ti kažem. Zajebano preduzeće. istina. Umri.
Ujebe. Pluća me boli.
Sad pitanje ovako malo bezazvučnim, bezobrazno. Osjećam da si umoran, što ne ode u krevet.
Tu i tamo sam umoran,
Nego?
Jebeno.
Malo mi da vas teram sve sa kanala i tebi i onoga za doktora Milana.
Pa nisam toliko.
Baš to si.
A mogu se nastanem da odradim još jednu smenu. Jebi, kad nema ko.
sad će to da popravljaju.
No?
Sad će ona to da popravljaju. Jedno sam neke promjene. A da vidimo sad način da se promijeti. Što te znači i vas ovaj put u beli grad i niste prvi niti treći od domašta svak.
Sve kažeš otomani. A, tako. Ajde, ja sam otišao. Ako se Slavko pojavi, pozdravi ga u mojim.
Laku noć.
Laku noć. Off to bed, take care.